An ordinary young man, nothing remarkable, suddenly gets swept into the world of the superhero comic Stardust. There, Kim Dane makes a bold choice to become a villain named Ego's-Tick, not only to challenge and elevate Stardust's power, but also to proactively prevent the tragic events that occurred in the original story. His resolve burns fiercely, like a vow carved into his heart, to protect this world, and above all, to protect her. Yet fate has a way of turning things. Stardust, the heroine who once looked at him with suspicion, is now drawn into a strange obsession with Ego's-Tick, the mysterious villain she vowed to hunt down. One day, Kim Dane launches a daring plan called villain hunting. With knowledge from the original, he knows these villains will soon become horrific threats. To protect the city and Stardust, he decides to act first, eliminating them before they can sow chaos. Accompanying him is CEO Un, a genius with superintelligence, who supports him via a wireless earpiece. His voice comes through, cold but precise. Target is in sight. He sits motionless on the sofa. The perfect moment has arrived. Kim Dane tightens his weapon, his palm slightly sweaty. His first ability, teleportation, is activated. In the blink of an eye, the cold muzzle is pressed against Rhino's forehead, an A-rank villain. His second ability, psychokinesis, erupts. Like a lord of darkness, Kim Dane speaks in a low voice, a greeting from the grave echoing, "Welcome to hell." In less than a second, before Rhino can react, he finishes him without hesitation. When it's over, Kim Dane coldly picks up the stack of papers the villain had been holding. As predicted, it is a detailed terror plan, ready to drown the city in blood. In the original, Rhino would become an S-rank villain, wearing a rhino mask and taking hundreds of lives. But now, thanks to Kim Dane, that future has been erased. CEO speaks again through the earpiece. Police and heroes are on their way. Before leaving, Kim Dane leaves a line written in blood on the frame, a message sent directly to Stardust. When the police and heroes arrive, they quickly realize the perpetrator this time and the previous one are the same person. That line, like a challenge, sets Stardust ablaze with fury. That line, like a challenge, sets Stardust ablaze with fury. They criticize the hero's slowness, hailing Ego's-Tick as a dispenser of justice in the shadows. In the small room, Kim Dane reads those comments conflicted. He rips at his hair, his mind in turmoil. CEO sitting beside him, glances at him because of the noisy commotion. The flame of determination in Kim Dane burns more fiercely than ever. He cannot let things go this far. If it continues, his image will be praised, while Stardust, the true hero, will be turned against by public opinion. To protect her, he must become an absolute villain, a dark shadow powerful enough to terrify the whole world. From this moment, Ego's-Tick is officially born. He prepares a time bomb hidden in his backpack. In a crowded square, people are entranced by the big screen, awaiting a dazzling spectacle. At that moment, Kim Dane, under the name Ego's-Tick, hacks into the system, taking over every electronic screen in the city. His face, hidden behind the mask, appears in a live video, his deep voice resonant with authority. "I am the one who eliminated Rhino and Indizak, two A-rank villains." He arrogantly points to Tower 127, then gestures with his other hand toward the observation deck of Building 61. The crowds inside those buildings, and the millions watching on screens, fall silent as he declares, "Those two buildings, I have planted bombs in them." Fear spreads like a tsunami. Some panic and scramble for exits, others freeze, unable to believe their eyes. Before hundreds of cameras, Kim Dane breaks into a defiant smile and calls out to Stardust, "I await you, hero." Not keeping him waiting long, Stardust appears like a whirlwind, landing with force that makes the ground tremble. Kim Dane checks everything. Cape, mask, everything is perfect, but his hands tremble. This is the first time he faces the character he admires most in the story. Stardust, radiant like a goddess, so beautiful his heart skips a beat. "Wow," he exclaims, unable to contain his admiration. In that moment, time seems to stop. Memories rush back. The first day he was pulled into this world, his body scarred, standing on the edge between life and death. He once yearned to return to his old world, until the screen lights illuminated Stardust's face. That very moment changed everything. If he became a hero, he could stand by her side. But Kim Dane, who knows the story inside out, knows that even a hero wouldn't be enough to protect her from fated tragedies. So he chooses the path of villainy, not to destroy, but to become a fortress that shields Stardust from all danger. Back when our protagonist Kim Dane was only 15, the grotesque, stomach-clutching laughter of the man broadcast on TV wouldn't stop. His expression was one of sick delight, laughing maniacally. Back then he really didn't understand. Is Jackie actually insane? Even for a villain, this concept was over the top. Now, having understood a villain's mindset, he confidently delivers a monstrous laugh. Despite the hero before him looking at him with fury, ready to smash him to pieces at any moment. The world seems to freeze. The noisy crowd below fades away, leaving only a hero and a villain on the rooftop. Rewinding a few minutes before the two officially met, Kim Dane points at Stardust with a smug look. I know what you're thinking right now. Even my subordinate controlling the broadcast has a detonation switch, so don't think you can overpower me with strength. The hero's step falters briefly at those words. He spreads his arms to reveal a swarm of drones hovering behind him. This stage I created is made just for Stardust. How do you like it? She responds with a scowl. You lunatic, release the innocent people now. Fight a few blows, and then take them away. That's all you want. Kim Dane keeps his composed smile, leans back, raises a hand, and looks into the camera. Yes, of course I'll release them. Those are the words of the righteous hero Stardust. Focus. Everyone, look at me. Now I'll hack elevator A at the observation level. He snaps his fingers. A sound echoes from the elevators in both buildings. Stardust's brows knit slightly, for she knows these villains too well to expect an easy ending. Do the people in the building really rush over when the elevator starts working again? Hurry up. A voice rings out to stop them. Wait, this is still part of Kim Dane's plan. If you release them now, it wouldn't be fun. The down button is lit. He says excitedly to them. Just press it and the bomb at the other observation deck will explode. Simple, right? He hums, let's see. With 30 minutes until the bomb detonates. He grows extremely excited. But first, hurry and press down. Kim Dane becomes a demon, tempting the weak-minded crowd. Come on, they're complete strangers anyway, right? The big screen shows the chaos inside the building. Children crying loudly mixed with shouting matches. Stardust grits her teeth and curses, You bastard. Kim Dane pretends not to care about her mood. Today, I will show everyone the utter selfishness of humanity. This is a Ghostic's game. Those inside the building are in panic. If they press over there first, we'll die horribly, but we still have to live, right? It was 30 minutes earlier, and now the time's up, and it'll explode. No, you mean you want to kill the people over there with just one button press, huh? They're all worried, uneasy, and suspicious. Will they press it over there? There's no time to keep thinking like this. The bomb will explode in a few dozen minutes. So what now? They'll press the button. The current situation is truly chaotic. People are restless. Damn it. What is the hero doing right now? Stardust stands there, unable to act rashly. Even if she lunges to take him down in an instant, if the detonator is elsewhere, it would be useless. Damn it. If this continues, the hostages will. Her gaze is ice cold, her voice grating. Is playing with people's lives fun for you? Opposite her is Kim Dane, still casual, eyes narrowed in a smile. Haha, the fun isn't in that. Stardust. You, one of Korea's few A-rank heroes who believes in justice and your convictions, never compromise with evil. Actually, I respect you quite a bit, Stardust. Those words make her angry, her face flushing. What nonsense are you spouting? He happily rubs his nose in pride. I just wanted to compliment you while the whole country is watching you on TV. Kim Dane's voice speaks up again, attracting attention. Seeing you powerless, unable to do anything. His face madly presses the bomb button. It's truly fascinating. His figure faintly disappears. I'll give you a chance to join the game. Now, I'll connect you with those anxiously waiting for a hero. Stardust's expression is puzzled. She stares at him warily. What? Kim Dane continues the act. If you succeed in convincing them, and no one presses the button within 30 minutes. He crosses his legs and grins wickedly. The bomb will not detonate. Stardust naturally doesn't believe him. You expect me to trust a bastard? He's not afraid and only goads her. Better than letting them helplessly stare at the sky, right? She helplessly clenches her fist at her side. Kim Dane needs no permission from her. He gestures. Now, one, a loud shout rises. Ready. All the cameras begin to move around her. 3, 2, 1. After the 3 count finishes, a dramatic scene begins. The hero's face appears on the giant LED screens of the buildings. The crowd immediately recognizes her. Stardust. Stardust. She takes a deep breath against the invisible pressure, looking into the camera as if looking straight into their eyes. Hello, everyone. I am A-rank hero Stardust. Each of you carries a belief in your heart. His handsome face goes blank. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. A half-real, half-fake world, just like a dream. I will be portrayed in the public eye as the terrorist villain. My dream comes true, and she will shine. This is the stage for her, Stardust. Her presence will shine so that later everyone can be proud of the choice they made today. Show this villain. Her voice is like a warm breath into people's hearts. We are strong. Their gazes grow steady. Our faith does not waver. We will never bow to evil. Thank you, everyone. Kim Dane slightly quirks a mysterious smile. The countdown on the screen is down to 5. The people trapped inside the building hold each other tightly and pray. Stardust's face is filled with worry as she looks at the screen. As the numbers reach the end, everyone closes their eyes and braces themselves. Everyone is tense and uneasy. No one knows whether punishment will fall or if the villain is telling the truth. That is also the moment Kim Dane takes the stage. Right now, all the cameras drop and his unbelievable scream rings out. Impossible. The selfish people captured on camera see his pained, bewildered face. So they won't rush out to save themselves? Impossible. No way. There must be at least one person who pressed the button. There must be an asshole like me who pressed it. Kim Dane clutches his head and mutters, overacting. People can't be this kind, why? At that moment, Stardust speaks up. Egos tick. People aren't as selfish as you think. Her image appears like radiant light. No one is completely selfless, but I believe in the goodness of people. It turns out it's because of you, Stardust. You made them unite. He suddenly changes expression and chuckles. Interesting, isn't it, Stardust? Before Stardust rushes forward, he politely bows. The next game, surely. Kim Dane looks at her one last time. Well, Stardust's blue eyes, full of resolve, make him exclaim. Her gaze is righteous. Finally, he disappears with a declaration. I will win. All the citizens erupt in joyful emotion. They cheer and embrace, celebrating the hero's victory. Everyone chants the same name in unison. Stardust. Stardust. Yet the hero still stands silently in midair. Kim Dane quickly teleports to another location. The moment his feet touch the ground, he collapses powerless. So painful, he moans and complains. Oh my God, I'm going to die. This is the consequence of teleporting. The lethal side effect of his instantaneous relocation power. Bodily damage scales with distance travel. His body grows so heavy he can't crawl. Ugh, I'll probably be bedridden for days, a girl exclaims. I told you not to change that hat, didn't I? The white-haired girl looks at him with a disdainful gaze. It's hideous. Kim Dane croaks a plea. Sion, I'm really dying here. Give me a glass of water. She flicks off her skirt and cruelly walks away. Drink it yourself, leaving him frozen in place. The large LED screen reports the breaking news. The terrorist attack at the building, the death toll is 0. Stardust hovers in the air. She grits her teeth, full of hatred, playing with other people's hearts. Next time, I'll catch you for sure. She will remember that name forever until she grabs him. Egos tick. One early morning at the Korean Hero Association, the association of people with superhuman abilities in Korea. The big screen is filled with countless tabloid posts from the web. These are recent headlines. Radio wave kidnapper watched by the whole country. Who is the one who named Hero Stardust? Review his actions. Egos tick. A rank villain. Who is he? Hot do peak. No casualties from the terror attack. The news spreads across the peninsula. Cross-border broadcast hijacking. Is Korean broadcast security okay with this? The meeting host turns to the next slide. Next is an analytical profile on Egos tick. Villain information along with some details about Kim Dane when acting as the villain Egos tick. Male, masked, capabilities likely to reduce traceability of residents predict. A pot-bellied, balding man speaks up. All right, let's begin the briefing. This is Park Jun-ho, chairman of the Korean Hero Association. Images appear of sealed room murder scenes. He looks disgusted. Okay, we've seen this part many times. Next. Yes, this is Park Jun-ho, chairman of the Korean Hero Association. Images appear of sealed room murder scenes. He looks disgusted. Okay, we've seen this part many times. Next. Yes. First, it appears the perpetrator exploited instantaneous teleportation to pre-attach a bomb to the building's exterior. After disarming, it was confirmed to be a high-yield improvised explosive device, powerful enough to blow off the entire observation deck, confirmed as a high-performance homemade bomb. The conclusion is that he likely built it himself. Park Jun-ho rubs his shiny head, full of distress. Still no leads on the kidnapping? The secretary replies, awkwardly. Yes, how he bypassed modern security systems to broadcast remains a mystery. They have some specific analyses. However, because no one with wave-related abilities has appeared before, we think it's likely he has an extremely skilled tech accomplice behind him. Their tentative hypothesis is only this. An accomplice? The likelihood that person made the bomb is very high. The secretary's expression turns serious. There's one more thing I'd like to add, that he seems obsessively fixated on Stardust. Everyone's gaze immediately falls on the blonde woman. From scattered clues, they can be sure he left a message aimed at her at the crime scene, directed to Stardust. And in this case, it was also confirmed that he directly referenced her verbally, the A-rank hero responsible for Seoul, Stardust. Hearing that, Park Jun-ho turns to her and asks directly, how did it feel to meet that guy in person? He points straight at her, Stardust. She stands up slightly and offers her assessment. He seems like someone with a psychological disorder who likes to toy with people's hearts. Moreover, he has the capability to organize large-scale terrorist acts. Truly a dangerous villain. 2 days after the previous terror incident, in Kim Dane's room he lies bedridden, groaning, "Oh God, I'm going to die." He forces himself to sit up and fumbles into the kitchen to find something to eat. Just as he gulps a bottle of orange juice, a sudden voice rings out. "You again?" Kim Dane startles, spits out the drink, then hastily explains, it's not like that, Seo-eun. I'm not like that. Now introducing this girl, Han Seo-eun, who possesses superintelligence. At first, he wasn't used to her calling him Hyung, a genius hacker, in the original story. In the future, she will grow into an S-rank villain, a genius hacker. Well, that's in the source material. For now, he has kept this girl by his side. The girl is angrily making a fuss. "This is my home. Don't act like it's your place." In fact, the two are at Han Seo-eun's underground base. He smiles casually and lightly. Anyway, I'll cover the living expenses and everything. Han Seo-eun gags him. Anyway, you should shut up and drink. Got it. Kim Dane chuckles softly at that cute threat. He gently pats the girl's head. All right, got it. The warm moment is short-lived as the girl shyly tugs him and the bottle away. Something else came up. Hurry. The door to the high-tech electronics room opens and closes. Han Seo-eun sits before an advanced control monitor. Remember the girl Lee Soo-bin I mentioned before? She's a candidate to be our accomplice. Kim Dane doesn't have to think long. Oh, the girl who operates on the deep web? I think she's a fan of mine. The girl makes a few keystrokes, then points at the screen. Look, she's showing up here. The newscaster's voice rings out. Followers of Egoistic are carrying out a terrorist hostage situation in downtown Incheon. They've planted bombs in that building. He freezes, moves closer to the screen. What the hell? These lunatics. Is that girl being held hostage there? Han Seo-eun points to the trembling gunman. No, it's the masked girl. The newscaster reports the situation. Egoistic's followers declare no negotiations, seeking only terror leading to death. Police confirm that, so far, at least 3 people have died in the terror attack, and roughly 300 hostages remain trapped in the building. His voice falters. Seo-eun? Right, what's our rule? The girl still remembers her brother's orders clearly. Never, under any circumstances, kill civilians. Danger flashes in his eyes. We have to take those guys out. Help me. Seo-eun. Han Seo-eun nods resolutely. He contemplates how to handle the others and the girl. They'll observe the scene and then decide. At the site of the copycat terror attack, Stardust stands before the blazing building. She presses her lips together, stands motionless for a long moment, then speaks into the radio. Headquarters, permission to breach requested, but the other side is denying it. Await orders. After police finish final negotiations, authorize breach with lethal force if necessary. This incident only fuels her hatred for him, all because of that bastard. Previous terrorist incidents had mostly been the domain of superpowered villains. This spectacle, to some degree, has shocked the villain community, but this time he didn't focus on superpowers. He used explosives and hostage-taking as his main pressure points against the heroes. Clearly, his image oppressing us has inspired other ordinary people. She fumes angrily. The next day, copycat crimes start occurring. Suddenly, a radio message comes through, Stardust, at the scene Ego's Tick is live streaming the interior on YouTube. Check it immediately. She is stunned. Stardust immediately pulls out her phone. Indeed, the new villain who mocked others' deaths has appeared again. Viewers flood in quickly. What is this? The villain is live streaming the terror? The world's #1 villain. The chat's full of crazies. This is a crime scene. As long as it's not me. Free Kim Seon-woo. Free Kim Seon-woo. Where's moderation? Hijacking the broadcast again, the footage shows Ego's Tick inside the building, facing a group dressed exactly like him. They raise their guns and shout, "Who's there?" They quickly recognize him and immediately erupt in joy. Our hero, Ego's Tick, has come down to this place. Ego's Tick, Ego's Tick. They don't know what they're hoping for. He's here. He's really here. Woo, he'll slaughter these idiots himself. Kim Dane's expression isn't pleased with these people. God, I teleported a long distance again, so my whole body aches because of these idiots. Damn it. The terrorists look puzzled. Ego's Tick. Suddenly, a booming laugh echoes. Haha, this is interesting. They don't understand, but force a laugh. At that moment, Han Seo-eun reports, 3 o'clock position. Guy standing by the column holding an explosive detonator. He glances at that man to confirm, and immediately he meets his end, his body pitilessly hollowed out into a donut shape. The terrorists stunned shout, "No, this isn't Ego's Tick, definitely an undercover cop." The terrorists stunned shout, "No, this isn't Ego's Tick, definitely an undercover cop." And the next scene is gun barrels pointed straight at each of their faces. Kim Dane scoffs and raises his hand to use his power. I've never had such foolish people as followers before. A hail of gunfire erupts, and the building fills with smoke. The agonized screams of those shot echo through the live stream. Comments react in panic, while some still retain reason and speak up. Whoa, are they on the same side? Why wipe them all out? Killing them like this is oddly satisfying. Who is Ego's Tick to be so brutal? Those lunatics. Are people dead? The agonized screams of those shot echo through the live stream. Comments react in panic, while some still retain reason and speak up. Whoa, are they on the same side? Why wipe them all out? Killing them like this is oddly satisfying. Who is Ego's Tick to be so brutal? Those lunatics. Are people dead? This is real, everyone. At that point, superiors finally authorize her, Stardust, to enter. The top priority is ensuring the hostage's safety from the terrorists and Ego's Tick. She wastes no time and rushes to confirm. Only one assailant remains unshot, and he is the one he was looking for. Han Seo-eun's voice rings out, "Hey, save her." From what I can tell, she's being dragged and forced by those maniacs. She isn't part of the terror. She curls up, clutching her head and sobbing in a corner. Helpy, Sobi. Kim Dane's hand makes her start and hiccup. Sobi. He rips her mask off outright. His voice asks loudly, "Did you do something wrong or not?" Lee Soo-bin trembles with tears, choking out, "All right, I admit it. Sobi, Her crying grows louder. "All right, I admit it." Wah. Kim Dane has no patience for that. Keep crying like that, and you'll get a bullet. Lee Soo-bin falls silent and clamps a hand over her mouth. His steps turn toward the civilians taken hostage. Then he solemnly bows, "I'm sorry. Although I didn't cause this, I feel a great responsibility because copycat acts arose from my case." This gesture sets the comments ablaze. What? Is he really a villain or what? Wait, what's going on here? He earnestly says again, "To the hostages and everyone affected because of me, I will transfer compensation to your accounts. Please check. I deeply apologize to the 3 victims who died. I will pay the highest possible compensation." Still, Kim Dane hesitates inwardly over the drawbacks of this. Oh God, transferring from fake accounts is easy to trace too. I'm not sure. Seo-eun will handle it, right? Han Seo-eun sighs and urges, now take her away. Sounds like the girl agreed to do it. Ugh. Kim Dane hoists Lee Soo-bin onto his shoulder, sob. His body immediately feels shattered. The effects of teleportation make me tremble. Suddenly, a shock wave hits the entire floor. Kim Dane realizes the only person who could do that is Stardust. She's bursting in, not yet able to grasp the exact situation here. A few more days of commotion pass at John High University. At a chill cafe, KPS News reports the villain will be held financially responsible. The public descends into chaos. The villain Ego's Tick bows at the scene of the terrorist attack. Verifying the hostage's accounts isn't easy. What kind of person is he? KPS conducts an in-depth investigation. A blonde girl sits alone at a table, eyes fixed on her phone screen. Who even is mangastic? Mang agostic sauts levenda. Does mang egostic only save women? Stardust, when not acting as a hero, is an ordinary person named Shin Haru, currently a university student. For some reason, she sighs tiredly. She recalls how she had stormed into the building, furious and reckless. That assault caused a shock throughout the entire building. As she rushed in, she immediately caught Egostic's surprised face. She locks on her target at once. Egos tick, you bastard, this time I'll definitely catch you. She abruptly changes direction and lunges. Fortunately, Kim Dane's legs were momentarily weak, allowing him to dodge in time. Stardust was really hasty and couldn't react in time. Oh no, and just like that, she let the villain she needed to capture slip away. Thinking back only makes her angrier. Shin Haru sighs in frustration. At that moment, another girl comes over and pulls out a chair. She gently asks, Shin Haru, are you okay? Is the assignment too hard? Kim Chae-hyun, Haru's senior, snaps her back to attention. She looks up. Oh, it's nothing, sis. She awkwardly returns to her studies. I'm fine, just a little distracted. Stardust, an A-rank hero of Korea, is actually Shin Haru. As a hero, she hides her identity using a perception-dulling filter. So everyone thinks she's just a normal student named Shin Haru. Well, maybe she's not entirely ordinary. Every man's gaze seems to land on her. Anyway, lately she's been worried about one thing. Haru keeps muttering the name Egostic all the time. She circles that resentful name. People are all selfish. A big question rises in her mind. Why did he save the hostages? Suddenly, the person in front of her pinches her cheek. Look at you, making that sad face again. Kim Chae-hyun cheerfully suggests, forget the assignment for now. Let's go get mango bingsu, your favorite. Haru's face immediately brightens. Mango. But instantly, Egostic's crazy expression and twisted laugh flash through her mind. Kim Chae-hyun, watching Haru's expression closely, notices right away. Mango won't fix this either? Impossible. She hears Haru snap her pen and mutter, the mango is mine. Chae-hyun soothes her like a child. Okay, the mango is yours, all yours. The fire inside Haru blazes like hellfire. I'm obsessed with that name, Mang, Egostic. I will make you reveal yourself. Angry as she is, she still eats the mango bingsu cute. In the heart of Seoul, where villains and heroes haunt each other, stand a seemingly ordinary house. But when the front door opens, there's another door beside the entrance. When that second door opens, surprisingly, an elevator appears. After entering the elevator and punching in the code, the door closes and the lift begins to descend. Down dozens of underground floors, the destination is Egostic's base. Kim Dane lounged proudly in the glass chamber, nicknamed the Ego Base. Han Seo Eun Lukadanoyid. Hey, why did you go and name someone else's house? He offered a perfectly natural justification. Why? Well, between us, whose house is whose anyway? Your house is my house, and my house is your house. The girl pouted in disdain, but didn't deny it. What the heck? That's ridiculous. Suddenly his knee wouldn't let him relax like that. A wave of pain hit, and he writhed, screaming. Ugh, Seon scolded irritably. Don't talk nonsense. Lie still so you heal faster. Don't make a fuss. Kim Dane whimpered. Don't say that. I got twice as tired because I teleported and carried someone. Suddenly he grinned slyly. Han Seo-eun, wielder of superintelligence. He was clearly eyeing the girl on the sofa with longing. So how far have you read? His face showed contentment. Although recruiting her as an aide wasn't for this reason, the fatigue recovery capsule really was the best thing. Seo-eun looked at him and casually gave a thumbs up. Eyes strange. What? The door suddenly opened, and the person he had risked himself to rescue stepped in. I'm home, because the fridge was empty. Lee Soo-bin asked shyly, does anyone want some snacks? Kim Dane jumped and shouted, aren't you wanted? I covered my face before I went out. He froze, panicked. That's even more suspicious. But Seo-eun put her book down and obediently ran over to Melina. From that display, Kim Dane formed an odd suspicion. Could she be telling me to fetch people to do chores? He immediately teleported in front of the girl. Why did you tell me to bring this person here? She unwrapped the ice cream she had and replied nonchalantly, oh, I just wanted to ask her to help with something. Kim Dane flailed. What? He whispered urgently. You should consider that before someone becomes a terrorist. He objected to bringing a terrorist home. Seo-eun? Can you guarantee she won't fire a gun in our house? The girl sighed and denied it. That won't happen, she affirmed firmly. And this person had no intention of joining the terrorists. She was dragged out by your henchmen, practically forced. Then she pointed at the woman. Cease. Oh no, bro, wait sis, you're Lee Soo-bin, right? The woman startled. Huh, how do you know my name? Co naturally understood. I know everything. Lee Soo-bin, I even know your registered address. Your parents are researchers at the Han-Co-un Corporation, right? Her face turned pale. How did you know that? Co-un recounted casually. I read the posts you wrote on the deep web. Those shielding programs have lots of vulnerabilities. Do you want revenge? The girl stepped closer to Lee Soo-bin. The Han-Co-un Corporation. Do you want revenge for what they did to your parents? I'm looking for the executives of the Han-Co-un Corporation. I've been harmed a lot too. The girl plainly made her offer. If we find those bastards and crush them, I'll feel better. Will you help me? In an instant, Kim Dane understood Co-un's motive. So that's it. The other girl was also a victim of Han-un, like Co-un. When he wanted Co-un as his first aid, he had persuaded her by promising to help her get revenge. Of course, his goal was to prevent her from becoming an S-rank villain later on. But anyway, this Lee Soo-bin left no impression on him in the original story, so she's probably just a supporting character. That might prove she's harmless, but let's see if she can be of any use to me. Suddenly, he snapped awake to see the two girls clutching each other and crying. Oh! Kim Dane stared blankly amid their sobbing. Wawa? S.E.S. Heek. Sion? Ah, this development is really too fast. I'm the only one who can't keep up emotionally. Ah, Sion? Your cool image is ruined. He silently watched the two moved women for a while, then settled back into the chamber. All right, I'll just lie still. That evening, in a cozy restaurant, everyone worried over a young couple. The restaurant was quiet. Only the wife's sobs could be heard. Hick hick. Tears streamed down her cheeks as her desperate voice demanded an answer. Why are you doing this to me, hick? Yet the man across from her looked grim and glared, killing her appetite. I'm confessing to you. So why does your face look sad? Someone reported the incident to the police. A cold-faced officer approached their table. We've had a report of assault. Please come with me to the station. The man muttered curses. Oh damn. Let me eat a bit first, get lost. The officer couldn't wait and placed a hand on his shoulder. All right, consider yourself under arrest. His body flashed with a red light. Suddenly, the officer was teleported to the edge of the building's rooftop railing. The man's perverse voice rang out behind him. Shall we both head to the station together? He sneered and kicked contemptuously. Fine, but I'll send you off first. The officer was taken by surprise, unable to defend himself, and fell from the high floor. The man smiled coldly. Who do you think you are to defy me? Fake cop, this is A-rank villain Kim Ha-chun. He manipulates spatial teleportation. The world appeared in ruins. A scream echoed. You think killing me will change this world? Han-Co-un, the white alchemist, a fifth-rate villain, now looked entirely different. Stardust couldn't tell what the hero's expression was. A voice called out, cutting off the memory. Hey, come back to the present. Han-Co-un, 16 and fond of orange juice, shouted. You drank all my orange juice again, didn't you? Lee Soo-bin, washing dishes, spoke awkwardly. Co-un, I'm sorry. That was me who drank it. I'll buy you a new one. Co-un, scolding her brother, ran over and hugged her. She flipped her mood like lightning and smiled brightly. It's okay, sis. Kim Dane, watching this scene, frowned in mockery. It works differently for me. He suddenly asked, So Co-un, you finally stopped pretending to be a boy? The girl angrily shouted, You? Kim Dane seized the chance. The three of them lived a happy, peaceful life. Reviewing the misfortunes mentioned in the original, Han-Co-un possesses superintelligence. She was the sole survivor of the Bloom Project conducted by the Han-Co-un Corporation. Hundreds of children were subjected to illegal experiments. One day, a child developed unexpected complications. All those involved died, except Co-un. The building collapsed at that time. Afterward, with a body full of wounds, she escaped from the research facility, then hid in an underground bunker and established the shelter she has now. She lived in solitude like that for many years until he came to find her. Kim Dane's sudden appearance came when the girl was at peace. The chair toppled with a loud crash. Co-un bristled like a hedgehog on guard. Kim Dane calmly made a proposal. Don't you want revenge on them? I need your help too, Co-un. Facing the girl's fearful gaze, he reached out a hand, trying to seem friendly. I didn't come to hurt you. And that was the beginning that led to the present. He came to save her. Unlike the original, where nursing resentment CEO, Un became an S-rank villain and died. Poor her. He vowed he wouldn't let her fall into villainy again. Still, he had a small question. Now that she's my accomplice, does that make her a villain? In any case, let's stay on the right path. Sensing his stare, CEO Un turned around, annoyed. What are you looking at? You don't even understand anything, so stop staring. Kim Dane's gaze swept to the other. As for Subin, both her parents were researchers, but they passed away. She taught herself and got into a prestigious university. He knew the girl's background well. Majored in computer engineering, so she'll likely handle technical support for CEO and later. He took a casual sip of water. Though a character he hadn't known and found a bit suspicious, he had to admit her cooking skills were top-notch. Suddenly CEO Un held up a small spider device. Here, it's done, an external tracking sensor. Kim Dane's face went blank. Why am I meant to take a tracker? The girl clicked her tongue in annoyance. TSK, have you already forgotten our line of work? She pointed at the man on the screen. It's for the name on the villain list you picked. He was stunned, full of surprise. The teleporting guy is him. Kim Dane understood clearly and summarized his ability. This guy can teleport endlessly over short distances without taking damage. Can't be stopped by physical force. Extremely troublesome. The girl laughed excitedly. The harder the opponent, the more we must deal with them first. He painfully rubbed his head. Do you understand how exhausting non-stop teleporting is for me? CEO and cheered. Get to work, egos tick. They quickly set out, heading for a small apartment in a remote area. Kim Dane crept along the building, jittery. CEO, am I in yet? The girl urged. What? You're not in yet? Get in already. Still, he was nervous and tense. Is teleporting straight into the living room really right? What if he's there? CEO Un sighed and repeated, how many times have I told you? Shoot with bullets fitted with trackers. Even if he teleports to dodge the bullet, he'll still get tagged. Kim Dane looked at the gleaming gun. What? What? The girl began to get irritated. Because I made it faster than the bullet. You studied humanities, so you won't get the explanation. Just go in. Yet he hesitated. Wouldn't it be faster to just kill him outright on the street? CEO Un wanted to flip the table at her brother's mindset. He never goes out, only ever uses teleportation. I've investigated and prepared this plan beforehand. God, I'm so anxious. The girl was trembling with nerves and gulped down a bottle of water. Lee Subin, beside them, nervously cheered. Egos tick, go for it. Hearing that, the girl shyly echoed. Yeah, egos tick, go for it. Kim Dane felt reinvigorated. All right, thanks. Let's begin. He suddenly teleported into the criminal's house just as the man had finished showering. The man was startled by his appearance. Huh. Immediately, CEO Un shouted, shoot. He raised the gun and pulled the trigger. Damn it. Two tiny spider devices shot out at incredible speed. But, as expected, Hackshul vanished on the spot. Kim Dane tossed the gun aside. Damn it. CEO Un, did the tracker stick? CEO Un, monitoring the situation, replied, it's stuck. Subin, report the position. She quickly located him. He's currently 500 meters east of here. He didn't hesitate and followed the directions. Oh, suddenly he appeared right in the middle of the street. Oh, what's that person? What's going on? People around recognized him. Isn't that Ego's tick? Huh, it's really him. He frowned, scanning the surroundings. Damn, this situation wasn't in the plan. His appearance instantly went viral, spreading across social media. At Zhanghai University Lecture Hall, Shinharu was concentrating on her studies, unaware of what was happening. Suddenly a voice came over the radio. Ego's tick has appeared in the city. Hero Stardust, prepare to deploy on the association's orders. She leapt up in alarm, shouting, what? Everyone in the class turned to look at her. Ah, sorry everyone. Haru hurriedly packed her things and left. Excuse me. She dashed off. What stunt is he pulling this time? Ego's tick. CEO Un double-checked the tracker. Hey there, right at the intersection up ahead. Kim Dane quickly spotted Hackshul, stumbling away. Did he get shot? At that moment, the light turned red. He recklessly jumped out to block his path. Never mind, just come on. CEO Un's panicked voice rang in his ear. Dane. His haste to capture the A-rank criminal made him neglect checking traffic. A truck barreled toward them at breakneck speed. Could he react in time and survive? While fleeing, Kim Hackshul suddenly remembered that fateful day. Hey Kim Hackshul, when you stole our money and ran, felt pretty good, huh? At that time, Kim Hackshul was helpless and weak, only able to groan and beg. I'll pay back. Please spare me. Not satisfied, The leader shouted louder, begging, "I'll pay back." Those words irritated the boss. He couldn't stand it and pressed his cigarette into the rope binding Kim Hak-shul. "I don't need it anymore." Seeing this, Kim struggled even more. "No, please, I'm sorry. Spare me this once." No matter how he pleaded, the rope burned through and he fell into the sea. At that moment, with nothing left to lose, Kim Hak-shul cursed bluntly. "Bastards, you scumbags." As his face neared the water, he let out all his rage and yelled, "I curse you all to die." At that very instant, Kim Hak-shul suddenly vanished, and when the men prepared to leave, he reappeared abruptly nearby. This strange phenomenon drained the men's faces pale with fear. "What the?" Kim Hak-shul, seeing he was completely unharmed, looked bewildered. "Oh, what?" Once they recovered, the men rushed at him. "Seize him." Before long, Kim Hak-shul found himself surrounded. He still hadn't moved an inch. After standing still for a while, Kim Hak-shul clenched his fists, filled with ecstatic joy. "Now nobody in the world can catch me anymore." Thinking that, he quickly vanished again, letting the men collide with one another before he ran off. Back in the present, the truck realized someone was there and slammed on the brakes. But Kim Dane had vanished, appearing in the cab and giving the driver a fright. Seeing him unharmed, Kim Hak-shul seethed. Damn it! Sensing things were going wrong, he turned and bolted. The timing matched perfectly and he still dodged it. Damn! As Kim Dane stepped out of the vehicle, Kim Hak-shul had already teleported to the nearby rooftop. Carefully watching the scene, he ground his teeth in fury. It's really Ego's tick. Could he be eliminating other villains, even without personal grudges? The more he thought about it, the harder it was to swallow his anger. Clearly there's no connection between him and me. Below, having gotten out of the vehicle, Ego's tick was surrounded by a crowd of citizens. Yes, I'm busy working so I can't talk long. Oh my, don't be afraid, I won't hurt anyone. Now go to hell, a rank teleporting villain. As soon as those words left his mouth, a crazy thought popped into Kim Hak-shul's head. Could he be hunting down villains and finishing them off? No sooner had the thought passed than Ego's tick appeared from nowhere. From that point on, wherever Kim Hak-shul went, he followed. Trash belongs in the bin. Rotten villains must be wiped from the world. Come here. One piece of trash today, I'll clean it up, damn it. Driven mad by being tailed, he snapped and grabbed a nearby civilian. Why can I still hear that guy in my ear? Kim Hak-shul immediately threw the person aside and ran off. Before the girl could fall, Ego's tick had already reached out and caught her. Oh my, oh my. While the girl was still dazed, he gently asked, "Are you all right, miss?" His gentleness made her blush. "Yes, I'm fine." Kim Hak-shul, after continuously teleporting, had also spent most of his energy and could no longer endure. He finally collapsed. Why me? After letting the girl rest, Ego's tick turned his attention back to the original target, the A-rank teleporting villain. Seeing him say nothing, he pulled out a handgun and pressed it to his head. "You have already confessed your crimes." Even though he was unconscious, Kim Hak-shul still managed to protest at being berated. Ego's tick sneered and replied, "Damn right. You're a villain yourself." "Yeah, but at least I'm not as despicable as..." With that, he shouted to the onlookers, "Everyone, this scumbag stole tens of billions and murdered 4 innocent people. Those victims were someone's husband, father, friend, son. Do you want to spare this cold-blooded killer?" Asked that, the crowd responded without hesitation, "End him. Yes, finish him, kill him, kill him." Hearing that, Kim Hak-shul thrashed and spat. "You bastards, if you want him dead, how am I any different?" Ego's tick heard the crowd's answers and smiled, satisfied. "Hak-shul, actually your worst crime is that you'll become an A-rank villain, kill hundreds, and torment Stardust countless times in the future." Snapping out of his thoughts, he flipped his tone and threatened sternly, "You think those two things are the same? Sorry, but it looks like you'll die here." Immediately after that moment, a pained scream rang out. Ego's tick cautiously looked around. What met his eyes was the ecstatic delight of the citizens. Their reaction surprised him. What? Seeing someone shot dead with your own eyes? People should be terrified and screaming. When he finished, he stood up dazed, watching the crowd's joyful faces. This world, apart from superpowers, isn't so different from my old world. But moments like this make me realize I'm really in another world. The people here are genuinely strange. After thinking it over, Ego's tick set the thought aside, took off his hat, and greeted. "But I'm the villain. Aren't you all scared?" Seeing this expression, the nearby citizens grew a bit wary. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Egostick immediately knew who it was. He quickly looked up to the sky. Stardust, damn. I've held the spotlight too long. Stardust landed swiftly and pointed at him, scolding, "You bastard." Egostick paid it no mind, instead focusing on observing the newcomer. Normally, she's a somewhat cold college student, but when she becomes a hero, her voice changes like something out of an old drama. Thinking that, the simple mode turned on, adorable to death. However, Stardust misunderstood that demeanor. "What did you do?" No matter how enamored he was, Egostick still performed the villain act well. "What did I do? I just dealt with a cruel A-rank villain who murdered people and robbed a bank. Just doing what a hero should do." Faced with those words, Stardust had no rebuttal. Seeing that reaction, he continued, "Hey, what did I do wrong? An A-rank villain can be judged by a hero on the spot, after all." Unable to argue, she changed the subject outright. "Egostick, do you think you're a hero?" The question successfully baffled Egostick. "Huh, I'm a villain." Saying that, he suddenly realized something. There must be a lot of people filming to praise Stardust, right? This place is crowded. Perfect. Snapping out of the thought, he smiled and gave a perfunctory clap. Truly Stardust. Me, a villain, punishing the wicked is illegal. But I really can't respect her ironclad chivalry. Maybe I should withdraw for today. Those words stirred another round of chatter among those present. Right? Are villains only supposed to fight heroes? You sound impressive. In the end, you were late and couldn't take down the teleporter. Honestly, did Egostick do anything wrong? Those comments left Stardust feeling unsettled and sad. Not only her, but Egostick also felt the world had become chaotic. What? Something seems off. At that moment, Hansen urged in his earpiece, "Hey, stop babbling and get moving." Prodded and given the current situation, he panicked and explained, "No, I don't mean I'm right. I will keep doing evil, and Stardust could try to stop me." Pausing, he switched back to his cool act. "Well then, that's it for today." With that, he vanished using his power. With nothing left to gawk at, the crowd dispersed, leaving a pensive Stardust behind. "We should go too, right?" "Yeah, let's go." After everyone left, she walked over to the now-dead Kim Hak-chul, sorrowful. Back at the base, no sooner had Egostick returned than he collapsed. Han Seon, prepared in advance, called out loudly, "Subin, over here! Hurry up!" Lee Subin, summoned, rushed over in a panic. "What's wrong?" She sat down, examined the situation, and explained, "It's a side effect of the teleportation ability." After checking, the two girls together dragged him back into the room. "Ready, 1, 2. Just then, Egostick's phone in his pocket buzzed. It turned out a post about this afternoon's event had been uploaded to the free forum to gauge sentiment. Who prefers the cool guy Egostick over that old-fashioned Stardust? Probably me. That evening, Stardust sat on some building, quietly reading that post. After reading it, she couldn't hide her sadness. Sitting on that rooftop, Stardust recalled some unpleasant events from her past. When she was still Shin Haru, a 17-year-old student, a tragic thing happened. "No, Mom." Thus, seeing her anguished figure, the robber grinned, holding up the wallet he'd just stolen. "You should have handed it over obediently." After examining his loot for a while, he put the wallet away and pulled out a handgun to threaten her. "Blame your stupid parents." Even with the gun pressed to her head, Shin Haru had nothing left to lose, so she felt no fear. Not seeing the reaction he wanted, the robber grew bored, smiled brightly, and holstered the gun. "Lucky, really lucky." With that said, the robber flicked away his cigarette and turned to leave, letting the person who had killed her parents walk away. Shin Haru was unwilling but could only collapse in helpless sobs. "If only I had the power to protect Mom and Dad." No matter how much she regretted it, everything had already happened. "Mom, Dad, I'll put an end to that bastard." After that vow, Shin Haru could only sit by her parents' bodies and weep her heart out. At that moment, a streak of light appeared in the darkened sky. Soon after, a shooting star shot straight down into the narrow alley. The crying student Shin Haru looked up when she saw the strange light. As she raised her head, an intensely bright beam of light struck her eyes. Immediately after, the alley was bathed in that strange light. When the light faded, Shin Haru had fainted, and her hair had changed from black to blonde. The next day, at the secret base, after adequate rest, Kim Dane finally opened his eyes. Han Seo-eun had been waiting by the glass, ready to cheer at this moment. "You're awake." Before she could say more, he tiredly looked at the girl. "Seo-eun, did I get to enjoy a hot meal while I was out?" Suddenly, Han Seo-eun brought her phone closer. "Eat and listen at the same time." Immediately, she read the article on the phone screen to him. A compilation of facts about A-rank villain Ego's tick. Dane, just state the facts about A-rank villain Ego's tick. Reading the article carefully, Han Seo-eun recounted the numerous feats Dane had accomplished. Eliminated A-rank villain Liv. Eliminated A-rank villain Zodiac. 4 South Koreans already tired of the system. He even staged and suppressed special situations at the observatory that normally wouldn't occur. Just when it seemed the article ended there, she continued reading. He also suppressed cultists who caused trouble and hostage terrorists, and even paid compensation to the hostages. Pausing briefly, Han Seo-eun finished the remaining parts of that post. An A-rank villain, a teleporting criminal, has been on the run for a long time. Despite rewards, authorities judge his capture extremely difficult. Really, Ego's tick doesn't look like a villain at all. Feeling that wasn't shocking enough, the girl cheerfully shared another detail. 7,842 likes and 12 dislikes. What do you think? Hearing that, Dane was flustered and hurriedly asked, "And what about Stardust?" Hearing that name, Han Seon couldn't hide her annoyance. Stardust? Look at the comments right below. Without waiting for him to grab his phone, she read on. Actually, Ego's tick is better than Stardust. What has Stardust done so far? Hearing those words, Dane spat out his candy. Not stopping there, the girl read further. King Ego has taken down 3 A-rank villains already. After calming down, Dane asked awkwardly, "So, why is Stardust being criticized?" Han Seo-eun thought for a moment before answering. Maybe because among the 3 A-rank heroes, she's the least active. Actually, Shadow Walker or Ice have single-handedly saved dozens or hundreds, while Stardust hasn't done much. After reading it all, the girl hesitantly watched his reaction. See, that's how people respond. Hearing those comments, Kim Dane despaired, unable to hide it. Most of them are like that. If that wasn't shocking enough, Han Seo-eun pulled up a screen showing a strange mango image to flaunt. Yep, and Ego's tick even has an actual fan club. This news officially broke Dane. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head and tearing at his hair. No, this can't be. These lunatics. What do you mean a villain's fan club? Unable to accept this situation, he stood up and began plotting. All right, I can't let this go on. After thinking it over, Kim Dane decided to start preparing the next terror act. Okay, Seo-eun, Subin, can you two do it? Suddenly being named, the 2 girls froze in panic. Again? Me? Ignoring the girls' glum looks, Dane was full of excitement and anticipation. We have to show the people of Korea what a true villain is and who the real heroes are. Wait, Stardust, I'll bring you back to the top. The one who was being anticipated was blissfully enjoying a delicious mango frappe smoothie. While savoring the drink, Shinharu suddenly noticed something. It turned out the cherry blossoms outside had fully bloomed, creating a romantic scene. Romantic and poetic as it was, her mind was filled only with people's remarks. Acting all noble as a hero? Finishing the job before showing up? Maybe you couldn't even catch that teleporter. Recalling those words, Shinharu sighed. Riding that wave, countless negative thoughts washed over her like a tide. People are more crazy about Ego Tick, the villain slayer, than heroes who only hand down suspended sentences. I did my best. Why am I still being criticized? Not wanting to sink into negativity, Shinharu slapped her own face a few times. Snap out of it. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, "Haru, why are you slapping yourself?" Hearing that voice, she came to and saw Kim Chae-hyun smiling gently as she sat down beside her. Excited, Shinharu's sister smiled at her and cheerfully suggested, "The weather's beautiful. Let's rest a bit." Invited like that, Shinharu readily agreed. Yeah, since when did the cherry blossoms bloom so fully? Kim Chae-hyun eagerly took out her phone. "All right, do you want to go see this? It's trending now, but you probably haven't seen it, Haru." She showed a picture of a dancing mango and introduced it. "What's that? Funny, right? Lately I've noticed Ego's tick has a lot of appeal." Seeing that image, Shinharu gritted her teeth in displeasure. Even Senior Chae-hyun likes him. While scrolling, she suddenly noticed something. "Oh, what's this?" Kim Chae-hyun held the phone up. "Haru, Ego's tick is live streaming right now." Hearing that, she was surprised. Really, as she pulled out her phone, the familiar voice rang out. This time Ego's tick was targeting Stardust. Immediately, Shinharu returned to the association and mobilized to the scene. As soon as the announcement ended, Shinharu slammed the table and stood up. "Chae-hyun, I have urgent business and need to go, sorry." With that, She turned and dashed out of the cafe before Chai Hyun could respond. Huh? Hadu. Running, Shin Haru steeled himself. Wait, ego's tick. This time I'll definitely catch you. Meanwhile, on some cliff, a familiar screen appeared, followed by Gostik's voice. Long time no see. Hello everyone. I'm the villain Ego's Tick. After introducing himself, he watched the comments scrolling by with anticipation. How will they react? Crazy. Do they treat this like a surprise event or something? Without overthinking, Ego's Tick pulled out his phone and joked. There's been a lot of news about me lately, huh? I'm not a hero, I'm the villain, and I even have a fan club. Saying that, he smiled wickedly and angled his phone to show the tracks below. Maybe everyone's misunderstanding? I'm the villain, after all. Pointing at the hostages, he then gestured toward the distant train. Ah, the train's almost here. Are you watching Stardust? At that question, a comment popped up. He's truly a diehard Stardust fan. Huh? Ignoring it, he began to explain. The rules are simple. You choose. Ego's Tick aimed the camera at the tracks and started to put on the pressure. Keep the lever in place to save one person instead of 5, or pull the lever and one person says bye-bye. As he said this, he thought of Lee Soo-bin driving the train and kept up the pressure. Don't act rashly. If anyone tries to pull those people off the tracks, I'll flip the train. Understand, Stardust? After explaining the rules, Ego Tick invited her to decide. You only have one choice. Pull the lever. Just then, Stardust appeared. You bastard, Ego's Tick. Without thinking, the girl leapt down and stood above. He watched, pleased. Here you are, Stardust. Looking at the hostages, she began to calculate. If I try to save them, the passengers on the train will be in danger. Think, Stardust. How can you save everyone? Seeing her hesitation, Ego's Tick, ignoring conscience, urged her on. Come on, the Pentakill train is pulling into the station. How will our Stardust choose? She hadn't done anything yet, and viewers were already speculating. Ego's Tick was very pleased with the comments. Sure enough, everyone thinks Stardust will pull the lever. But I believe the Stardust I know isn't that kind of person. At that moment, Lee Soo-bin panicked and shouted into the headset. Dang, she's running toward me. What do I do? Watching the figure sprinting like the wind, he reassured her. It's being live-streamed, so mute the broadcast first. Don't worry, she won't come to hurt you, Soo-bin. Advancing further, Lee Soo-bin felt a bit more confident. Yes, having successfully reassured her, Ego's Tick resumed his villain act. Okay, turn the mic back on. Oh, is this allowed? What is Stardust doing? She actually did that? That'll tear her apart. Stardust, why are you rushing into suicide? Stop. No matter what he said, Stardust and the train collided head-on. With all her strength, she tried to encourage herself. Just hold on a little longer. But suddenly the train sped up beyond that state, surprising Ego's Tick. Is it going faster? Realizing something, he panicked. Soo-bin, wake up. But the person had been knocked out cold. There was no response, and he was frantic. I didn't prepare for this. Watching Stardust standing dazed at the foot of the mountain, Ego's Tick continued his psychological taunt. Come on, the Pentakill train is pulling into the station. How will our Stardust choose? Though he said that outwardly, inside he was full of anticipation as he looked at the girl below. What will this righteous girl choose? The person he longed to see was now in agony over a psychological struggle. After some thought, Stardust gritted her teeth and sprinted straight toward the train. Seeing this, Ego's Tick was very pleased and pressed his hat down. Good. So far everything is going exactly according to plan. Pleased with how things were unfolding, he carried a terrified, struggling girl closer to the tracks. When they arrived, Ego's Tick gently placed the pale-faced girl on the tracks and secured her with tape. Despite the action, Egostik's interior screamed. Oh, what a pain. If it weren't for Shadow Walker, doing this at night would probably be easier. Planning a daytime terror requires watching so many things. Despite his complaints, he finished the final knot. After securing the hostage, Ego's Tick used his power to teleport up the cliff to watch the developments. Watching the 5 people he had tied under the tracks, he was very satisfied with the result. I'm a little proud of myself. Looking at the peaceful scene before him, Ego's Tick recalled some information. In the original story, Stardust would weaken after clashing with a villain, but in return she would grow. So, if I remove the villains beforehand to help her, she'll lose the chance to grow. Breaking free from that line of thought, he wrote a few familiar lines on the ground. When he finished, Ego's Tick smiled smugly and told himself, consider this a special physical training course for her. Back in the present, seeing Stardust throw herself at the train with all her might, He was a bit surprised and hurried to stop her. What are you doing? You'll be torn to pieces like that, Stardust. That scene sent the online watchers into a frenzy. Reading each comment, he felt despair. This wasn't my intention. Outwardly he said that, but inwardly he was thoroughly pleased. It was my intention all along. By now, Stardust had crashed into the train, shattering its front end. Standing on a cliff, Ego's Tick observed and analyzed the scene. Her muscle strength and flight ability are each lacking by about 2%. She's still just a near-rank hero, so stopping this train might be beyond her capability. But there's one trait others don't know about her. Studying Stardust's tense, determined face carefully, Ego's Tick commented honestly. It's that when she's in danger, her powers will erupt dramatically. Thinking that, he saw Stardust gradually being pushed backward. Still, he remained very confident. So she can absolutely stop this. With fierce belief, the train's engine began to clatter. However, it didn't slow down, it accelerated instead. This phenomenon made Ego's Tick uneasy. Is the train going even faster? Realizing this, he quickly called his accomplices, but Lee Subin had already long passed out. Subin, wake up! Receiving no reply, Ego's Tick fell into a state of panic. I didn't anticipate this. The worst-case scenarios played like a film in his mind. If the people tied to the tracks die, then even a road paved with flowers, the image of brave, superhero Stardust will be destroyed. Thinking of that possibility, Ego's Tick clutched his head and tore at his hair. What should I do? At the same time, the train drew near the doomed girl. Noticing this, Stardust gritted her teeth and summoned superhuman strength. Seeing the train didn't stop, she poured every ounce of her strength into holding it back. Even though the locomotive's front was nearly smashed to pieces, it still hadn't slowed at all. Standing above, Ego's Tick watched Stardust with expectation. Please, please, please. As the distance between the train and the hostages steadily closed, he could only pray. Please, come on. Suddenly, Ego's Tick noticed something. It turned out that after all that effort, the train had finally been stopped by Stardust, and the whole thing was being recorded on phone. Seeing the unbelievable, Ego's Tick was overjoyed. It stopped, temporarily out of the deadlock. Amid the chaos, he was filled with anticipation. Come on, show yourself. Stardust, will she be okay? The train was going so fast. Staring at the live phone screen, Ego's Tick's thoughts ran wild. Could she be dead? But at that moment, the familiar silhouette of Stardust appeared. Seeing the girl he longed for safe, he couldn't hide his excitement and cheer. After a moment, realizing he was still the villain, he pulled himself together. Oh no, she stopped it. She held on? This wasn't how my plan was supposed to go. Turning his attention to the dazed Stardust, Ego's Tick hypnotized himself. She found her own way to resolve the dilemma. Right? That declaration set the comments ablaze. Reading each line, his face lit with excitement. Yes, that's the right reaction. See, buried in pride, he praised the girl below relentlessly. This is the hero named Stardust. Watch her power erupt simply from the desire to save others. After expending all her strength, Stardust finally couldn't hold on and collapsed. Seeing this, worry flooded his eyes. Abandoning image, he jumped down to check on her. Approaching, he felt a pang when he heard a small scolding. You bastard, Ego's Tick. Though hurt, Ego's Tick stayed focused. All right, Stardust, you did far better than I ever imagined. This is your victory. After speaking, he smoothed her hair so she could rest and gave instructions. I'll be going. Rest well. Another hero will arrive to help you soon. To let Stardust rest, he stood, removed his hat, and showed a token of condolence. Yes, my little terror ends here. Thank you all for watching. After he spoke, the screen went dark, and a shocking comment appeared. What's up with those two? Why the vague atmosphere? The next morning, at the secret base, Han Seon was full of energy, running around. Get up, you oversleepers. Kim Dane and Lee Subin, after yesterday's event, were exhausted and listless. Oh my god, I'm dead. Good morning, Soon. Their state drew a reaction from the girl. Just one terrorist incident, and everyone's this worn out, not scolding them. Han Seon pointed to the table full of food and invited, look at these hot dishes. The two's eyes lit up. Seon, did you prepare this? Dane woke up, ruffled Han Seon's hair, and praised her. Thank you. Seon, it's nothing. Embarrassed, the girl pinched his waist. While Dane squirmed, Han Seon sat at the table and urged, eat quickly, it's getting cold. The three sat down together and enjoyed breakfast. Enjoy your meal. After saying that, everyone concentrated on savoring the food. While eating, Han Seo noticed the remote nearby and reached for it. She ate quickly, ran to the sofa, and turned on the TV. Let's see the latest news. The news opened, and Han Seo excitedly pointed at the screen. Let's see how yesterday's deeds were reported. Next story. Hearing that, Dane, still eating, couldn't hide his smugness. My villain image must be firmly established. Of course, Stardust also shoots up overnight. Two birds with one stone, getting the cake and the crumbs. At that moment, Han Seo burst out laughing, her strange demeanor puzzling him. Oh, what's that? The girl pointed at the screen and shouted excitedly. They say the two of them are dating. The anchor's commentary rang out. That's about A-rank hero Stardust stopping the train yesterday. First, please pay attention to this photo. The moment he brushed her hair to let her rest appeared. The anchor continued. Look here. You can see the villain and the hero looking like a couple. Elsewhere, Shin Haru watched the broadcast and, unable to contain his anger, crushed his cup. Similarly, Kim Dane shouted in fury. What the hell is this? The presenter said, in Korea, the most popular villain is egoistic, and the rising rookie hero is Stardust. The dating rumors between them have been getting extremely hot lately. Reporter Park, why has this romance rumor exploded? Reporter Park, why has this romance rumor exploded? Reporter Park pointed at the screen and continued. Look here, do you recognize it? The host said, yes, this is a line that says Stardust's name. Reporter Park slammed his hand on the desk, stood up, and declared loudly, no, it's not just a name written there. To use Stardust, this is a gift he gave her. The meaning is exactly that. Reporter Park slammed his hand on the desk, stood up, and declared loudly, no, it's not just a name written there. To use Stardust, this is a gift he gave her. The meaning is exactly that. Reporter Park pointed to the footage, asserting forcefully, look closely. If this isn't love, then what is it? As Ego's-Tick spoke those final words and closed Stardust's eyes, Stardust quietly fell asleep. Reporter Park said, if those two aren't dating, then what do you call this? Elsewhere, Shin Haru sat alone in the study room, watching that segment. Shin Haru, mood gloomy, propped his chin with his hand and thought, is everyone sane? Stardust dating that crazy villain? Absolutely never happening. Shin Haru fell silent for a moment, then asked herself, what is this? Clearly I feel hatred and loathing toward that guy. But along the line, there's also this strange feeling. As Shin Haru sat moping and muttering alone, a girl approached. Kim Chae-hyun, with a sympathetic expression, said to Shin Haru, Haru, your spirit is drained from study. Then Kim Chae-hyun pulled out an ice cream festival flyer, smiled brightly, and said to Shin Haru, today I'll heal you. Then Kim Chae-hyun tossed the flyer aside and, eyes shining with excitement, said, just trust me today, let's go have fun. Elsewhere, whining continued nonstop from the house. Come on, come on. Han Seo was lying on the floor, throwing a tantrum and kicking, desperate to go out. Lee Soo-bin, unsure what to do, said, Seon, don't be so whiny. Han Seo refused and said, we've done terrorism twice already. Now I want to go out. At that moment, Kim Dane spoke up. Soo-bin-san, how about we all go out for a trip? The moment Han Seo heard that, she immediately sat up and stopped her tantrum. The girl shouted joyfully in celebration. Soo-bin smiled too. Kim Dane held the ice cream festival flyer, like the one Kim Chae-hyun had, and smiled, thinking, this wasn't in the original, but I guess it's fine, right? Over with Shin Haru. Her mood had improved, and she wondered eagerly. An ice cream festival? At the ice cream festival, people were everywhere, and the scene was full of life. Kim Dane remarked, wow, even on a regular weekday noon, it's pretty crowded. Han Seo walked beside him with a cone, confused, and asked Kim Dane, are you wearing black again? Kim Dane smiled and replied, Seon, men should wear black. Han Seo laughed and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Kim Dane looked rather surprised. She's smiling so brightly? And she even calls me on. Kim Dane chuckled to himself, thinking, she really does seem genuinely happy. Han Seo squealed, pointing ahead. There's rice flour ice cream. Then Han Seo immediately excitedly ran to the ice cream stall. Kim Dane smiled at Lee Soo-bin and said, worth going out, right? Soo-bin replied cheerfully, yeah, for sure. She looks so happy. Lee Soo-bin activated her personal perceptual filter. When Kim Dane recruited her, she had already been on air once. Kim Dane tasted a spoonful of ice cream. He exclaimed in surprise, Oh, this is really good. Scooping another spoon, Kim Dane said, Subin, you should taste it too. Lee Subin blushed, shyly eyeing the spoon Kim Dane offered. Han Seon stood nearby and innocently asked, What's wrong? Cease. Hurry up and eat. Lee Subin stammered, Wait, give me a moment. Lee Subin, embarrassed, opened her mouth and slowly leaned toward the spoon, thinking, Isn't this an indirect kiss? Finally, Subin tasted the spoonful of ice cream. Immediately after, her face filled with enjoyment as she exclaimed, It's really good. Han Seon had also finished her cone. The girl happily ran to another ice cream stand. There, mango ice cream. Kim Dane hurriedly said, Hey, wait for me. Han Seon pressed her bright eyes against the glass and stared at the ice cream display. Then she eagerly told the vendor, Give me a cone, please. The vendor handed over the ice cream and smiled at Kim Dane. Oh my, this kid looks exactly like their parents. So cute. Kim Dane was at a loss. What? Then he shut his eyes and accepted it casually. Haha. Ah, yes, that's right. Lee Subin stood beside him, her face flushed bright red. Han Seon turned back, grinning as she teased Kim Dane softly. You really do look older, don't you? Kim Dane wouldn't back down and teased back. Maybe it's your height, not me. Han Seon couldn't argue and huffed. The vendor brought out the ice cream. Here's the kid's cone. 1 cone and 2 cups coming right up. They took the ice cream, and Kim Dane smiled and asked Han Seon, Order for us too? She answered, As the leader of the Mango Club, of course I have to get mango ice cream. Kim Dane, puzzled by this new identity of his, asked, Mango Club? Seeing the vendor's grin, Kim Dane hid his face in embarrassment and said, Ah, it's nothing. Suddenly, Kim Dane's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out the vendor was showing off a picture on the back of his shirt. The image was Kim Dane in his egoistic persona. The vendor laughed and said, I made this myself. Looks good, right? Kim Dane had no comment. Han Seon generously gave a thumbs up and praised, Absolutely cinematic. A while later, the three sat on a bench eating ice cream and relaxing. Suddenly, Kim Dane saw something. He asked Han Seon, Seon, I used to be a master of throwing darts back in the day, did you know? Kim Dane prepared to show off his skill. I'll show you what I can do. Han Seon, as if catching him out, asked, Hey, are you going to cheat using remote control powers? Kim Dane immediately froze, stunned. The attendant said, There's a special event right now. The attendant at the dart booth explained. If you hit all 10 targets, you'll win that 10-tier ice cream. Han Seon said, I prefer the second prize. That teddy bear is way cuter. Kim Dane asked the attendant. But the first prize can be chosen freely, right? The attendant agreed. Yes, Kim Dane confidently promised Han Seon. Seon, listen, I'll get it for you. Kim Dane thought to himself, pretending to concentrate, then planned to discreetly add a bit of power and launch it in one go. At that moment, Kim Chae-hyun also approached the dart stall and asked the attendant, How much per try? She had caught Kim Dane's attention beside her. He thought to himself, She looks familiar. Soon after, Kim Dane was startled and remembered that she was Kim Chae-hyun, Shin Haru Sr. from college. Kim Chae-hyun said, Ooh, Aru, the prize even includes a 10-tier ice cream. Another female voice chimed in. Let me try to get one for you, okay? Han Seon, seeing Kim Dane zoned out, asked curiously, What are you doing? Throw it already. At that moment, Lee Subin and Han Seon finally noticed Shin Haru's arrival. The three of them broke into a cold sweat and dared not make a sound. Then Shin Haru glanced over at the three. She looked at Kim Dane, who was still frozen in his throwing stance. Kim Chae-hyun beamed brightly, pointing ahead. Haru, there's rice flour ice cream over there. The two went to the ice cream shop. Kim Chae-hyun savored the flavor ecstatically. This is insanely good. In a cheerful mood, she looked at Shin Haru. Haru, you should try this. Shin Haru leaned forward and tasted the ice cream with her lips. After tasting it, her cheeks flushed and her eyes lit up. It's delicious. Kim Chae-hyun, holding the cup and smiling with satisfied eyes, said, Finally, your expression has relaxed. Haru. It seemed the two were drawn to something, and they turned their heads at the same time. Kim Chae-hyun grabbed Shin Haru's hand, her heart full of rosy delight. Let's go. The stall over there has Haru's favorite flavor. She looked toward the food stall and said, It's mango. Hurry, let's eat. Seeing the mango, Shin Haru's eyes sparkled, showing extreme delight. But soon after, her mood suddenly turned gloomy and she lowered her face. The attendant, delighted, turned to show the back of his shirt with a chibi image. I made it myself. Kim Chae-chun pides appreciative. Oh my god, it's so cute. After that, The two rested on a cool bench. Kim Chae-chun siterichit komfortabi. I really like this. She tilted her head slightly and turned to Shin Haru. You like it too, right, Haru? From being upset, Shin Haru gave a bright smile and replied, Of course, sis. Then Shin Haru closed her eyes, enjoying the moment. Under the large cherry tree, a few petals drifted down, and Shin Haru thought, How long has it been since I went out to see scenery like this? She smiled at the corner of her mouth, eyes closed. It's wonderful. Not long after, Kim Chae-hyun pointed at the food stall in front of them. Haru, finish this, and then we'll try that one, okay? Shin Haru watched her intently as she got excited. Darts? Immediately, Shin Haru smiled brightly. Sounds fun, right? Balloons were decorated and neatly arranged on the stall roof in vivid colors. The friendly attendant presented the darts game. There's an event right now. If you hit all 10, you'll win that 10-tier ice cream. Shin Haru watched lightly and replied, Yes, ma'am. Her characteristic blue eyes skimmed over and landed on the three players sweating nervously. They looked like a young couple, but why did the girl's hair look silver? No, she must be a niece that fits better. Shin Haru stared at the worried Kim Dane for a long moment, thinking to herself, Why does this man feel so familiar? Before she could think further, Kim Chae-hyun from behind shouted, Haru, you throw? Shin Haru heard and quickly agreed. Ah, yes. Shin Haru dashed forward, emitting a brilliant orange glow. Kim Chae-hyun grinned with delight. A direct hit on the first try. Kim Dane watched, sweat dripping, a little anxious, thinking, Stardust's ability is monstrous strength and flight. He found himself watching her more each day. But this monstrous power wasn't just raw strength. Then he used the item in his hand to be more precise. At that moment, Shin Haru delivered another perfect throw, demonstrating extraordinarily superior physicality. Excited voices rang out. 2 hits already. Kim Dane lowered his head, a bit disappointed, thinking, right now her power erupts horribly only when needed, but later, she'll gradually become superhuman beyond human limits. Shin Haru threw darts cheerfully. Not only her pentagon, but even hexagon senses developed. Put another way, instinct would make her notice whenever something was off. Shin Haru found it strange that Kim Dane kept looking dejected, thinking deeply to prove that idea. Right at that moment, she had just enough to sense who that guy might be. If she revealed her identity there, and he pictured Shin Haru as a superhuman in his mind, he'd send her straight to prison. Shin Haru and Kim Chae-hyun hugged each other in joy, which left Kim Dane stunned. One dart thrown by Shin Haru at high speed hit a balloon. Kim Chae-hyun stood beside her, praising enthusiastically. Haru, you're amazing. You hit all 10. Hearing that, Shin Haru immediately became modest and bashful. It's nothing, just a small thing. The attendant happily handed the two a 10-tier ice cream. 10-tier ice cream. Here you go. The attendant inadvertently turned to Kim Dane. Oh, aren't you throwing, sir? He was taken aback and replied suddenly, Oh my, there's someone so skilled next to me, I couldn't stop watching. I'll throw now. Kim Dane turned to Han Sung, forcing a smile and hesitating as he said, Seon, look, I'll show you my dart technique. The girl cheered him on, but with a hint of doubt. Hurry up. Kim Dane held 10 darts at once, worrying and thinking. No need to use powers, just throw a few and slip away. He quickly threw them decisively forward. But unfortunately, his 10 throws all hit the 10 balloons perfect. Everyone was stunned, eyes wide and mouths agape. Kim Dane, on the other hand, how on earth? Kim Chae-hyun held a 10-tier ice cream stick and looked at him in surprise. The guy next to us is really good too. The attendant brought out a teddy bear. You said you prefer the teddy bear over the first prize, right? Here, the teddy is ready. But Kim Dane chose to dash off quickly. The attendant raised her hand to stop them. Oh, wait. The three of them ran, laughing awkwardly. It's okay, we're leaving. Han Seon quickly chimed in. Yeah, let's go. Kim Chae-hyun held the long ice cream, smiling brightly. Hey, we'll carry this over to Haru for you. Shin Haru held the teddy and turned her face. Yes. But halfway there, the ice cream stick tripped because it was so tall and toppled over. The colorful tears of ice cream tumbled toward Kim Dane. Seeing that, he thought, if even a bit sticks to me, that's the end. His eyes widened, mouth agape. I must avoid it at all costs. Kim Dane's mind raced. He lunged to the spot without ice cream, then collapsed weakly. Everyone rushed over in alarm. Han Seon panicked. Are you okay? Shin Haru felt guilty, mouth agape. Are you all right? Kim Chae-hyun's eyes softened, her hand over her mouth, showing concern. Kim Dane hurriedly replied, "Ah, I'm fine, you don't need to worry." Then slowly, Kim Dane gingerly stood up, touching his neck. "It's nothing, I overdid it a bit, just had to dodge slightly." "Come on, let's go." Lee Soo-bin, having seen it, was a bit annoyed. "What are you thinking? Please hurry up. If this keeps up, we'll all be dead." Sweat ran down Kim Dane's face. Halfway through speaking, a dark cloud of smoke rolled in from behind. "Hurry and go." Shin Haru and Kim Dane immediately turned to look at the strange phenomenon. The sky turned blood-tinged, accompanied by thick gray-black smoke, sending people running. The sharp fangs of a green-furred crocodile appeared. It puffed itself up huge in front of them and roared, "Stardust, Stardust, come out here." System notice, Crocodile Man, a rank villain. Kim Dane grabbed Han Seo-eun and Lee Soo-bin, making Lee Soo-bin embarrassed. "You two stay right here." Kim Dane's sharp, suspicious gaze rose as he thought. According to the original sequence, that guy shouldn't appear yet. So why is he active right now? Shin Haru seemed to have grasped the situation and dashed forward. Kim Chae-hyun cried out in surprise. "Haru!" Kim Dane gritted his teeth, pain showing. Running back to the association to get a cognition-reducing filter is too rushed now. If she were Stardust in the original, the moment she revealed her face would be the start of her misfortune and downfall. The image of a woman with golden hair hiding her face appeared. No, in the original, when she appears, she'll meet something terrible. Kim Dane's body throbbed with pain. He clenched his teeth. "That thing, no matter what, I won't let it happen." Kim Dane shouted, and sudden purple lights rose, enveloping his body. The beams grew stronger by the moment. His everyday clothes fell away and were blown elsewhere. He reappeared dressed in a vest and a stylish hat, completely different from before. "I'll pack up my things later." "Seo-eun? The girl's standing behind you. What are you planning to do?" Not long after, Kim Dane ordered Han Seo-eun, "Assist with the broadcast for me." Han Seo-eun sat bewildered, clutching the teddy, mumbling, "Dane." The crocodile wildly thrashed its hands, overturning everything. "Stardust, if you don't appear, I'll smash everything." Its eyes gleamed golden as a broadcast voice proclaimed, "Hello, dear viewers." The black speakers echoed loudly. "The true evil of this era." Kim Dane grabbed the mic, baring his teeth in a smile. "The common enemy of the Republic of Korea, egoistic." His voice carried over the speakers. "How dare you trespass on my territory?" The little crocodile, it stood below, angry and ready to act. "What?" On online forums, people began to chatter. "Egoistic, egoistic, egoistic." Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, is that egoistic?" Another account wrote, "He just admitted he's the common enemy." Others wondered, wasn't he a hero before? I just don't get it. Everyone was excited. One person kicked off, laughing uproariously. "Why does this feel like a rock festival?" Kim Dane's terrifying face appeared in view. He glanced down and murmured, "Now you will die here." At a corporation's building, 3 years earlier, inside an association lecture hall, a voice rang out. The device before them was indispensable to heroes. A middle-aged man stood before the seated crowd. He pointed to the modern machine beside him and said, "What we call the cognition-reducing filter, or simply the filter." He explained, after entering the device and coming back out, for a certain period the filter will be applied to the face. Only faces with the filter applied will cause viewers to experience recognition disruption. He continued, "But if you reveal your face to someone who already knows it, the filter won't work." "Understood." The crowd below answered in unison, "Yes." Then his expression turned serious. He gripped the mic and said, "Even an idiot knows how dangerous it is for a hero to have their face revealed. Careers aside, an entire life can be ruined. Remember that well." Shin Haru, sitting below, firmly shouted, "Yes." Back in the present, the street lay in ruins, shrouded in dust and smoke. At that moment, Kim Chae-hyun and Shin Haru were frantically hiding by the roadside. Shin Haru turned her head and looked around with a worried expression. She thought to herself, "It's too late to go back to headquarters for the filter. What should I do?" Suddenly Shin Haru clenched her fists, looking very determined. She looked toward the panicking crowd and thought, "In this situation, should I become a hero just to run away?" Shin Haru untied her hairband. Her golden hair fluttered in the wind, her expression resolute. She clenched her hands, stepped forward, and thought, "No." Kim Chae-hyun, seeing this, panicked and shouted, "Haru!" Suddenly, a group of people looking at their phones brightened and shouted, "Look, it's Ego's Tick. Ego's Tick has arrived." Shin Haru heard it, jolted, turned around with a puzzled look, and blurted, "What?" She murmured, "The true villain of this era, the common enemy of the Republic of Korea, Ego's Tick." At that time, Kim Dane stood on a building rooftop. Beside him were two enormous speakers blasting music at high volume. Below was a green crocodile monster. Kim Dane shouted, "How dare you trespass on my territory, you little crocodile?" The crocodile, surprised, cried out, "What?" Kim Dane smiled cruelly, pointed at the crocodile monster, and said, "Now you will die here." Then Kim Dane picked up the mic, thinking, "No, absolutely not. Stardust, by the rules." After revealing her face, she suffered so much. A hero's normal life is truly important. Kim Dane yelled at the crocodile in an angry tone. "Do you understand that, you crocodile?" The crocodile monster shouted back at Kim Dane in opposition. "Bastard, that name acting like he's close to Stardust. Isn't that Ego's Tick?" Suddenly the crocodile sprang up and lunged toward Kim Dane like the wind. Kim Dane said, "Hey, why do you keep bringing up Stardust?" Comments appeared. "The crazed Stardust fans are here. Hey, crocodile." The crocodile raced at Kim Dane with a furious expression, shouting, "I'll kill you." At that moment, it quickly climbed the building's wall, using its strength to cling to the rooftop edge. It climbed up to the rooftop where Kim Dane was standing. Upon seeing Kim Dane, it acted viciously and bellowed, "Come at me." Kim Dane used teleportation to step back. The crocodile monster then lunged toward Kim Dane. Suddenly, Kim Dane teleported and appeared above the crocodile monster. He said, "What do you think you're doing, you bastard?" Kim Dane slammed the crocodile monster's head with a hard strike, grinning. "You know my name but didn't know I can teleport?" Startled by the unexpected hit, the crocodile flailed its limbs wildly to strike Kim Dane. But whenever it neared, Kim Dane vanished before its eyes. It shouted angrily, "You damn mosquito! Fight me properly one-on-one." Kim Dane calmly replied, "Hey, I'm a villain." Immediately a comment popped up. "He's a villain, still insisting he's a villain today." Kim Dane looked at those comments utterly bewildered. More comments appeared. "But why did Ego's Tick run over there?" Kim Dane thought, "Wait, I need to explain this a bit. If I don't, people will assume I came because of Stardust." Suddenly Kim Dane stopped and shouted at the crocodile, "Hold on, hear me out." The crocodile answered, "Fine, speak quickly." Kim Dane shouted in a questioning tone, "Okay, but first I have to ask this. Why did you suddenly attack me?" The crocodile answered without hesitation, "Of course, I targeted Stardust. You seem very concerned about Stardust, so you were my enemy." Kim Dane was surprised, stunned, and thought, "What the hell? What kind of logic is this?" Comments displayed. "That stupid villain even knows Ego's Tick likes Stardust. He doesn't know Ego's Tick can teleport, but he knows he likes Stardust." More comments. "Two guys fighting over one girl? Isn't Ego's Tick here in Stardust's stead? What's going on? Why are these two involved?" Bidobla Regano. Suddenly the crocodile pointed at the dazed Kim Dane and shouted, "Also, you said you'd kill me first." A comment read, "Haha, exactly." Kim Dane, stunned, replied, "When did I say that?" Hearing that, the crocodile grew furious, its aura blazing like fire. It roared, "You said, how dare you trespass on my territory, you little crocodile? Now you will die here. You said that, didn't you?" Kim Dane flustered, trying to explain, No, I didn't say that." A comment displayed. Why is the crocodile suddenly talking sweet? How is that a threat? It screamed at Kim Dane in a frenzy. "I'm really going berserk." Then it opened its long jaws wide. A fireball slowly formed in its mouth. Kim Dane showed a fearful expression, eyes wide, thinking, isn't that an ultimate skill?" Before he could finish thinking, the crocodile spat a massive stream of fire, incinerating nearly everything before it. Crocodile Man's ultimate skill, intense flame breath. Fortunately, Kim Dane quickly used teleportation and avoided the crocodile's deadly attack. He teleported behind the crocodile, horrified by the terrifying scene, and said in amazement, "One hit and you die instantly." The crocodile turned its head to Kim Dane and said with a cutting tone, surprised, "Ego's Tick?" At that moment, Kim Dane without hesitation whipped out a black cloth. Instantly, countless guns materialized from the cloth and flew toward the crocodile. Kim Dane stared coldly at the crocodile, clenched his fist, and said, "See you in hell, you bastard." Immediately, All the guns fired at the crocodile. After a series of explosions, everything was swallowed by smoke and dust. Kim Dane rose into the air, looked at the cloud of smoke, and wondered, did we take him out? Comments appeared. Oh, unbelievable. After taking that barrage, the crocodile is still alive. It burst out of the smoke and shouted, do you think a few bullets like that can hurt me? Suddenly, Kim Dane's mask fell off in front of the livestream camera. He quickly teleported away from the phone. Slowly, he pulled out a gas mask, stood high above looking at the crocodile, and said, no, this is to make you let your guard down. Suddenly, Kim Dane threw something unidentified toward the crocodile. The crocodile sneered, opened its maw wide, and swallowed it whole. It yelled, you damn mosquito. At that moment, a strong light emitted from the unidentified object inside the crocodile's mouth. The crocodile convulsed as if shocked, trembling in pain as a golden light appeared around it. Kim Dane thought, hey you, by the rules, Stardust struggled so much because of your thick hide. Did you think I wasn't prepared? After that attack, the crocodile was covered in blood. It staggered for a moment, then collapsed completely unconscious. Comments kept appearing. Mangastic, Mangastic. Demand the association appoint Mangastic as a hero immediately. Yet he calls himself a villain. The guns that had fired lost power and slowly fell to the ground. Kim Dane also descended slowly onto the rooftop along with the guns. Guns were scattered everywhere on the ground. Kim Dane gathered the guns with a trembling, exhausted demeanor. He looked up at the sky and complained, damn, that took too much energy. Wanted to stage a cool telekinetic scene, but my power's drained. I can barely hold the phone. Then Kim Dane remembered the phone that was live streaming and read a comment. So you came here to deal with a villain? Kim Dane flustered and blurted out wildly, yes. No, listen, everyone. I came because I hate that crocodile. Don't think I acted for Stardust or for the public good. Comments displayed. He'll say anything. Suddenly, a golden light appeared out of nowhere and descended onto the rooftop where Kim Dane stood. It was Shin Haru. She slowly rose to her feet after a spectacular landing. Then Shin Haru approached Kim Dane and demanded, did you take that guy down? Kim Dane answered calmly, yeah, he was blocking the way, so I dealt with him. Shin Haru looked slightly suspicious. She stared coldly at Kim Dane and said why. Kim Dane shrugged and replied nonchalantly, what do you mean? He kept shouting that me and Stardust were all lovey-dovey and ambiguous, so it annoyed me. Shin Haru was startled and said, what? Then Kim Dane put on his headphones, looked at Shin Haru, and smiled as he continued, ah, Miss Stardust. Next time if something like today happens, don't think you can just show your face and flaunt it. Once your face is exposed, your life will be miserable. Shin Haru was taken aback and stared at Kim Dane in bewilderment. Then he turned, grabbed the phone, and said, all right, that's the end of today's stream. That surprise drained me. Big event next month, stay tuned. Comments read, what were you two saying on stream before you cut the mic? After that, Kim Dane vanished in a flash of light, saying goodbye. Shin Haru reached out and said wait. Her expression was a little sad. At that moment, Kim Dane had teleported back home. Suddenly, blood welled up from his mouth. Kim Dane's face was expressionless, looking like an empty shell. Han Seo, Un, and Subin, seeing this, panicked and ran over with worried faces, shouting, Sir, Dane! At that moment, Kim Dane had collapsed onto the floor. On the rooftop, Shin Haru found Kim Dane's mask and picked it up. She examined the mask, thinking, how did he know what I was thinking? Why? Who are you really, egoistic? Shin Haru sat in front of her computer watching the news. Two hot headlines from KBS News were on the screen. Exclusive. Chaos at the Ice Cream Festival. A-rank villain Crocodile Man has been captured. He was subdued by Egoistic and transferred to the Eastern Heroes Detention Camp. The building was destroyed by the crocodile 4 hours earlier. Close up. Egoistic faster than anyone. Is A-rank villain Egoistic really a villain or something else? Search for Egoistic. About 2030 results found in 0.45 seconds. Official fan club Egoistic Mango Stick Society Hero Portal. The true hero of this era because of mangoes and for mangoes. The fan club was founded to honor Mango Stick. One comment. Is Mango Stick a god? Today suddenly the Mango Stick G. Miyagatag joined the Mango Stick fan club. Egostic. Another comment. These days Mango Stick seems better than those other heroes. Admiring Mango Stick is oddly understandable. Right before praising Mango Stick, the user was banned for a month for supporting a villain. Why did everyone stop doing that now? Shinharu held her head in exasperation. Then she suddenly saw a comment. What did the hero do today? Mango Stick street appearances and the fandom's blind cheering. If Korea stays like this. Under that post was a comment with Dane's humorous icon. Awesome, right? Shinharu blurted out. Damn it. She lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, thinking she was the only one who disliked Ego's tip. She recalled the ice cream seller proudly showing off his Mango Club shirt. I made this myself. Chaehyun beside him also praised it. Oh, so cute. Then she remembered him warning her, Miss Stardust, next time if something happens, don't just show your face and flaunt it. Shinharu agonized over the answer. Could everyone be right while I'm the only one wrong? On the other side, Subin and Seoun stood in front of a glass enclosure. Kim Dane lay inside it. Little Seoun kept angrily saying, because of that Stardust girl. Suddenly a noise made the girl freeze. Kim Dane opened his eyes, tapped on the glass, and asked, why are you all crying? The two couldn't help but look at him with worry. Immediately, Seoun rushed in, hugged him, and cried loudly. Seeing that, Kim Dane reassured her. It's okay, it's okay. In the end, he recovered and had dinner with everyone. He couldn't believe he didn't even know he'd been unconscious for 3 days. Looking back, it was probably from using teleportation so much and lifting his body with telekinesis. He was truly exhausted. Suddenly, Seoun spoke up. From now on, you must take care of your body properly, okay? Kim Dane quickly promised. Okay, I'll do that. He looked at the girl cheerfully, thinking that at least this kid had shed tears for him. Spending time with her seemed to be work. Over there, Subin worriedly said, why did you go out like that? Why did you run off? People thought you were a hero. Seoun agreed and questioned. Right, it's completely incomprehensible. You go around saying you're a villain all the time. Kim Dane replied calmly. If I hadn't stepped in, Stardust would have acted anyway. The little girl still didn't understand and asked, so what? Kim Dane answered, making Seoun pause. It's dangerous. He explained, if that situation happens, once a hero's identity is exposed, all their personal information gets leaked. What comes next? Grudging villains or other bad actors will track the hero down and eliminate. Seoun still didn't see the importance. How does that concern me? Kim Dane patiently explained it. Seojun. The world we live in is a tilted system, an imbalance between good and evil. Most so-called heroes don't walk the heroic path. They choose the path of villains. The rewards for efforts to eliminate threats are too small, and they're constantly harassed. So instead of struggling as heroes and suffering, many choose to be villains to live more easily. According to him, in South Korea alone, there are only 3 A-rank heroes: Stardust, Ice, and Shadow Walker. But A-rank villains are everywhere, aren't they? After hearing this, Seoun could only sigh. So that's why you plan to take out villains for them. A kind of dark era hero. What does that concern us? Kim Dane scratched his neck awkwardly. Not that much, I just care a bit about Korea's fate. Suddenly Seoun's face darkened and she asked, you and that Stardust girl, do you like her? Instantly, Kim Dane grew serious. Hey, don't call her that, Seoun. Speak more respectfully. The atmosphere between them grew tense. Subin could only try to mediate. Seoun, change the subject. Why don't you bring up what we discussed earlier? Tell Kim Dane about it. Immediately, Seoun changed her tone and exclaimed, right? The girl turned to Kim Dane and said, hey. Kim Dane looked puzzled and scoffed. Seoun pleaded, it's almost summer. Let's go on a trip. To the beach. Kim Dane replied, a trip? A trip sounds nice. The girl cheered with delight. But Kim Dane had another idea. But let's stage one more terrorist incident before we go. Seoun was confused. Huh? Another terrorist incident. He wanted this to lower their notoriety a bit. In truth, Kim Dane had another goal, to make Stardust stronger. He wasn't sure those crocodile-type villains wouldn't reappear. If Stardust had to face them, it would be difficult. Seoun pouted a little. Are we really going on the trip? To appease her, Kim Dane hooked pinkies. Promise. The girl joyfully shouted. You promise. Then Seoun happily ran off. Let's pack. She worked at full speed, saying, I've actually thought of dozens of plans already. Seoun said crisply. Among them, if I could suggest one. Kim Dane and Subin thought, wow, Seoun's being proactive. The girl laid out the plan. Previous terrorist incidents were at an observatory or on a train. Both were land-based attacks, right? She proposed a new idea. This time let's do it underwater or up in the sky. Immediately, Kim Dane felt a jolt of electricity and shouted, "Got it." Subin clenched his hands and asked anxiously, "What is it, Kim Dane?" He answered, "Try this idea. Imagine a plane crashing into the sea." The idea sparked, and Kim Dane and Seoun grinned wickedly. Subin felt a bit frightened by these two villains. A plane was flying in the sky. Everyone on the flight was relaxed, unaware of what was coming. Suddenly, the plane lost power, yet passengers remained optimistic, thinking, "Look, with the lights off, the sky looks clearer. It's got that travel vibe." The screens on the plane suddenly lit up, displaying the words "the ego." A voice echoed through the cabin. "Everyone, it's a pleasure to see you all again. The biggest quiz in the sky at 25,000 feet, no. I mean the biggest airborne trivia game. Welcome to the Ego Live." An angry passenger shouted, "Flight attendant, what's going on?" Kim Dane continued the announcement. "All right. And of course, the plane you're on already has a bomb attached. A bomb is affixed to the fuselage." At that moment, the pilot realized and wondered, "What? When did he attach that?" Hearing that, everyone immediately panicked and screamed. On the other side, Kim Dane smiled slyly. "Now, let the game begin." Cut to the hero's headquarters. Shin Haru rushed into the room and asked, "How long has it been since the incident started?" The association chairman trembled as he said, "Even if you go, you might not be able to do anything in time." This remark immediately angered her. She slammed the table and shouted, "Is that what the chairman says? I'm going right now." He turned away and said, "Did I say don't go? Daytime operations are really difficult." Suddenly someone entered. At the sight of that person, Shin Haru beamed and exclaimed, "Kim Ja-hyun." The person who had entered was Kim Ja-hyun, a rank hero shadow walker, the king of the night. He turned to the chairman and said, "Hurry to Jeju Airport and then go to sleep. Fighting is too exhausting for me." The chairman warned, "Don't overexert yourself. We can't save everyone." Shadow Walker activated his ability, and Shin Haru replied, "I'll remember that." As she stepped closer to Shadow Walker, the two were enveloped by a wave of dark power. Instantly, they were transported to the scene. Shin Haru rushed off quickly, not forgetting to thank him. "Thanks for your trouble." Shadow Walker covered his mouth and collapsed on the stairs, nearly passing out. Shin Haru dashed outside hurriedly. When she looked up at the sky, she was horrified. Her running feet suddenly froze, her face showing despair. "How can we stop this?" Before Shin Haru was a plane engulfed in flames in midair. Cut to 1 year earlier, in a building where villains were holding a meeting. They all turned toward the man seated above and listened as he said, "The day we place Seon-woo and all of the Republic of Korea beneath our feet is not far off." He, Needle 1000, an A-rank villain, laughed triumphantly. Suddenly a voice rang out, But I have a different opinion." They became alert. "Who is it?" Shadow Walker appeared in the corner of the room and replied, "It's the hero." The rookie A-rank hero Shadow Walker, king of the night, crossed his arms and coolly said, "You villains." Needle 1000 stepped forward, posturing. "Hey kid, do you know whose territory this is?" A subordinate villain, puzzled, asked, "How did he get in here?" Suddenly Shadow Walker, with a fierce look, stood motionless. Needle 1000 lunged forward, throwing a punch and shouting, "This is my territory. I'm Needle 1000." He delivered a powerful blow. That force rushed toward Shadow Walker, but the boy remained unmoved. Suddenly, the punch halted when it made contact with Shadow Walker. This left Needle 1000 incredulous. He and his henchmen looked around, puzzled. Where did he disappear to? Suddenly, something strange happened beneath one man's shadow. He was instantly swallowed into the shadow. The remaining henchmen quickly suffered the same fate. Needle 1000 immediately surrounded himself with power, thinking, "Don't be careless. He's not ordinary." Shadow Walker's night power seeped into his shoulders. Shadow Walker appeared from behind and lunged forward. But Needle 1000 was no pushover either. He shot power from his back like quills in a Shadow Walker. He smugly turned his head and said, "This brat dares to bar his claws at me." However, when he looked back, Shadow Walker was lying on the ground, covered in black power. Suddenly he vanished, sending Needle 1000 into a panic. Shadow Walker, his eyes glowing red, appeared behind him and asked, "Hey, Porcupine, earlier you said this was your territory, right?" He reached out, gray power surging, and said, "Sorry, but this place has become my territory now." A dark hand enveloped him, trapping Needle 1000 in another space. Recalling the scene, Shadow Walker lay on the stairs, panting, thinking, "I'm probably dead." All this time, Kim Dane had been watching every moment of Shin Haru and the King of Night. He thought, okay, the main character has stepped onto the stage. He grinned slyly and spoke into the mic. Now, time for the final thrilling puzzle. Let's begin. Everyone clutched their phones, praying in desperation. A man trembled in fear, sweating profusely. Flashback 30 minutes earlier, when everyone was still terrified. A piercing sound rang out along with an image of Kim Dane. Everyone fell silent, too anxious to make a sound. At that moment, he spoke. Now, before the game begins, I'll announce the rules. Please turn on your phones and disable airplane mode. Seeing the message arrive, everyone glanced at their phones, hearts pounding. The Ego Live, meaningless quiz. 10 questions in total. If even one person answers all questions correctly, the bomb will be defused. But if no one answers a question correctly, everyone will be wiped out. Send your answers to this number. Ready? Huh. Kim Dane continued. From now on, absolute silence. No cheating, no discussion, understood? Any sound, and you're immediately eliminated. Question 1 began. On the phones appeared. How many people could a Titanic lifeboat hold? 59 seconds counted down for this question. A woman tried to glance at her neighbor. Immediately, Kim Dane announced. That woman who cheated, eliminated. In panic, she let out a cry. She made a sound just now, right? She's eliminated. Then the man next to her is eliminated in her place. People watching the live stream commented excitedly. This is truly hellish trivia. Just watching is nerve-wracking. Someone wondered, so cruel. Who called Mango Stick a hero? That's terrifying. When the timer hit 0, Kim Dane announced. Well, too easy, right? The answer to question 1 is 9 people. What? He slapped his thigh in glee and laughed. Because it's a lifeboat for itself. Everyone fell silent. He sneered. Enjoying that, are you? The large screen displayed a seating chart of everyone. He announced. Those eliminated, more than half have been eliminated. Just this far, and it's already chaotic. Everyone should be a bit more tense. Now come on. Next question. Time passed, and the number of eliminated people kept increasing. Some sighed in relief for getting through the question. Others clasped their hands and prayed. Now, it was the final question, and only one person remained. Kim Dane said, well, feeling the peak of tension yet? Kim Dane looked at the screen, saw Shin Haru step forward, and thought, good. Then he extended the time. Since this is the final round, let's do a little interview, see how it goes. Everyone's lives rest on one man's word. That's Mr. Kim Dokbae from Baedong District. You have become the last person remaining. How do you feel? The man called panicked. Oh, truly, it's a responsibility. Kim Dane teased. Why like that? I told you what happens if you make a sound. The man and everyone else were extremely frightened, but then he exhaled when Kim Dane said, oh dear, it's the final question anyway. So a small mistake like this can be forgiven, right? Isn't that so, everyone? But I don't like that, haha. After saying that, the man was also eliminated. The plane shook violently as people screamed. The plane caught fire and plummeted toward the sea. Kim Dane grinned triumphantly. Now, this performance is ready. It's time for the hero to appear, Stardust. Her face showed utter despair, not knowing how to save everyone. Shin Haru looked up at the object exploding in the sky, then fell silent and asked, what do we do now? The association chairman on the other end responded dismissively. What else could be done? Forget it. I'm busy drafting a statement to respond to criticism right now. Damn it. Now it's the president's phone. I have to hang up. Shin Haru's hands clenched in anger. Then she collapsed in helplessness. I thought I had stopped a 100 kilometers per hour vessel. In the end, is my current power still not enough? Damn it. What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, Shin Haru seemed to recall some memory. In the past, in that desperate situation, the girl was helpless, tears streaming as she suffered the pain of losing loved ones. Mother, father, I'll kill that man at any cost. The scene was unbearably tragic. A girl clutching the bodies of her closest relatives in a dark, narrow alley. Recalling that painful memory, Shin Haru slammed her fist down hard, creating cracks. She gritted her teeth in rage. Back then was like this, and now it's the same. I can't save anyone. Suddenly, the communication earpiece connected. To her astonishment, the voice on the other end said, hello, Ms. Stardust. This is Ego's Tick. Elsewhere, Kim Dane stretched and yawned. He said, this terrorist operation is remote-controlled, so it seems easier to handle. Han Seun, typing at the keyboard, suddenly called out anxiously, hey Kim Dane. He looked over, puzzled. Yes? Hanson turned and pointed at the screen, smiling. That Stardust girl? No, Miss Stardust is standing frozen on the ground over there. Kim Dane saw it, and his eyes widened in surprise. Then he suddenly became excited, leaped up, and shouted, startling Hanson. What's wrong? Stardust. The image on the screen showed Shin Haru intently listening to the earpiece. Kim Dane seemed to realize something and turned to call the girl. Seoun, can you connect to the in-ear earpiece that Stardust is wearing? Han Seoun quickly typed on the keyboard and said, Connected, but why are you rushing? Kim Dane replied, There's no time, hurry up. Back with Shin Haru, she was stunned when the earpiece spoke. Hello, Miss Stardust, this is Ego's Tick. She became agitated, shouted, cursed. You disgusting trash, blow up the tower. Kim Dane on the other end continued. You're making me curious. Why aren't you going to save people and just standing there? It's falling now. The plane is about to crash. Shin Haru was furious. Looking at the plane burning and falling, snarled. This is your fault, isn't it? Now you tell me to stop it. Kim Dane asked back. If you don't do it, who will? Shin Haru was so upset tears streamed down her face. If I even touch that chunk of metal falling at 1,000 kilometers per hour, my body will be torn apart. She continued. This is your plan, isn't it? You're trying to push me to my death, right? On the other end, Kim Dane smiled dangerously. You can do it, Shin Haru. She was stunned. What? He continued. Act. Clench your fists. Fly up there and save them. You can do it. Because it's you, you'll succeed. Shin Haru grew even more frantic. Damn it. What is this crazy man saying? In a blinding white space. Kim Dane stepped toward her and asked, Why would I want to kill you? Without you, Stardust, I'm just an ordinary villain. You are the one who helped me become whole. Shin Haru was briefly shocked by that, then quickly propped herself on her knees and sat up. She thought, even if this might be a plot to eliminate me, I'll try once. Saying that, she took off her earphones. On the other end, Kim Dane was stunned. What? Shin Haru clenched her hands and crushed the earphones. Then she planted her hands, followed the flow of power. The space began to shatter, flying apart into small fragments. She gathered all her strength and shot into the sky like a rocket, heading straight for the nose of the plunging plane. Shin Haru pressed her lips together, thinking, right, if I just stand by and watch people die like this, I'll carry the burden of guilt for the rest of my life. The image of Kim Dane appeared, confidently saying, You can do it. Because it's you, you'll succeed. Shin Haru's face filled with determination. I'd rather sacrifice myself to protect them than live a lifetime of regret. Thus, the two forces collided, creating a massive shockwave in the sky. She thought, I've already killed them. If I concentrate just a bit more. The image of a happy family flashed for a moment. Honey, the kid's mom, dad, the man, tears streaming down his face, looked at the scene, then closed his eyes as if giving up. Inside the plane, the little girl held her hands tightly over her ears, gritted her teeth to stay conscious, and looked out. Suddenly, the girl froze at the window, stunned, tears pouring down. She exclaimed inwardly, Is the speed decreasing? Those outside, tense over the situation, watched with wide eyes. At that moment, a tense staff member reported over the radio, We don't know what happened, but the plane is currently being supported from the outside, so it's descending to the ground. An announcement sounded in the cabin. Dear passengers, please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened and await further instructions. In the sky, Shin Haru was straining with all her might to bear the weight of the plane plummeting at a terrifying speed. She gritted her teeth, veins bulging on her face. Just a little more. Cut to another place, where a dim consciousness was slowly beginning to open. A flight attendant, panicked, watched the person waking and asked, Mr. Kim Deok-bae, are you all right? The man called Kim Deok-bae had just regained consciousness, holding his head, clearly exhausted, then looked around in bewilderment. After a while, the two of them stepped down from the plane together. A flight attendant was supporting the victim. Kim Deok-bae stared around in a daze, his face full of confusion, and cried out, What is going on? In front, Shin Haru was kneeling on the ground amid everyone's curiosity. Kim Deok-bae exclaimed, Is it you? The flight attendant looked at him puzzled. Kim Deok-bae, tears streaming down his face and overjoyed, said, That is the one who protected us, a hero. Beside Shin Haru, she was looking up at the sky, panting from exhaustion. Tears poured down her face as she said, Ego's Tick. The story quickly made the news. Of course, Images of Shin Haru were printed very clearly. The US was horrified, Japan stunned, China praised loudly, and France bowed to this hero. Who is Stardust? China had to admit that when it came to heroes, they were completely outmatched by Korea. Even 10 Japanese heroes combined couldn't rival Korea. Japan's Minister of the Interior revealed a shocking statement. Accordingly, the news quickly picked up the story's momentum and reported, "Good morning, viewers. This is the 9 a.m. morning news to start our day." Yesterday morning, a rank villain egoistic hijacked a plane via remote control and caused it to fall. Fortunately, all passengers were miraculously saved. The one who steadied the plane was none other than Stardust, our proud hero. Many experts had predicted that with her known abilities, she wouldn't be able to stop the incident. But in the end, the plane slowly descended. Finally, Shin Haru returned home and heard the news about herself. She quickly turned off the TV and took a sip of water. Shin Haru had just finished showering, looking very relieved and cute. Suddenly, the phone rang. She quickly answered, "Hello." After hearing the person on the line, she asked, "Really?" The person on the other end, with green hair, confirmed, "Yeah, I asked the association president to give Shin Haru a bit of leave. Go to the beach, enjoy the view, rest for a day. It's been a while since we've gone together like this." Shin Haru happily cried out, "Okay, I'll leave tomorrow." The green-haired person added, "Yeah, invite Kim Ja-hyun too." After a while, Shin Haru went out to the balcony to get some air. Her expression turned serious, as if she were thinking about something. Someone's words echoed in her memory. "You can do it. Because it's you, you'll succeed." Shin Haru smiled slightly and thought, "Has anyone ever had that much faith in me before? He's just an ordinary villain." Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Wait, but why did he tell me to save the plane? If he was sure I could stop and save it, then why did he make it fall in the first place? Kim Dane's words echoed again. "I'm just an ordinary villain. You're the one who helped me become whole." Shin Haru held her head, feeling a severe headache. She thought, "Ego's tick has too many mysteries, but somehow I feel he intentionally did all of this for some purpose. I need to investigate his movements thoroughly." Her gaze was full of determination. Suddenly, her phone screen displayed an incoming call from the Heroes Association. The person on the other line spoke for a while, causing Shin Haru to exclaim in surprise, "What? Remeasure the force readings?" Time quickly passed to the next morning. Hosterskraved. Han-seon wore a golden float around her waist, excited. "Finally, it's here." Kim Dane came out and reminded her, "We're just about to leave, so let some air out of the float. Put it in the trunk." The girl answered excitedly, "Yes, Kim Dane." Seeing that, Kim Dane looked exasperated. "Hey, are you listening?" Suddenly he rubbed his chin, pondering, Now that you mention it, this is the first vacation I've had since coming to this world. Should I enjoy it?" Then Kim Dane smiled in anticipation. But shortly after, seeing the road ahead clogged with traffic, a plaintive voice rang out, "Wah, what is this?" Inside the car, the three of them were flushed from the heat, sweat pouring. Kim Dane sat in the driver's seat, annoyed. Why did the air conditioning break down today, of all days? Han-seon, about to faint, suggested, "Can you teleport the whole car?" Kim Dane replied in alarm, "You'll kill me on the spot. Stop by a rest area and sort this out first." Han-seon, with super intelligent wit, said, "If it's too hot, then take off your jacket." She took off her coat and shouted, "We should have taken the train. Why make such a fuss?" Kim Dane retorted, "Too much luggage. Can't do that soon." The girl curiously opened the gray case beside her. "What's this? Isn't this for the trip?" It turned out to be a gun case. Kim Dane gave a thumbs up with a smug look. Who could have predicted what might happen? Han-seon in the back, fuming, yelled, "What kind of vacation is this?" Kim Dane panicked and hastily reassured her, "Sorry, put the gun down and we'll talk." After a round of troubles on the way, the group finally arrived at the destination. Han-seon changed into a cute swimsuit, grabbed the golden float, and dashed into the sea excitedly. The ocean. Kim Dane sat on the shore and laughed at the sight. "This really makes you seem like a kid." Lee Soo-bin at that moment popped open a can of soda and handed it to Kim Dane. "I just bought drinks, have a can too." She had also changed into a pretty bikini. Kim Dane took the drink and replied, "Thanks, Ms. Lee Soo-bin." Suddenly, Lee Soo-bin kept staring at Kim Dane, prompting him to look back in confusion. She said, "I'm always grateful to you, Kim Dane." He wondered, "Grateful? For what?" Lee Soo-bin replied, "Just for everything. Thanks for saving me back then. Thanks for treating me well." Faced with such beauty and charm, Kim Dane went stiff like a log, smiled, squinted, and gave a thumbs up. What are you saying? I'm the one who should be thanking you. You do housework for us, and your cooking is great. Lee Subin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, showing bashfulness. Hearing that makes me very touched. Kim Dane swallowed hard, his expression turning suspicious. He thought inwardly, could this be a dead flag from a comic or betrayal? He glanced nervously at the can in his hand. Am I being poisoned? His contorted expression made Lee Subin look at him puzzled. Cut to the large building in the city. Shinharu had appeared there. The staff were talking among themselves. We didn't mismeasure. The data clearly shows she couldn't have stopped the plane. Another staff member added, maybe something's wrong. Perhaps we haven't grasped her true power yet. Shinharu now stood before a strength test board, thinking, no, the ability test wasn't wrong. If I managed to stop a disaster that seemed impossible, then clearly, as she thought that, she erupted with power, preparing to test again. The display of power stunned the nearby staff, who looked over in amazement. Shinharu shouted as she swung a powerful fist. That punch struck the test board directly. The test board cracked from the force. The screws split as well. The burst of power radiated into the surrounding space. The staff watched the scene in horror. Shinharu stood before her fist and exclaimed, I'm stronger now. Beside Kim Dane, Lee Subin sat, tucking her hair shyly, and said, hearing that, I feel very moved. Seeing that expression, Kim Dane pressed his lips together tensely and thought, could this be a dead flag in a comic or a betrayal? His face went pale as if he'd realized something terrible. The sun still blazed down below. Han Seon, wearing her float, was enjoying herself in the sea and noticed them on the shore. Kim Dane replied nervously to Lee Subin, haha, I look forward to your continued help, Ms. Lee Subin. Han Seon quickly came ashore, pointed at the two of them, and exposed them. Hey, you two, are you flirting and leaving me alone? Lee Subin flustered and shyly protested. What flirting, Sin? Kim Dane kindly, puzzled. Ooh. The girl, angry and fired up, said, if it's a family trip, we should play together. He flashed a sly smile. Oh, is that so? Han Seon frowned and looked puzzled. A moment later, Kim Dane turned into a scary uncle figure, hoisting both Han Seon and the float, startling her. What are you doing? Wait, Kim Dane joked, tossing her into the sea with a wicked laugh. What am I doing? Just playing together. Han Seon fell into the sea and struggled to surface, throwing a strand of seaweed at Kim Dane's face and shouting, my nose is full of water. How annoying, seriously. Kim Dane forced a smile, plucked the seaweed from his face, and thought, it's been a long time since I've had this kind of peace. I like it. Then he grinned like a devil and splashed water at Han Seon. Lee Subin sat on the shore watching, laughing happily. Time passed quickly. Evening had arrived. On the road, strange cars sped by, accompanied by a voice saying, tonight, where should our team strike? Busan Hotel, Mario's Royal Hyperion, Han Grand Ambassador High. All of them, the leader in the dark space cried out. Make it a spectacular hit. Cut to the Mario's Royal Hyperion Han Grand Ambassador High Hotel. Kim Dane's group, after a fun day at the beach, returned to the hotel to rest. The receptionist asked, hello, under what name is the reservation? Kim Dane answered, probably Hansen. The receptionist smiled brightly and handed over a room card. Yes, I confirmed it. Here's the key for room 2708. Kim Dane asked in confusion. Huh, only one room? Hansen stepped forward, stood beside him, pursed her lips, whistled, and explained sheepishly. Well, saving a bit of money is fine. With that, the group dropped the matter. The three of them went to wait for the elevator up to their room. Suddenly Hansen exclaimed, oh right, the bed is super huge, so let's all sleep together. Kim Dane rolled his eyes and blurted, there's only one bed? Lee Subin, though excited and looking forward to it, remained composed and said, it's been a long time. Sleeping three to a bed is fun. Never mind. Kim Dane broke into a sweat and looked at them. Well, we've never slept together before. In his heart, he silently chanted a prayer. Surely nothing will happen, right? Really, nothing happened. What were we even expecting? The three truly slept together in the bed. Han Seon lay in the middle, sleeping soundly and snoring. Kim Dane had his eyes closed resting when suddenly a whisper came from outside the door. Wait, I want to enter this room. Then came a countdown. 1 to 2 robbers dressed in full gear and holding guns kicked the door in and shouted, FBI, open up. Kim Dane flicked a finger upward. Immediately, The two men felt an impact to their chins and fell backward. A moment later, Kim Dane sat up, rubbed his eyes, and yawned, saying, "Where the hell did these guys come from?" The two lay motionless, unconscious on the floor. The two lay motionless, unconscious on the floor. He exclaimed, "Terrorists? Really?" Then he gritted his teeth and crushed the edge of the door. "Damn it. We've only gone on 2 trips, and every time something stupid happens." On his phone screen, Kim Dane was looking up some information. He blurted, "Wait, Shadow Walker is still here, and they dare cause trouble at night?" The screen showed the news. Breaking. A rank hero Shadow Walker found collapsed in West Incheon. Han Seung had also woken up and, yawning, asked, "What's going on? Are there terrorists?" Kim Dane repeated, "Yeah." Inwardly, he rolled his eyes and thought, "At this point, I'm not surprised anymore." He instructed, "Wait, I'll check the parking spot. Wake Lee Soo-bin and wait in the room." Han Seung, still groggy and rubbing her eyes, said, "Terrorists, even on a trip? Okay, I'll follow orders." Kim Dane was now sitting in his car. He looked outside and saw the terrorists skulking around the vehicles. He thought, "I can't just leave without dealing with this." Kim Dane rummaged and pulled out a grotesque mask. Wearing a sinister grin, he said, "Didn't expect the spare mask I brought to come in handy so soon." He added, "Serves those bastards right for ruining our vacation. Come on, show your faces." After gearing up, Kim Dane returned to the hotel room. The two girls were awake and sitting up, alert. Kim Dane tossed equipment to the two and announced, "Follow orders through the in-ear. Let's go, everyone." His expression was thoroughly delighted. Han Seung, exasperated, sighed, "You really get excited at times like this." Outside the hotel lobby, the terrorists had stacked a pile of chairs into a small mound. The leader, Monkey Spanner, an A-rank villain, sat atop it. Below him were henchmen with guns pointed in every direction. Monkey Spanner stroked his beard and said, "Are you ready?" The two below nodded in response. He praised them. "Good." Then he shouted, pointing downward, "Declare to the Hero Association and the government. We are holding hundreds of hostages here. If the money isn't transferred immediately to the account we give, they'll all be killed." Below, the captured guests were tied up and kneeling on the floor. Monkey Spanner continued to shout, "The account number is 1002. Suddenly, a sound rang out, making both the hostages and the terrorists look in one direction. Monkey Spanner tensed, closed his mouth, and alerted to the noise. Kim Dane, now wearing the orange mask, stepped forward, clapping, and cheered. "Enough. This lame terrorist show ends here." He raised his hand, generating a surge of energy. Instantly, a gun in one of the terrorists' hands was sucked away by that force. Then countless guns were manipulated by that force, their barrels aimed at the terrorists' own heads. Kim Dane swung his fist, and a wave of power emanated from the large hotel area. Inside, the hostages were terrified by this, screaming. Kim Dane's pupils darkened. He tensed and thought, "Just this, and I've already used up months' worth of extra kinetic reserves?" Then he leapt up and launched himself at Monkey Spanner with an attack. Kim Dane kicked him onto the floor and took his place sitting above him. Looking down from above, he gave a demonic smile. "You weaklings dare commit terrorism?" Suddenly, Monkey Spanner's eyes flashed red. He drew a gun and aimed it straight at Kim Dane. A shot rang out. A bullet lodged in his stomach, and even he was stunned as he looked down at the wound. Kikli, Kim Dane's reaction left Monkey Spanner aghast. Kim Dane sat above him, the bullet still lodged in his gut, but he calmly smiled and asked, "Is that it? That's all you have?" Monkey Spanner now seemed like a giant who could control everything in his palm. Above, Kim Dane silently broke into a sweat. Beneath the mask, his face was twisted in pain. He thought, "Damn, this is bad. If this is messed with, I'll die from losing too much blood." Below, Monkey Spanner began to move his feet. His instincts warned, "We must flee immediately." He pondered inwardly, "Bastards, I plan to take advantage of Shadow Walker's absence to strike quickly and withdraw. Could it be that I'm on the list of targets he eliminated too? So I hid here in advance." Above, Kim Dane forced himself to endure the pain and smiled, saying, "You seem pretty tense. I'll give you a chance to run if you can." Monkey Spanner gritted his teeth, swung a fist, and demanded, "What are you plotting?" Kim Dane sat there and continued, "Plot my ass. The thing you're racking your brains over is the plot. Now you've ruined my vacation. Don't bother me. Retreat while you still can." Inwardly, he urged anxiously, "Please stop thinking so much, go. Just opening your eyes makes me dizzy. Monkey Spanner thought to himself again. This is an opportunity. Yes, if I just boost my power, I can recover at any time. Then, to the hostage's shocked alarm, he became like Flash and dashed straight for the hotel exit, thinking to himself, I, Monkey Spanner, will one day become the king of Korea. I can't die here. But from the doorway, a fist appeared, swinging with shards of sharp glass. That punch sent Monkey Spanner flying backward with tremendous force. His body became distorted, like a wayward rocket careening off course. Shinharu had appeared in time, loudly warning the terrorists, "You're surrounded. Drop your guns and surrender." But looking down at the floor, she saw a pile of terrorists already lying motionless. At that moment, a pair of straight legs stepped in. Shinharu was bewildered by the situation. Ice, an A-rank hero, with a cold expression said, "Huh? They're all dead." Shadow Walker, the A-rank hero beside him, looked bored and said, "Boring, all knocked out? Spread a little fake news, and they call it terrorism right away." Shadow Walker noticed Kim Dane sitting atop the tall pile of chairs and asked, "But who is that?" Kim Dane was dazed, a little pink bubble above his head. Looking down, he thought, "Why is she here?" Shinharu frowned, looked up, and asked, "Who are you? Did you subdue these terrorists?" Kim Dane tried to press the wound closed, thinking, "If I don't focus, I'll die right here, Kim Dane." Fortunately, it seemed they didn't know he was Ego's tick, so he bought time. "I just need to recover enough to teleport twice." On the other side, Han Seun and Lee Soo-bin listened tensely to the voice in their earpieces. Kim Dane outside still put on a dangerous act, saying, "You ask who I am? I'm an S-rank hero operating covertly in Korea." Those words made the three below look up in astonishment. Shinharu quickly pointed and exposed him. "There are no records of an S-rank hero in the association. What nonsense are you spouting? Who are you really?" Kim Dane calmly replied, "A rank hero Stardust. Don't you know what clandestine activity means? A rank hero Ice. A rank hero Shadow Walker. I am a hero who operated in the generation before you." Han Seon, puzzled, asked through the earpiece, "Kim Dane, what the hell are you doing?" Lee Soo-bin frowned, worried. Kim Dane outside remained arrogant. "When you meet a senior, you should greet him. These guys are idiots." Shinharu looked up with a mix of annoyance and suspicion. He continued shaking his head, showing disappointment. "Huh, your expressions show you understand nothing at all. Then I'll introduce myself. Listen closely. I'm a hero." His gaze landed on a boy wearing a t-shirt with the words "Apple Mango" printed on the back. An image of a delicious fruit flashed. Kim Dane promptly blurted the name, "Apple Mango." The released guests, hearing that, began to show puzzled expressions loading up at the name. Ice, having heard something through the earpiece, replied, Yes. He says he's Apple Mango." Then she coldly waved a hand and countered, "Hey you, they say there's no hero nickname like that. Who are you really?" Kim Dane angrily shouted, "You insolent fools. I even know the chairman's real name is Park Man-jun. Now, Park Jun, right? My name was Rustic, so he changed it. Go check." Those words left all three stunned. Inside, he was extremely tense. "I didn't expect information from the original material to be so usable," Ice replied. "In any case, the chairman says he doesn't know you." At that moment, a guest spoke up, very annoyed. "Hey, heroes, I've been watching and I'm pissed, so I have to say something." Ice panicked, sweating profusely. "About that, I mean, everyone stay calm." The guest continued, "The mask guy subdued those bad guys for us, so who he is isn't important." Kim Dane screamed inwardly, "Oh God, perfect, sir. If I just recover a bit more, I can escape." The man continued, "And I saw that person make the guns hover in the air, then spray them around." He mused, "What is it? Ah, he looks like that name that often appears on TV." Shinharu caught the point, while Kim Dane stiffened awkwardly. The man below gave him a thumbs up. "So what if that's the case?" Thinking back, I got chills watching. Kim Dane screamed inwardly, Stop it." I smiled wryly. "Ah, seems kind of suspicious, huh?" Kim Dane was silently tense, sweating heavily. "Just a little more." The three below began to emit their powers. "First, we should subdue them, then unmask who they are, okay?" Ice reached out, launched her power forward, and an ice pillar drove into the floor. Kim Dane gritted his teeth and thought, hold on. Shadow Walker had silently closed in on him from behind. Kim Dane, pressing the wound shut, screamed inwardly, please move." Shinharu's gaze was sharp. She looked toward the opponents and then shot toward him like a rocket. Kim Dane's face contorted. He was extremely worried about the situation. At that moment, Kim Dane managed to use his power, moved down below, and avoided that restraint. Han Seo-eun and Lee Soo-bin appeared in time and caught him. Then the two quickly vanished, taking the injured Kim Dane away from the scene. A short while later, their car took off. They tumbled inside the vehicle. Han Seo-eun, her eyes spinning, unsteady in her seat, hurriedly asked, Are you okay? Kim Dane, his face twisted in pain, said the car, right now, quickly erase all evidence that we were in Busan. The hotel guest logs and CCTV, if they find out. At this point, he couldn't continue. The two girls looked up in alarm. Hey, are you okay? Blood from the wound in his abdomen kept flowing. Lee Soo-bin shouted, We have to take him to a hospital now. Kim Dane tried to stop her. No, I don't have the strength to teleport anymore. We'll definitely be arrested. Take me to Ego Base. Lee Soo-bin ground her teeth, tense, while steering the wheel. She loudly instructed Han Seo-eun, first get the first aid kit and do emergency treatment. Han Seo-eun, tears welling, looked like she was witnessing a traumatic scene. Lee Soo-bin turned back and yelled to urge her. Hurry! The girl pulled herself together and quickly wiped her tears. Yes. Lee Soo-bin, face serious, sped the car away. I'm getting everyone out of here first. On the pitch-black road, the car raced like it was flying. Back in the hotel lobby earlier, the hostages were being comforted by the police. I stood to one side and sighed. Honestly, a rare vacation, and these villains still won't let us rest a single day. Shadow Walker, his face dark, asked, Can I take a little break? She replied, Sure, you've worked hard. It's my fault for inviting you here to relax anyway. Ice turned to Shin Haru. Since we're here anyway, Stardust. Meanwhile, Shin Haru pursed her lips, contemplative, paying no attention to her surroundings. Meanwhile, on the road a car was driving. The driver yawned, tired. Ugh, so sleepy, I'll chew some gum. Suddenly, he saw another car behind him in the rearview mirror. What's that? That car was speeding like smoke, overtake. The driver shouted, Is that car crazy? The speedometer now read over 220 kilometers per hour. Han Seo-eun tried to treat Kim Dane's wound. Lee Soo-bin, with a frightening expression, gripped the steering wheel. At this time, he was covered in blood. The wound kept bleeding despite being bandaged, and sweat trickled from pain. Meanwhile, Shin Haru clenched her fist and said seriously, We need to track his movements a bit. Cut to the past, in Kim Dane's room. A voice exclaimed, It's the villain again, the villain again. They're harassing Stardust by any means. Kim Dane snapped the book shut, lay on the bed with a blank expression, and said, Is it going to end like this? This is Kim Dane, 19 in the past, his face circled with dark shadows. This story is just full of ultimate despair themes. That ending, the book fell to the floor. Kim Dane rolled around on the bed, moaning, Stardust. He muttered something, then fell asleep. At that moment, a flash of light streaked across the night sky through the window. Cut to the present, at some apartment complex. Han Seo-eun was worried about Kim Dane's condition. Her face was pale from extreme fatigue. Lee Soo-bin brought a tray of food, but the girl refused. I won't eat. Lee Soo-bin urged, Soon have a little. Kim Dane will wake up. Kim Dane lay unconscious on the hospital bed. Han Seo-eun covered her face and sobbed. Lee Soo-bin sat beside her, consoling her in anguish. As the girl cried while swallowing food, a voice suddenly rang out. You still eat so well, Seo-eun. Kim Dane turned to look, smiled weakly, and said, And I'm about to die here. The two girls looked over in surprise. Han Seo-eun whimpered and burst into tears again. She screamed and thrashed, punching Kim Dane. Lee Soo-bin sat beside them, moved. He could only force a pained smile and cry out, Ouch! Outside, the sky remained pitch black. An image of Kim Dane wearing a white mask, holding a golden mask in his hand, appeared. The internet was flooded with news about him. Was Egostic's non-lethal terror attack really a terror attack? Shin Haru sat in front of her computer screen, checking the news, and thought, Right, that plane incident also had no casualties. She wondered, what if Egostic's call hadn't come through, and I couldn't act? An image of Kim Dane appeared, smiling, saying, It'll be fine because it's you, you'll be able to do it. Shin Haru lowered her head, tense. He thinks I'll definitely succeed, as if he already knew my power would be enhanced. Then she suddenly smirked and said, How would he know? It's probably just a coincidence. She clenched her hand into a fist. But the fact that I'm stronger is undeniable. The villain's killed by Ego's tick. This person once had the power to cause a large-scale disaster someday, and he also saw that. Shin Haru concluded, Ego's is certainly not a hero, but calling him a mere villain still doesn't feel right. I have a hunch he's setting up some massive chessboard. Next time there's a terror attack, we must unmask him. Shinharu was utterly determined. Meanwhile, Hanson sat pondering, scrolling her phone. So what's the purpose of those terror attacks? Ego's knows the real name of the Hero Association chairman, Park Manjun. Could Ego's have once been a high-ranking hero who, after clashing with the association, switched sides to become a villain? The conspiracy theory Ego's clashed with the Hero Association was spreading. The three sat at the dining table. Hearing that, Kim Dane seemed about to choke. Son? He thought, I'm going to puke. Lee Soo-bin forced a smile and put her phone away. Soon, for now don't bother Kim Dane. He's very tired. The girl, still dissatisfied, challenged. What are you planning to do? Play. I'm a villain. I must be like this and keep committing terror attacks. With that body. Again, Kim Dane flinched at her expression. He couldn't find words. Suddenly, both girls faced him with sharp eyes. Kim Dane had to make a decision. We're going to rest for a bit, about 3 months. This made both their faces relax, delighted. Really? He kept chewing and affirmed, yeah, take a break for a while. With public attention as it is, if I disappear for a time, things will cool down. In his mind he thought, and during the break, we'll have to recruit new members. An image of a mysterious person appeared. Kim Dane calculated. If left like this, he'll become a villain who causes a huge imbalance in the future. If we don't kill him, we have to recruit him to our side. Quickly, 3 months passed. An announcement sounded. A villain has appeared. Stardust, prepare to deploy. Shinharu hurriedly asked, is it Ego's? The other side denied it. No, it's a villain calling himself Lockboom. Hearing that, she replied disappointedly, I see. Later, Shinharu, in her hero form, darted through the air like a rocket. As she sped off, she wondered, Ego's, where did you go and what did you do these past 3 months? Cut back to Kim Dane's house. He was watching the big TV screen showing Shinharu. Oh, she's here, she's here. Kim Dane munched popcorn, excited like watching a movie. Han Seo-eun sat beside him, looking at him with a fed-up expression. At that moment, a monster called Lockboom, an A-rank villain, was erupting with power and roaring. Kim Dane cheered at the screen. Go for it, Stardust. Meanwhile, Shinharu charged to attack Lockboom and shouted, Are you Ego? No. Shinharu seemed possessed by rage and pummeled the opponent to pieces. Soon after, on the ground lay a guy with a shaved head, eyes rolled back, unconscious. Kim Dane, excited, tossed the popcorn tube up and cheered, Look, yay. The power-up was totally worth it. Stardust. Han Seo-eun frowned, unimpressed. Is that really that fun? Kim Dane startled, embarrassed. Kind of. Suddenly the girl loudly reminded him, causing him to spit out his drink. Now let's get to work. Han Seo-eun continued. I can't stand you hovering over Stardust fan club all day. Kim Dane looked bewildered. What sound? Han Seo-eun spoke in a dark tone. Kim Dane, leader of the Stardust group. You thought I didn't know? I'm a well-known hacker. Exposed. Kim Dane quickly grabbed the remote and turned off the screen, protesting. It's just a little hobby. The girl repeated. Anyway, we were supposed to work today. Kim Dane sat up and asked, Let's see, today is the 17th, right? The girl became excited. What? Doing a terror attack. Kim Dane denied it. No. Han Seo-eun asked again. So are we going to take down a villain? He denied it again. Not that either. Kim Dane broke into a bright smile and said, We're recruiting new members. Cut to a high vantage over the town. Below, an elderly couple were admiring the view. The man exclaimed, Oh, this place is still the same, huh? The view hasn't changed in 20 years. At that moment, a girl wearing a hat, head down and face obscured, bumped into the man. Spoke up. I'm sorry. He waved his hand. It's okay, I'm fine, student. But after the girl passed, she was holding a wallet in her hand. This girl had blue irises. When she glanced down below, she saw a group of thugs, each with a cigarette in his mouth, looking up at her with leering, sleazy faces. The girl clenched her teeth in anger. At that moment, a boy with clear blue irises like hers appeared, ran up, smiling brightly, and called, Sis. The boy's name was Cha-yoon, 13 years old. The girl pinched her brother's cheek and asked, Did you have fun? The boy replied happily, Yeah. She noticed her brother's scraped knee. Your knee is scraped. Where did you get hurt? Cha-yoon answered innocently. I just fell on the way back. The girl raised her hand, emitted a healing power, and warned, Really? Be more careful next time. Cha-Yun watched the wound on his knee heal and cried out in amazement. Wow. After a short while, the tear had completely disappeared. The girl took off her hat, placed it on Cha-Yun's head, and said, "You go home first." The boy obediently nodded. Okay. She removed her hat to reveal a pretty girl with orange hair. She smiled brightly and told him, "I'll buy some tasty food and come back." Introducing the girl. This is Lee Ha-Yun, who later becomes the villain called Green Frog. Some time later, night had fallen. Lee Ha-Yun returned with a bag of food, opened the door, smiled, and called, "Cha-Yun, I brought delicious tteokbokki for you." Suddenly, Lee Ha-Yun's face went pale when she saw the scene inside. A voice came from inside the house. Knew it, this kid. The food bag fell. Inside were the wild dog gang from the reservoir area. Cha-Yun was now being restrained by a masked man. One of them said, "In our territory and you still pick pockets? If I find out you're hiding anything else, I'll send you to meet your maker." Clear. This guy, with uneven eyes, looked ridiculous but acted dangerous. Despite her fear, Lee Ha-Yun shouted, "Enough. Leave Cha-Yun alone and take all that stuff and get out." The man sighed, sounding bored. "Look at that kid." He grabbed Cha-Yun's hair tightly, causing the boy to cry out in pain. He took pleasure in other people's pain. "Hey, little girl." At that moment, two other men lunged and restrained Lee Ha-Yun. She screamed, "Bastards." The man continued holding Cha-Yun's head and said, "Look, it seems your sister doesn't understand what's happening, huh?" The scar-eyed man held a knife to Cha-Yun's throat. "Today, I'll teach you a lesson." Seeing that, Lee Ha-Yun cried out in horror, "No. I'm sorry, please." The scar-eyed man wickedly raised the knife. "Too late, you bitch." Cha-Yun squeezed his eyes shut in despair. Suddenly, some force sucked the knife out of his hand. He was stunned, glanced back, then was hit by a force and hurled forward, slamming into the wall. After that, dangerous gun barrels hung over the heads of the wild dog gang at the reservoir. Seizing the moment, Cha-Yun broke free and rushed forward. Lee Ha-Yun held the boy tightly and called out excitedly. Cha-Yun, Kim Dane appeared outside their yard. He thought, the 17th Friday, today Cha-Yun would have been killed by that gang. Lee Ha-Yun would have been corrupted and followed the path of a villain. Luckily, I arrived early. If I had been a bit late, it would have been a disaster. Cha-Yun turned outward, saw him, and blurted in astonishment, "See, could it be?" Lee Ha-Yun turned, stood protectively in front of Cha-Yun, and demanded, "Are you egoistic?" Kim Dane spread a villainous smile. "Pleasure to meet you, Ha-Yun and Cha-Yun. I'm here to take you both with me." Hearing that, Lee Ha-Yun's face darkened and she snapped. "Why are you taking us? You're clearly a cruel villain too." Kim Dane calmly explained. "Why? Of course to save you. Didn't you see what happened? Besides, if the police storm and it'll be a hassle." She refused. "I'd rather die than go." "Hey, you bastard. What do you intend to do?" Meanwhile, Cha-Yun had already dashed outside like the wind. Struck like a thunderbolt by the scene, Lee Ha-Yun shouted urgently, "Cha-Yun, no." The image in her mind was Cha-Yun rushing toward a dangerously vicious demon. At that moment, Cha-Yun had run up to Kim Dane, grabbed his hand tightly, and exclaimed, "Egoistic, I'm from a Mango group." The boy looked at him with utter admiration and pride. Even Kim Dane felt embarrassed by the boy's affection. Quickly, Kim Dane brought the two siblings back to his hideout, and then introduced them to the other members. "All right, then these are our new members. Say hello." Cha-Yun's eyes shone brightly as he cheered. "Wow, even the famous cyber terror beauty of Ego is here." Lee Soo-bin broke out in a cold sweat at that nickname. Cha-Yun's eyes still gleamed in admiration. "So she's a hacker?" Lee Ha-Yun bowed carefully and greeted, "Hello everyone. I'm Lee Ha-Yun. This is my brother, Cha-Yun." Han Seon, expression serious, inspected the new recruit. The new member has healing ability, so it's a girl after all. After a while, the five of them became more harmonious. Kim Dane cheerfully opened the fridge. "Mango." Cha-Yun, still excited, said, "It's really a mango." Han Seon stared ahead, thinking, just like the first time I met Kim Dane. Lee Ha-Yun sat nearby, still tense and on guard. Kim Dane, by the fridge, tilted his head back and gulped juice. Seeing that, Han Seon bared her teeth and screamed terrifyingly, "Don't just shove your mouth right in like that," causing Kim Dane to jump and spit it all out. "It's mango juice. This is mine." Han Seon, knowing she'd gone too far, still sulkily warned, "Then be more careful next time." Lee Soo-bin gently carried a plate of peeled apples and cheerfully asked, "Cha-Yun, do you want some fruit?" The boy's eyes shone even brighter. Wow, thank you. Cha-yun quickly grabbed a fork and speared a piece of apple. Lee Ha-yun, face tense, called out, Cha-yun. The boy was now wide-mouthed, chewing a large bite, looking over with a puzzled expression. Lee Ha-yun, helpless, turned away, still worried. It's nothing. Kim Dane smiled brightly and said, Seon, Lee Soo-bin, I plan to have a sincere talk with him for a bit. Could you two step outside first? Han Seon stuck out her tongue, made a face, and mimicked him. Step outside for a bit. Kim Dane was at a loss with her personality. Lee Soo-bin, please take her back to the big house first. Do that then. After a while, only 3 people remained in the room. Kim Dane sat across from the 2 siblings and spoke first. Lee Ha-yun, you killed the orphanage director and ran away, didn't you? Those words made Lee Ha-yun frown, wary. Kim Dane continued. If it investigated, that director frequently abused you too. I didn't come to you by chance. I have a purpose. She asked suspiciously. What purpose? Kim Dane exclaimed. To let you two live happily. Lee Ha-yun narrowed her eyes, stared at him, and exclaimed in surprise. What? Kim Dane smiled and continued. Of course not in this cramped underground place. I've set up a teleportation gate. We'll move to the big house, live there, and go to school too. Lee Ha-yun found him highly suspicious and demanded, Why are you doing this to us? We only met today. Kim Dane thought of Han Seon and said, Because I also have a little sister. That's why I did it. Cha-yun's eyes lit up. I've watched all of Mango Egostic's terror cases. I watched them over and over dozens of times. Kim Dane awkwardly replied, Really? Thank you. Inwardly, he wondered nervously, should I be letting an elementary school kid watch that stuff? Lee Ha-yun glared and admonished. Cha-yun, Kim Dane spoke again. Just try living together once. It'll be more fun than you think. We're not as bad as you imagine. Cha-yun clasped his hands tightly, full of anticipation for the bright life ahead. Lee Ha-yun, having thought it through seriously, said, All right. A short while later, Kim Dane led the 2 siblings to a location. This way, a secret gate opened, revealing a mysterious spatial portal. Kim Dane turned back, smiled brightly, and told them, Follow me. He stepped into the gate, his body gradually vanishing. Lee Ha-yun remained tense, while Cha-yun excitedly jumped to the portal's doorway, turned and waved. Sis, aren't you coming? I'll go first. This made Lee Ha-yun panic and call out, Cha-yun. She sighed helplessly and finally decided to step in after them. After a while, Lee Ha-yun climbed the stairs, her face full of astonishment. Before them, Cha-yun stood looking out the window as light poured in, brilliant and warm. Kim Dane asked, Do you like it? This will be our home. Cha-yun seems to like it. I'll be on the 3rd floor, and you'll be on the 2nd. There are 2 rooms for you two. Don't worry about tuition. At your age, you should be going to school anyway. I have plenty of money. Lee Ha-yun looked at him, still suspicious. Kim Dane continued gently. If it feels awkward, stay a few days, and then decide. If you want to go back, you can refuse at any time. Okay. Lee Ha-yun stared wide-eyed at him. Suddenly, she felt a chill, and her face went pale. She recalled the image of the scar-eyed man pressing a knife to Cha-yun's throat. I'll teach you a lesson. At that time, the boy had been utterly despairing, his eyes tightly shut. The image of Cha-yun now, looking so happy, appeared. Lee Ha-yun accepted and nodded, replying, Thank you very much. Kim Dane patted her shoulder reassuringly. It's nothing. Let's live well together. Elsewhere, Kim Dane put on a smug, villainous face. Recruitment successful. Suddenly, he scratched his head, bewildered. I think I forgot something. What was it? Night had fallen, and the moon hung high. On the online feed were posts about what he did today. What did the hero do today? Hero news. Is Egostick really dead? Mango belly. No way. It's been nearly 4 months, and still missing. Come back, 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 come back. 8 comments. Comment 1. First time I've missed the villain's terror incidents. Comment 2. Not a villain. He's a hero, you know. Comment 3. But seriously, why hasn't he shown up? Retired. Shin Haru was still sitting in front of her computer screen, disappointed. Where on earth are you? And what are you doing? Egostick. Her expression was sullen, waiting until she was almost out of patience. In a laboratory, 2 people stood watching a strange creature in a jar of liquid. One of them said, Every time I see it, I'm amazed. The bespectacled doctor laughed madly. The white-haired man beside him said, Until Dr. Kim Seon is released, we'll complete this project. We'll present the finished behemoth to him. The creature inside the fluid chamber stirred. The white-haired man muttered, If that happens, then Korea, no, no. The whole world will kneel before our Hanun conglomerate. The madman touched the orb, the other hand raised as if to seize everything. The scientists around instantly laughed loudly. One declared, "No one can stop us." Another proclaimed, "No one can stop us." Someone was holding a knife, deftly slicing mushrooms into perfectly thin pieces. Lee Soo-bin smiled and told Hale, "You can really rest if you want." The girl flinched and replied, "No, it's fine. I feel more comfortable this way." Lee Soo-bin smiled. "Thank you." Hale bowed her head and sighed. Lee Soo-bin smiled. "Thanks to you we prepared faster and finished sooner." The girl looked at Lee Soo-bin sadly and thought, the beauty was kidnapped by Ego's tick. Hale remembered. It had been 4 months since the incident. She thought of the article she'd read. The villain held responsible and paying compensation in money. The public descended into chaos. Hale looked at Lee Soo-bin standing peacefully beside her and reassured herself, "Still, I'm living happily and well." The intense rumors about him became meaningless. At that moment, Hale heard a cry. "Brother, hold my hand for a bit." Kim Dane immediately said, "Pull yourself together and go on your own. Soon? You're hurt right now." The girl watched Kim Dane struggling with Seo-eun and pondered. And the true nature of Ego's tick was Kim Dane. He tugged Seo-eun's sleeve and asked, "Now that we've cleared out a bright place like this, why do you still prefer sleeping in the basement?" The genius girl mumbled, "Everyone always talks about that ego base or whatever." Then he tugged Seo-eun's sleeve. "Time for breakfast." The food was served. Kim Dane stared and shouted, "Eating meat this early? That's great." Hale sadly thought, "One day if someone returns wounded with my healing ability." The girl lowered her head, looked at her hands, and fell silent. Hale clenched her fists as if determined to do something. After eating, Kim Dane lay on the bed and pondered. It's coming. It's almost time to prepare to deal with the black disaster spawned by the Hanun conglomerates. He wearily propped his head with his hand and stared at the calendar hanging on the wall. At that moment, someone boldly pushed the door open and a voice rang out. "Hiding here all this time? Mango stick?" Han Seo-eun shouted. "Right now, organize a terror attack. I'm dying of boredom." Kim Dane was silent, made a small sound, then suddenly spoke. "Okay, let's do it. Ready for a terror attack." She froze and asked, "Huh? Really?" Kim Dane sat up, a smile on his face. He called out loudly, "Everyone, assemble now." A while later, in the meeting room, Kim Dane stood with his arms crossed in front of the whiteboard. Hale hesitated, but her question made everyone fall silent. From the start, "Why do we carry out terror attacks?" Kim Dane said cheerfully, "If you're asking why we do terror attacks, then we should answer that." Someone immediately interrupted. "Stop, that's enough, okay." Seo-eun said bluntly, "Uncle, just get to the point." Kim Dane suddenly said, "From now on, I'm not brother anymore." Then he answered Hale's question. "Hale, actually we are the villains." The girl was speechless, thinking to herself. "I see," Kim Dane said. "So we have to carry out terror attacks, but we must avoid civilian casualties. I also need to stage dilemmas suitable for Stick's child, and we have to lure Stardust in as well." That kid, Seo-eun, cut in boredly. "These have to be terror attacks that have a positive impact for her." To sum up loudly, "Thanks, Seo-eun." The genius girl suddenly teased. "Not you, right? You just swore? Must be my hearing." He thought to himself, "I did just swear." Then he uncapped a marker and said, "Anyway, I'll draw a bridge on the board." He continued, "The theme for this terror attack is, will Seoul National University Bridge collapse?" Lee Soo-bin looked at the image on the board and asked, "Seoul University Bridge?" He drew a monster and replied, "Yes." Because Kim Dane drew a region, he added, "Right here, in Uedo, this winter a giant monster will appear and head north, sweeping across the peninsula in one go." He drew an explosion and ended with the letter N. "But what if we carry out a terror attack that causes Seoul University Bridge to collapse?" He went on to illustrate the monster sleeping, then erupting. "The monster's weakness is water. That way it's both a terror attack, and we get to be the villains. In short, 2 birds with 1 stone, benefits all around." Seo-eun spoke up. "As always, where did you get this info?" Kim Dane took out a cap, made a flourish, and answered, "That's a trade secret." The genius girl laughed loudly. "Feels like getting rid of a villain and staging a terror attack at the same time. Also, this time it doesn't seem to be about little Stardust." Kim Dane did. "Stop calling people little this and that." Seo-eun beamed and asked like a flower. Good, the boss approved, right? Kim Dane smiled and replied. What do we have in excess? She asked. Time. Kim Dane rubbed his thumb and forefinger together and answered. Not money. A while later, the live stream channel opened. The moment Kim Dane appeared in Agostic's guise, the viewers went wild with comments. In front of the camera, Ego's Tick hovered in midair. A speaker floated before him. Ego's Tick, voted #1 by the Korean Association. He smiled and continued. Ego's Tick, have returned. Everyone knows what I'm going to do, right? From a vehicle, the speaker broadcast Agostic's voice. What am I going to do here on Seoul University Bridge? Of course, a bombing terror attack. The driver immediately slammed on the brakes and shouted, Terror attack. Cars about to enter the bridge came to an immediate stop. Ego's Tick smiled, pressed a button, and said, Everyone, cease all actions. The bridge exploded instantly, debris flying all around. Ego's Tick cheerfully said, It seems inviting guests to assist with the game is complete. A skeptical viewer commented, Who was lucky enough to be invited as a guest? Ego's Tick immediately announced, The participants in the game are all the honest citizens across the country watching this broadcast. That is you. He explained the participation method simply. Send your bank account number via the reference link in the video, and I'll transfer 100,000 won to you immediately. But livestream viewers were stunned by Agostic's words. If by 7 p.m. tonight, the number of people who've received 100,000 won from me exceeds 500,000, I'll blow up this bridge immediately. Some cheered, others panicked in shock. Ego's Tick continued. Of course, those trapped there will suffer the same fate. He stood before the nearly collapsed bridge and said, Dichide, do you want a free 100,000 won? Or do you want the bridge to explode at any moment? He declared. So the choice for the citizens of Korea, 100,000 won versus Seoul University Bridge officially begins. Ego's Tick smiled and said, And Stardust, you don't need to come today, just rest. One commenter teasingly said, My girl will be protected by me. Another user commented, Mango Stick, the sweet criminal, guarantees Stardust a break. Someone else laughed. You're a hero. He's a villain. Tell her not to come and see if she'll listen. Ego's Tick stretched, smiling happily as he thought. Those crazy villains must be happy they're less bothered now, right? Someone suddenly lunged toward him. Ego's Tick looked at the person who appeared before him and called out in surprise. Stardust. He nearly dropped the detonator. Ego's Tick panicked and thought. The trigger. He looked towards Stardust, remembering it had been a long time since they'd met. They stared at each other, both falling silent. Stardust glared at Ego's Tick. Pressure bore down on Ego's Tick. He hesitated and called. Ms. Stardust. She remained silent, staring at him with cold eyes. Ego's Tick froze, panicked by Stardust's gaze. What's going on? Elsewhere, someone asked. Manager Kim, what are you doing? Smoking. Manager Kim jumped up, pointed at the phone in his hand, and said, Boss, look at this. He asked, What is this? The news headline read, Celebrating Mango Stick's return at Seoul University Bridge and charity event. Leave your account number in the reference link to receive 100,000 won. On social media, people even posted proof photos. Manager Kim explained, Just enter your account number here, and you'll get 100,000 won straight away. The manager exclaimed in surprise. Let me see. If over 500,000 people receive it, he'll detonate. Seoul University Bridge will be blown up. Manager Kim asked, Right. You know Ego's Tick. He then scrolled to another reposted livestream post. Celebrating Mango Stick's return at Seoul University Bridge and charity. Leave your account number in the reference link to receive 100,000 won. People on social media also posted proof photos. Manager Kim said, That name is now some kind of terrorism incident at Seoul University Bridge. He exclaimed, That guy calls himself a villain? My God, what's he playing at? Who would go and claim these? Manager Kim immediately laughed and replied, I just claimed it, 100,000 won. The department head shouted angrily, What? Hey you, what's wrong with you? Seeing the department head's anger, he immediately bowed and said loudly, Sorry, Chief. He winked and said, Too slow. I saw it as soon as the news popped up. What do you take me for? Manager Kim gave a like and laughed. Chief, you really scared me. You acted that well. The department head laughed loudly. With us added, how could we exceed 500,000 people? We'll just have a company party tonight. He replied, Yes. Elsewhere, a woman was talking on the phone. Son, have you had dinner? What? Mom's account. She squinted at her phone screen and muttered, Oh my, how did this happen? Who gives pocket money like this? On the screen was a notification of received money. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, it's real? What's Egostic?" On the bridge, the fire from the explosion still raged on. Egostic wrapped his cloak around himself. He shivered and muttered, "I didn't expect it to be this cold." He froze, but Stardust is still standing there with her arms crossed, watching him. Egostic complained, "That look feels like a needle piercing me. Is she waiting for me to blow up the bridge before she acts? Why do I feel even colder?" He turned to look at her and thought, why is she staring like that? This didn't happen in the original. Could there be an event related to Seoul University Bridge? Egostic thought. I didn't expect her to be so angry. I feel so guilty. He pulled his hood down, telling himself, but there's no choice. It's all for Stardust, only for her. With the power of the Black Catastrophe, as described in the original, she can't be stopped right now. Egostic recalled the Black Catastrophe. In the original, this event first appeared as a devastating incident. Unlike those trivial superhero pastimes, this is the spark that signals the work will become far grimmer. He opened his phone and muttered, "Anyway, let's check." Egostic was silently astonished. 450,000 people have received it already, and there's still 3 hours to go. He teleported to stand under the bridge and grumbled, "The people in this world are really beyond words." Egostic rubbed his neck and sighed inwardly. I thought it would succeed even if I didn't intervene. Did greed make them actually die? Honestly, he started a live stream and said, "Good people of Korea, do you really think I actually received 100,000 won?" Comments flooded in, yes. Really? Of course. Egostic placed a hand on a car and then asked, "You haven't forgotten, have you?" He tapped on the car window and announced, "We're going to interview a potential sacrificial guest. Hold that conscientious song out there, okay?" The car window slowly rolled down. Egostic looked inside and pondered, "From here it's out of control. There probably won't be anyone else climbing onto this bridge." He laughed loudly and asked, "Oh my. Hello, sir. Thank you for your effort. Could you introduce yourself?" The black-haired man in the car smiled and replied, "Yes, hello. I'm Choi Youngjin." Egostic, surprised, asked, "Why don't you show any sign of worry, man?" He leaned against the car and asked, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Choi Youngjin. In such a life-threatening situation, don't you feel nervous or uneasy?" Youngjin suddenly laughed loudly. Egostic was internally astonished. Why is he laughing? Youngjin smiled, so brightly he seemed to glow, and said, "Why worry? If viewers don't claim the money, Seoul University Bridge, and I'll be safe, right?" Egostic covered his face, thinking, on their behalf, I apologize to him. Look at that indifference. A comment appeared. I was wavering about whether to accept it, hesitated, and decided not to. Someone said, "You're so kind." Someone wondered, "Am I garbage?" A malicious commenter wrote, "Yep, I'll take it, as long as it's not me." Other comments kept repeating 2 words, "Sorry." Egostic hesitated for a moment and asked, "We heard Youngjin's statement about his strong faith in the character of the Korean people. Anything else you want to say?" Youngjin replied innocently, "Come on, Korea. I believe in you." Meanwhile, Stardust stood at a distance looking toward the bridge. She pressed her lips and silently asked, "What are you plotting, Egostic?" Egostic moved toward another car. He sighed inwardly, "I'm so tired. Damn it. Can you please react normally?" He stood in front of a car window and slowly said, "Me." A loud squeal immediately rang out from inside the car. The girls inside the car kept grilling him. "Are you Egostic? Crazy. The view's beautiful. And he's actually so handsome. We won't die here today, right?" "Totally. We're your fans." They asked again, "But are you really going to kill us? You spared people before. Remember that plane crash, right?" Egostic was so stunned he froze, inwardly thinking, it's a complete mess. He quickly pulled his hood down and shouted, "Then I'll end the interview here." "Run!" The girl shouted to stop him. "Wait a sec, you're in too much of a hurry." Someone pulled out a tablet, grabbed his sleeve, and said, "Sign it before you go." Egostic took it at once and signed. The girl in the car said, "Let me take 4 photos." A laughing comment. He did every request. Huh? The money's crazy. Someone else said, "Don't know who's the victim anymore." Someone in the car babbled, and "I already got 100,000 won too." "Thanks." Another girl said, "Got 400,000 won. Awesome, spicy hot pot tonight. If we die here, we can't eat it, right?" Egostic thought to himself, "I won't interview civilians anymore." The terrorist events failed. After a while, Egostic asked him, "Can you turn screen on?" She replied, yes. The livestream channel immediately showed the desolation of the bridge. The lights were turned on, and dozens of cameras surrounded Ego's tick. He bowed and said, yes, everyone at 7 p.m., right? He smiled and announced, the nationwide participatory 100,001 Terror and Seoul University Bridge event has ended. I will now announce the results. The comment feed immediately exploded. Let's go, let's go. 500,000 isn't hard. Don't let Young Jean down. Young Jean, sorry. Damn, if Seoul University Bridge collapses, how am I supposed to get to work? The numbers changed like crazy. To build suspense, Ego's tick kept pausing. As a result, fireworks around instantly shot into the sky, creating a magnificent scene. Ego's tick shouted happily, wonderful. We, the people of Korea, are amazing. Those on the bridge panicked. What's happening? Ego's tick snapped his fingers and laughed aloud. Selfish people, please enjoy your final fireworks. The bombs attached to the bridge exploded at once. Stardust gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. That bastard finally. Amid the sound of explosions, Ego's tick bowed with poise and said, until now, I am still Ego's tick. Viewers on the channel immediately regretted. Is that blood? They're dead. Ego's tick put his hat back on, sighed and muttered, hovering in the air, too long tires me out. I've truly reached my limit. He stood still and whispered, in the end, just watch Stardust save. Stardust sped toward a car that was about to fall. She reached out toward the car. Ego's tick froze. What? Have you caught me? He raised his hand. Mana immediately coalesced into a sphere on his palm. Ego's tick shouted in anger. Damn it. Stardust launched herself forward. The car was falling. Both Stardust and Ego's tick tried to lift the car. Stardust used her hands to pull the two cars back. After helping her, Ego's tick panted and muttered, I've done my best. He suddenly felt dizzy. Ego's tick fell through the air. As he was about to hit the water, a spatial vortex appeared and swept him away. Ego's tick teleported back to the base. Lee Soo-bin ran over in a panic. The genius girl cried out in alarm, no, Kim Dane. Blood flowed continuously from Kim Dane's nose and mouth. His eyes gradually lost focus. Han Seo-eun and Lee Soo-bin stood outside the glass enclosure. Han Seo-eun pleaded sadly, please open your eyes, please. Hail stood outside. The girl bowed her head and hugged her arms. Han Seo-eun looked at him lying motionless and said, please. Hail stood silently outside the room. She lifted her head and took a deep breath. Hail rubbed her eyes with her fingertip. Elsewhere, Shin Haru stood on a balcony. She thought to herself, Ego's tick. Shin Haru took out a newspaper. The headlines all related to Ego's tick and Stardust. Ego's tick sends to Stardust. Stardust's observatory speech. Ice cream festival terror. She remembered Egostic's words. Don't think about showing your face and stepping out. The moment you do, your life will be miserable. Shin Haru recalled that Stardust had stopped Egostic's airplane terror. And back then, if he hadn't given me courage, she furrowed her brow and thought, I surely wouldn't have dared to act. At that time, it was his voice that made me believe I could do it. Shin Haru murmured, you seem to know everything about me. She remembered Egostic's encouragement. You can do it. So she sighed and muttered, go save them. Shin Haru recalled the moment she had seen Ego's tick and kept asking herself, a man who creates terror. It's been a long time since I've met someone like him. So there's a lot I want to say. Are you really the villain? Are you truly a murderer? Shin Haru clenched her fists, bowed her head and thought, what is your true nature? Ego's tick. But due to an unclear feeling, she remembered staring at Ego's tick and ended up unable to say a word. And as she leaped toward the car falling into the river, she prayed silently. Please. Stardust gritted her teeth and thought, touch it. The car was enveloped in a pale purple light. Stardust immediately realized its speed was slowing. She turned her head to look at Ego's tick. She saw him using his power and then falling. After rescuing the people, Stardust looked toward the river while the fangirl shouted, I really want to kill him. That nasty bastard. Only rubble and smoke remained on the bridge. The river's surface calm. Stardust worried, silent. Shin Haru clenched the newspaper in her hand, and at this point she wondered aloud, so what is Ego's tick truly? At that moment, a voice called out, why are you sulking alone? This time it's another terror with no casualties. A light blue-haired girl brought 2 cans of beer, came up to Shin Haru, and asked, little beauty, my Shin Haru. The newcomer was Lee Seola, grade A hero icicle. Shin Haru immediately replied happily, Seola, thanks for coming. Seola immediately hugged her and said, what? Of course I had to come. Shinharu smiled, her cheeks flushed. The two cans were opened, and they quickly clinked them together. Seol downed more than half a can in one gulp and laughed loudly. Wonderful. Watching the night with Shinharu and enjoying this bit of ordinary peace. She froze and glanced to the side. Seol sighed and asked, "What's up?" "Shinharu, you just got off work? Why are you still working? Is it that bastard Ego's tick again?" Shinharu nodded. Seol sighed and asked, "What's up?" "Shinharu, you just got off work? Why are you still working? Is it that bastard Ego's tick again?" Shinharu nodded. Shinharu suddenly asked, "But hey, Seol, can you hear me out for a bit?" She said, "I think maybe Ego's tick isn't entirely a bad guy." Elsewhere, Hyul walked and saw Han Seoun exhausted, sleeping on the ground. Hyul took a blanket and covered Han Seoun with. The girl silently walked toward the emergency room. Hyul opened the door and stepped inside. She saw Kim Dane still lying in the treatment enclosure. She went up to the enclosure and wondered whether she should step in to help. He seemed like a good person, but what if he changed like those who once craved my power? Hyul pondered, "What should I do?" At that moment, Kim Dane suddenly convulsed in pain. The girl, eyes wet, thought, "This person knew nothing, yet still saved Cha-Yoon and me. He treated us kindly without asking for anything, and now he's dying right before my eyes." Kim Dane bidet painfully. A tear rolled down the glass. The girl asked herself, "Will I let him die like this?" Hyul murmured, "I'm sorry, Kim Dane, I don't have the courage." She whispered, "You're really a good person, but if you knew about my power, I'd be so afraid. Afraid you become like those others." Hyul wiped the tears from her face with her arm. She stepped back a pace. Hyul raised her hand, and a pale blue light flashed. The girl said firmly, "But I'll try to be brave this once." The wound on Kim Dane's abdomen gradually began to heal. When the wound closed and the bleeding stopped, the pale blue light subsided. Kim Dane's breathing also gradually stabilized. After that, Hyul left the room. Before leaving, Hyul turned and said, "Thank you." Hyul quickly walked away. Inside the glass enclosure, Kim Dane placed his hand on his stomach and thought, finally managed to recruit a healer. The glass opened. Kim Dane sat up and called softly, "Hyul." He smiled and said, "Thank you." Elsewhere, Seola and Shinharu had finished 4 cans of beer. Seola spoke up. "So let's summarize." She continued, "Egostic's terror incidents are strange in that there are no casualties. Aside from the villains, from the mysterious call and the airplane terror, to the rescue of the falling car this time, right?" Shinharu nodded with sparkling eyes. Seola teased, "Oh my god, Shinharu, do you believe the conspiracy that Ego's tick is the top-tier hero, Apple Mango? Is it you? Are you really grade A hero Stardust?" Shinharu silently chided herself. "I've been fooled." She turned her head and angrily said, "It's not about belief or not. I say this because I feel it's not just a conspiracy." Seola kept teasing her. "Tell me the account name active in your Mango Stick fan club." "I don't have one." "Just kidding. Don't be mad, little Shinharu." Shinharu glanced at Seola, cleared her throat, and said, "Anyway," she asked, "there are indeed some ambiguous points, but he does his evil very professionally, right?" Shinharu hesitated. "That's true too." Seola pressed. "Come on, what's the problem? Just treat him as a villain." Shinharu lowered her head and thought sadly. "To me, Ego's tick seems to be looking much further ahead. I don't know what that is, but," Seola said, "Workaholic Shinharu, stop talking about that weird masked villain. Has no one caught your eye lately? If you're resting, you should be rushing to date someone." Shinharu immediately retorted, "What do you know about dating?" Seola was actually the heir to a major conglomerate. She blushed and said, "My family strictly controls my private life. It's not that I can't meet people, I just don't want to yet." Shinharu teased her. "Seola, your face is all red, so cute." Seola immediately replied, "No, I'm not." "Really?" At a large prison, a black car stopped in front of the gate. An elderly man stepped out. He was Kim Seon-woo, S-rank villain and technical advisor to the Hanun Corporation. A white-haired doctor greeted him with a smile. "You've worked hard, sir." Dr. Seon-woo cut in. "Save it. How's the progress?" The white-haired man reported, "Currently at 56%. Progress is going well. Project expected to finish around next September." He clicked his tongue. "Oh my, too slow. In any case, everything must be ready by this winter." The white-haired doctor fell silent and glanced at him. After getting into the car, Seon-woo ordered his subordinates, "Let's go." He thought to himself, "Wait, He told himself, before this winter ends, everything in this Korea will be under the feet of Dr. Kim Seon-woo. At a Agnostic's base, a reporter announced breaking news from the TV. Dr. Kim Seon-woo, suspected of concealing unethical experiments, was released at 7 o'clock this morning. Dr. Kim Seon-woo is expected to return to a frontline position at the Hanwha Corporation. Kim Dane propped his chin on his hand, watching TV, and smiled. All right, players, take the field. Han Seon passing by exclaimed, "Oh my, what are you talking about?" 3 months later, a snowfall covered the entire city. Cha-yoon wrapped himself in a warm coat, ran into the yard, and shouted happily, "The snow is so exciting, let's go. Come back here." Han Seon ran after him, shouting, "Hey, I got here first." Lee Soo-bin and Ha-yeol approached the table. Lee Soo-bin took a sip of hot cocoa. She smiled and asked, "Doesn't this feel nice?" Ha-yeol replied, "Yeah, it's really great." Kim Dane walked over and called out, "Hey Seon, can you walk properly? What's with those steps? You ruined the whole layer of snow." Oli and Thuyen, the snow was so pretty a moment ago, untouched. A snowball flew straight into his face. Han Seon shouted, "Let the game begin." Han Seon and Cha-yoon teased him, "Come on, mango stick. Get in here." Kim Dane silently raised his hand. 2 snowballs struck both their faces. Kim Dane raised his hand, then grit his teeth and declared, "You bratty lot, come at me. I'll teach you manners, a special skill. Super fast ice." Han Seon screamed in surprise. "What the heck? Hey, that's cheating, mango stick." Cha-yoon protested. "That's clearly a loophole trick." The kid raised both hands and declared, "I give up. I surrender." Han Seon, astonished, turned to look at him. Kim Dane answered, "Accepted." Cha-yoon laughed loudly. "Safe now." At that moment, Kim Dane suddenly asked, "So, are you ready?" A giant snowball barreled down and turned Han Seon into a snowman. Kim Dane laughed loudly and said, "I'm starving. Let's grab a light bite." Cha-yoon shouted, "Order." While eating, Kim Dane said, "So delicious. Chocolate cookies." He and Cha-yoon ate and chatted happily, forgetting Han Seon. She walked up to Kim Dane. He looked up and asked Cha-yoon, "Can you tell Ha-yeol to bring a few more?" A snow fist slammed straight into Kim Dane's head. Kim Dane's face hit the table. Han Seon flustered. "Mango stick is done for." Was that too hard? The snowball had frozen water inside. Cha-yoon awkwardly asked, "Are you okay?" The genius girl panicked and shook him, calling, "We're dead mango stick killers now." Kim Dane and Ha-yeol approached, glanced at him, and the girl said, "He's smiling. It's such an obvious act." Kim Dane mimicked Han Seon's words. "Mr. Kim Dane?" He covered his face and pretended to be shy, so touched. "Seon, do you really care about me?" Han Seon gritted her teeth, blushed, and raised a snowball, sticking in 2 ice bottles, then immediately shouted, "But it hurts a lot." She yelled, "Shut up." Then she chased after Kim Dane. As he dodged Han Seon, he recalled, "Over the past 3 months, we've loosened up and enjoyed the winter. I even considered staging another terror. But Stardust is now as strong as she was in her 3rd year of the original timeline, so it's unnecessary." Kim Dane looked at Ha-yeol and thought, the only real change is Ha-yeol has started smiling more. Maybe she's finally thawing and opening up to us. Little by little, fingers pointed at him. Public opinion had also turned against me. Everyone blamed Egoistic for the Seoul Bridge collapse. My reputation collapsed completely. 1.2 million people who took my money obviously needed someone to blame. Selfish citizens told themselves it's Agnostic's fault for staging that monstrous terror. That's right. How could it all be true? They even sneered, calling us accomplices. Convenient, isn't it? After all, becoming a villain was my original goal. He mused. Now just wait for the black catastrophe to appear. At that moment, Han Seon jumped on him and shouted, "I got you." Kim Dane fell to the ground but laughed happily. "You win." But in the blink of an eye, Han Seon turned into a snowman, and Kim Dane quickly ran away. Lee Soo-bin saw it and laughed loudly. "What a pathetic scream is that?" Ha-yeol said worriedly, "You'll get hurt if you keep playing those games." Everyone sat back at the tea table and then discussed, "I'm starving. What should we eat tonight? We played so much. How about we make bibimbap?" "Great. Get inside quickly. It's freezing out here. Go call Seon-woo first." "All right." Elsewhere, alarm lights continuously flashed red. A research lab collapsed, and staff ran in panic everywhere. Kim Seon-woo fell to the ground and screamed frantically, "Impossible, it can't be like this. Damn it. Where did everything go? A staff member shouted. Doctor, you have a run now. He immediately objected. Let me go. How can I abandon my life's work? He turned his head toward the explosion. A bizarre creature slowly stepped out of the smoke. Two staff lifted Wu up. One of them shouted, Please, doctor, we must run quickly. Wu muttered, No way. Behemoth, how could the #1 test subject prototype suddenly have consciousness? The creature, named Behemoth, opened its wide mouth and roared. At a high-rise building, security guards ran in chaos as a sudden explosion occurred. Stardust quickly ran into the building. She flung open the door to a room and demanded, Mr. President, what's happening? The old man pointed to the screen and cried, Emergency! Stardust, look! Behemoth had now left the lab and begun destroying the city. The old man said in panic, Where did that horror come from? Stardust looked up, sensing something, and shouted, Run! Outside, Behemoth had begun tearing the building apart. An unlucky civilian driving a car was trapped in the rubble it caused. A wall slammed into the car. The driver luckily jumped out in time and shouted in panic, My car! Someone loudly advised. What's the use of worrying about the car now? Run! Behemoth was still wildly destroying the surroundings. Buildings kept collapsing. A man held his son and prayed in terror. Oh Lord! Behemoth roared. He screamed in fright, My God! Stardust announced and rushed out of the room. I'm departing immediately. Uncle Runho stopped her. Calm down. Stardust, you can't face something that big alone. Stardust turned back and retorted, I can't sit idly by while it rampages. Go ahead and sit there eating popcorn, Mr. President. The old man exclaimed in surprise, What? A loud noise rang out that made her turn around. On the screen was footage of Behemoth destroying everything and then heading toward the Seoul University Bridge. It immediately fell into the river. It slowly sank. The air inside the room instantly quieted. Uncle Runho called Stardust. She blankly replied, Sir, orders received. I want a full report on my desk by tomorrow morning. Popcorn what? Stardust hesitated. Sorry. At Agostic's base, he calmly ate popcorn. The moment Behemoth fell into the river, everyone immediately cheered. That evening, a house remained lit. Shin Haru sat at her desk, scrolling through news on her computer screen. Her eyes landed on an article with a headline. Are there still fools who think Egoistic is the villain? The article explained and argued that this public discussion is a must-read for anyone who still thinks Egoistic is the villain. This black disaster creature still possesses a certain degree of intelligence. If it fully awakens consciousness, in short, even if 3 heroic guys confront Americans, it won't sing all day for them. They will win. And if time stretches and its intelligence grows, it will learn to avoid its weakness, water, and destroy everything in Korea. The conclusion lauded Mango Stick. After reading the article, Shin Haru sighed. She chewed a slice of tangerine and couldn't help thinking to herself, Unbelievable. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? In reality, if Egoistic hadn't collapsed the bridge, no need to be early. There would be no superhero in Korea able to stop those monsters. Thinking about this dilemma, Shin Haru fell silent and brooded. This can't be true. It was dark outside, with only a few streetlights. Shin Haru, hat on and neatly dressed, ran along the empty dark street, her tied-up hair flying with her strides. In her head, she kept reminding herself, he is the villain and I am the hero. Even if I'm protecting myself, I'll be protecting everyone. Shin Haru set her jaw and ran faster. On TV, the anchor was updating the latest. Next up, reports indicate experiments by a leading Korean conglomerate, Hanwha Group, are the source of the recent black disaster, suggesting nationwide consequences. The Hanwha headquarters, a corporation that collapsed overnight, shows no sign of human presence in the Hanwha building. The screen immediately cut to footage of Hanwha to illustrate the scene. The anchor continued. The chairman of Hanwha and Dr. Kim Seon-woo, who oversaw the black disaster experiments, have disappeared along with their research team. Han Seon, Lee Soo-bin, and Hayo watched the news while eating dinner. Hearing this, Kim Dane couldn't help remarking, so it turned out like this after all. Hayo punched and kicked the air, angrily cursing. Serves those bastards right. Lee Soo-bin, still dissatisfied, flailed her fists and angrily said, Not enough yet. Han Seon agreed, chiming in boldly. We have to catch every one of those who ran. The alliance against the corporate managers who caused natural deaths at Hanwha. Kim Dane, holding a pair of plastic chopsticks, waved them awkwardly and said, Be optimistic, don't worry. They'll show themselves soon. Then he smiled and asked their opinion. More importantly, can everyone gather here after we finish eating? Lee Soo-bin looked puzzled, not understanding his plan. Han Seon, still fired up, grew doubtful and said, "What are you plotting this time? Every time you do this, I get scared." Looking at the detailed blueprint Kim Dane spread out for them, the three, Han Seon, Lee Soo-bin, Hayol, gasped in disbelief and shouted, "The underground laboratory of Hanun Group." After shouting, Lee Soo-bin and Hayol fell silent, while Han Seon kept fussing loudly, asking, "What's in there?" Exasperated, he asked her, "What exactly do you mean?" He circled B9 with a red pen and grinned slyly as he said, "Something utterly insane. The ultimate secret weapon created by Hanun Group during experiments on a superhuman army. They used it to graft into human bodies. That messy spherical block of wiring is a living entity made from materials capable of withstanding stomach acid and atomic bombs. Because the Black Disaster was the prototype of Behemoth, from it the mutations on the current Earth developed. If perfected, its power might." After speaking at length and circling around the point, Kim Dane noticed the others' reactions, confused, bewildered, scratching their heads. Then turning displeased, he hesitated and asked, Why? Why are you all like this?" Han Seon, Lee Soo-bin, and Hayol each froze, faces hardening. Han Seon finally spoke, face darkened, querying in a low voice, "So, it's an army of monster superhumans? They messed up your body again? 2 extra holes in the stomach are kinda cool though." Kim Dane's face went pale and helpless. His eyes instinctively averted, and he said nothing. Han Seon, fueled by anger, jumped up, pointed at his face, and shouted, "Are you kidding me?" Kim Dane also straightened his neck and protested, "I want to be stronger too." Hearing that, Hansen grew even more furious, leapt onto the table, and started wildly punching him, teeth clenched as she yelled, "You want to be stronger?" Kim Dane parried her blows, saying nothing. Lee Soo-bin couldn't stand it any longer, got up, and separated them. "Enough, both of you." Kim Dane brooded and thought. In the original story, there was certainly no specific mention of the hero's next actions, but every punch Han Seon throws at me is easily blocked, which even makes her exclaim. Still deep in thought, Kim Dane wondered inwardly, nothing too serious will happen, right? Early morning, blue sky and white clouds, at a high-rise building of a conglomerate. An assistant stood at the podium reporting the latest situation. Many biological signs have been detected in the buried underground laboratory. It seems the creatures and Hanun Group researchers who were experimenting may still be alive. Mr. Runho sat upright, listening, and asked in puzzlement, "Stomach acid?" Jia Hyun joined the meeting online and also reported, "I tried to approach last night, but my shadow couldn't touch it. It was blocked by the wave signal that black thing emits." After hearing that, Mr. Runho turned to Stardust and asked, "Do you hear? Support will be difficult. Are you still going?" Stardust was hovering in the air, observing the large hole below, adjusted her headset, and replied decisively, "Yes." Mr. Runho's voice came through with instructions. "Good. I approve the mission to explore Hanun Group's underground base." Stardust accepted the mission and flew straight down into that large hole, unaware that Ego's Tick was standing on the rooftop of a nearby building watching her. Ego's Tick nervously and frankly voiced his feelings. "It makes me a bit uneasy because it's not going exactly as planned." Han Seon on the line scoffed loudly. "If you're scared, you can turn back right now." Lee Soo-bin, fearing their bickering, chimed in to reconcile. "Soon. Don't provoke him like that." Ego's Tick didn't take offense and boasted confidently, "Man, it's like I'm less afraid of those monsters." Han Seon tapped the keyboard, unable to hide her disdain. Lee Soo-bin felt helpless with the two of them, but in the end they both smiled sincerely and warned him, "Be careful." Ego's Tick used magic to conjure effects. Their live stream began. He first introduced himself. "Nice to meet you all. I am Agosti." He then created curious effects to attract viewers and steered into the main topic. "Is this a terror attack? What happened today? You must be curious, right? Too bad today isn't about Dad. It's an exploration." The live chat currently has 10,000 viewers. The streamer started 1 minute ago. In the comments below, netizens clamored and debated, "What is this? Oh, is this the SP rank Hero Mango stream? Thanks. Explain, Soul. If you knew it would be destroyed like that, where was it? Why is it so dark? What crazy thing are you planning today? Lo. The camera panned to the surrounding machinery as Ego's Tick mockingly explained. This is Hanun Group's underground base, the very place that created that horrifying disaster. What were they doing here? I'm so curious I can't stand it. Shall we take a look? At headquarters, Mr. Runho shouted, calling Stardust. Stardust, can you hear me? The assistant beside him advised. It seems she's gone so deep that radio signals can't reach her anymore. Mr. Runho slammed his fist hard on the table in anger. Ego's Tick thought himself audacious for suddenly going in there, but he huffed and gave an order. Assistant, bring me some popcorn. The assistant acknowledged and stood up to leave. Over there, Ego's Tick pointed the camera and filmed a round of the machines, his tone sarcastic as he said, Everyone look, what the hell did those bastards do here? Ego Tick joked and looked around while viewers on the screen commented and argued, reflecting on it. Curious, is the atmosphere so dire it's terrifying? It's nothing. Right, where did the previous stuff go? Be careful, Mango Stick. The camera swept through every nook. Ego's Tick half joked, half serious. Could I, who once shook all of Korea, be scared by traces of experiments this small? Suddenly hearing a noise, he flipped on the lights and, on high alert, frantically raised several defensive guns. He then spotted a white cat and instinctively blurted, What? Ego's Tick vaguely wondered to himself. It's just a cat, right? Then he immediately grew wary and thought, But why is there a cat here? The cat suddenly rolled over, red cords wrapped around it, and it backed into a corner. Ego's Tick froze, bewildered. The cat's eyes glowed red, standing on the pile of red cords. It stared at him and let out a cry. He heard a sound behind him and turned his head to see a demon-faced monster appear, charging aggressively toward him, stretching out a hand full of razor-sharp claws. Ego's Tick was terrified, rendered speechless, his face drained of color. Stardust was by, then moving deeper into the darker tunnel, when she suddenly heard gunfire. She stopped, spun around, and thought gunshots. The view returns to the protagonist's perspective. By now he regretted every foolish decision that had brought him here. As he fled, his thoughts spiraled in panic. I shouldn't have crawled into this place. I should have listened to Sion. Stupidly stubborn monkey. I should have stayed home and practiced telekinesis instead. Behind him, the grotesque, huge-faced monster kept right on his tail. Ego's Tick frantically controlled the floating guns around him, firing wildly as he ran for his life. But that only sent his fear skyrocketing. Pushing off hard, he muttered through gritted teeth. No, regret is useless now. At this point, I have to capture Behemoth before I get out of here. In the next second, true to his overly dramatic villain nature, he slipped. His body lunged forward, rolling several times across the floor before coming to a painful stop. His face contorted as he groaned and glanced hastily behind him. As expected, the monster seized the chance and closed the distance. Drool dripped from its gaping mouth as it loomed over him, ready to swallow its prey. With no other choice, Ego's Tick gathered the floating guns and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Countless rounds struck the creature's gigantic body, tearing bloody holes in its flesh. But at that size, those wounds were little more than scratches. Rather than collapsing, the beast grew angrier. It let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire underground facility until the place collapsed in a cloud of dust. By some foolish luck or divine comedy, Ego's Tick survived, crawling out of the rubble, soaked in mud and aching. He muttered, How deep is this place? In the chaos, I even lost the camera and my guns. Great, he called out, trying to contact them over the radio. So, can you hear me? Silence. No response. A creeping fear began to coil in his gut. The signal probably can't reach this depth. Now I'm actually starting to get a little scared. Just a little, he admitted, wearily surveying the wreckage. But before he could steady himself, a sudden shockwave shook the wall to his left. A fist smashed through the concrete, leaving a deep hole. Stepping out was a familiar figure, Stardust. Her enhanced senses prickled as she squinted, scanning the dust-filled room. This energy feels familiar. Don't tell me it's Ego's Tick, she muttered. Her gaze locked onto him, confirming it. She immediately took a fighting stance, voice sharp. What are you doing here? As for Ego's Tick, he froze, panic flooding his mind, hands flailing as he stammered. Wait, Stardust, I'm the one who should be asking that. What are you doing here? Cracking her knuckles, Stardust replied coldly. I'm a hero. Cleaning places like this is nothing new to me, right? Her words rendered him speechless. He mumbled, nodding weakly. That was all the confirmation she needed. A slow, confident smile spread across her face as she straightened. Perfect timing. Looks like I found an unexpected bounty target. Her eyes flashed dangerously. If you come quietly, it won't hurt. No sooner had she finished than Stardust lunged forward, reaching out to grab him. Egostick nearly used his teleport ability to dodge, and so the two began an unending chase through the narrow underground passages. Worse, Egostick's evasion succeeded only by the narrowest margins. Each time Stardust attacked, her strikes missed him by only a few centimeters. Finally, panting, he raised his hands in desperation to buy time. Wait. Stop. I know you see me as just a villain, but look around. You know it as well as I do. This place is dangerous. You don't even know what this facility really is, do you? So why not call a temporary truce until we get downstairs? He proposed hurriedly, hoping she'd at least listen. Stardust paused 3 seconds, brow furrowing. Instead of answering, she shot back. Then why didn't you say what you were doing here first? Egostick shrugged helplessly, trying to feign calm despite sweat streaming down his face. Saying I'm curious, okay? The people who worked here are the ones who created that black disaster. I think they might have built something even worse. She fell silent, watching him, assessing whether he was telling the truth. After a few seconds, she finally nodded slightly. Fine, acceptable. Temporary cooperation. Follow me. Anyway, I'm dealing with the monsters. You can lend a hand. With that, she turned and walked away. Egostick blinked, surprised she agreed so easily. Huh? I just threw that out there. How did it turn into this? He muttered. Meanwhile, Stardust's inner thoughts told a different story. If I try to capture him by force, he'll probably run. Better to keep him close and watch. Maybe this way I'll understand what Egostick is thinking. Time passed quickly. The two were now rifling through documents in the abandoned research room. Egostick, instead of focusing, kept glancing around suspiciously, scanning every corner. His constant restlessness finally angered Stardust. She punched the wall next to him hard, leaving a deep dent, and shouted, "What the hell are you mumbling about, villain, for? You're testing my patience. This place is full of secrets. Get out before I crush you." Seeing her predator-like glare, Egostick immediately straightened up. "Yes, ma'am. I'm leaving right now." "Oh my God, you're terrifying," he cried out dramatically. But when he turned back to look at her, focused, serious, and radiant, even in the dim light, a flush of red spread across his cheek. Being treated as a partner like this might get me used to it, he thought, grinning foolishly. After a while, realizing they couldn't find any useful clues, the two decided to move on. Following her, Egostick couldn't help but be impressed. She navigated this place so easily. Don't tell me her supersensory perception has evolved to this level. Putting that aside, the two finally reached a room labeled Psychic Suppression Room. The suspicious name made Stardust hesitate to enter. Instead, she turned and ordered decisively, "Hey, Egostick, you go in first." Egostick froze on the spot, panic high in his voice. "Me? You wanted to go in there?" Stardust didn't bother arguing. She simply tightened her fist and cracked her knuckles, a silent but terrifying threat. Seeing that, Egostick immediately conceded, "Of course I'll go in." "Of course I'll go in," he said with a forced smile, though his thoughts told a different story. "She's treating me completely like a guinea pig." Reluctantly, he pushed the door and stepped inside. To test the room's effect, he took off his hat and tossed it into the air, then tried to manipulate it with telekinesis. Nothing happened. He frowned, concentrated harder, closed his eyes to try teleporting. Still nothing. "It really doesn't work," he muttered. From the outside, Stardust's voice came, slightly dark and skeptical. "Really?" Before Egostick could answer, as he was examining the wall, a loud explosion rang out behind him. Startled, he turned and saw Stardust standing before the cracked wall. Her fist was still half raised. Debris fell around her. "I just wanted to check if it truly disables powers," she said calmly, brushing dust off her glove. "Turns out it does. I'm not lying about that." Egostick stared at her, half amazed, half terrified. She broke the wall with sheer strength. That's badass. But wait, what if the whole place collapses? Still, deep down, he couldn't help but admire. Her raw strength has increased to this level. It's truly frightening. Before he could think further, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the chamber. Red warning lights began flashing on the walls. The air instantly tensed. Both froze. The same realization struck them. We're locked inside a sealed room. No poderes. Stardust was doing her best to break the emergency door. Her whole body glowed a fierce red, but the door didn't seem to budge. Kim Dane told Stardust that trying to break the door was useless because this door was set to open automatically after about 3 hours. He even showed her a countdown clock reading 2 hours, 58 minutes, and 41 seconds. Kim Dane went on to say that this heavily guarded door would open in 3 hours and advised her not to waste her energy, suggesting they leave together when it opened. Blood flowed from Stardust's hand. It seemed she'd been injured trying to force the door. Kim Dane, watching quietly, also noticed the wound. Kim Dane slowly stood and continued to counsel Stardust not to be reckless, saying she wasn't even in a state to use her power. Stardust stood there, eyes steady, hand clenched, watching Kim Dane's movements. Kim Dane straightened, reached towards Stardust, and said, "Give me your hand." Stardust looked at Kim Dane in surprise, eyes wide with astonishment and suspicion as he kept his hand extended. Kim Dane carefully took Stardust's hand, now bandaged neatly, though blood still seeped through the white gauze. Stardust stared at Kim Dane, her deep blue eyes wide, an indescribable surprise and complex thoughts rising at his action. Stardust turned away, saying she wouldn't thank Kim Dane. He teased that what she said sounded like thanks. Stardust angrily punched the wall and spun to scold Kim Dane, prompting him to say, "Ah yes, I understand. That's enough. Be careful with your hand." Kim Dane put his hand on his hat and sighed softly. Kim Dane sat down on the floor, leaning against the wall, and said he would lie down for a bit. Stardust looked at him in astonishment. Kim Dane stretched out on the floor, saying that there was nothing to do for the next 3 hours anyway, and advised Stardust to rest and nap a little to conserve energy. Stardust looked suspicious and uncomfortable, her face showing clear wariness. After an hour passed, Stardust sat leaning against the wall, while Kim Dane still lay there with his eyes wide open, thinking that even though he had said that, how could he possibly sleep like this? Tears ran down Kim Dane's face as he thought he couldn't let his guard down for a single second, given how dangerous the situation was. Kim Dane turned his face inward, feeling like a mouse in a jar, and that Stardust, stronger than most grown men, even without her power, prevented him from fully relaxing his vigilance. At that moment, Stardust also turned to look, and their eyes met. Seeing this, Stardust felt a bit embarrassed and looked away. Kim Dane seemed to have caught Stardust's adorable moment. He tugged at his shirt slightly and smiled in satisfaction. 2 hours later, things worsened as Stardust began to have difficulty breathing due to dropping oxygen. Kim Dane also looked exhausted and said he was truly worn out this time. Kim Dane watched Stardust struggle for breath. Then suddenly Stardust spoke up, mentioning Soul Bridge. Kim Dane turned with a surprised expression, seemingly not understanding what Stardust meant. Stardust panted and asked Kim Dane about the car accident, whether he had been the one. Kim Dane stared at Stardust, eyes wide in shock, inwardly thinking she found out. Kim Dane recalled his hand around Mana's, trying to hold the car from falling into the sea during the Soul Bridge incident. Stardust, still weak, repeated the car accident and pressed, "I'm asking, did you stop it?" He then gave an awkward, scoffing laugh. "What, me, a villain? How would I know how to stop it? I just always move forward." Stardust glared at him angrily, thinking he was talking nonsense. Stardust stared at Kim Dane with determination, asked about the plane crash, and demanded why he told her to save it. Kim Dane's face showed sheer horror, his eyes wide and darting as if searching for an excuse to cover it up. After a moment's thought, Kim Dane began to explain. "I've already said it. I'm the villain and you're the hero. Your existence makes me whole. That's the kind of relationship we have." Internally, Kim Dane wondered to himself, "Wait, why is she like this?" Finally, sweat beading on his face, Kim Dane concluded, "Isn't it strange if a hero goes to save people?" Kim Dane sat on the floor, still trying to explain, while Stardust curled up, her face full of discomfort. Kim Dane thought he had overreacted out of embarrassment, and quickly told himself it was just the lack of oxygen. Stardust bowed her head, eyes cold, deducing that then he must be the one who caused Soul Bridge to collapse. Stardust continued, asking Kim Dane whether he had prior knowledge of the monster's appearance and that it would head for the Soul Bridge to do it. Kim Dane forced a laugh, mocking Stardust for believing the absurd conspiracy theories online. Kim Dane went on to reason that he was a bit surprised too, but clearly it was just a coincidence. Kim Dane looked at Stardust's determined expression and thought, is she really testing me? Kim Dane looked confused, wondering if he'd missed something. A horrific image flashed. Mapo Bridge destroyed in a sea of fire and smoke. Next came the image of a plane crashing down from the sky. And then the image of a gigantic black monster lurking like a calamity, a dark disaster. Kim Dane thought to himself, Stardust doesn't believe in silly conspiracy theories. She's suspecting whether I'm the villain. Looking into Stardust's suspicious eyes, Kim Dane realized this sprang from contact with him. Suspicion naturally rose from past terror incidents. In other words, the hero's instincts. Kim Dane stopped himself, thinking that if he explained awkwardly, Stardust would only suspect him more, and he chuckled soft. Stardust held a skeptical, questioning expression. Meanwhile, Kim Dane thought the only way out was to rush straight into confrontation. Kim Dane burst into a manic laugh and said, yes, I know everything. I knew the monster would come, so I took it down first. Stardust sat there utterly shocked. Kim Dane's imagined skill was a secret move like an ego. Kim Dane continued, and meanwhile, Stardust's expression darkened. Kim Dane sneered, Chudingink Stardust. So what will you do? He thought this strategy could be summed up as, so what? Which sounded reasonable. Stardust leaned back, wondering how Kim Dane could know whether he could predict the future. Then he pointed at himself and said bluntly, huh. Kim Dane stood in a dramatic pose, surrounded by glowing red lines of code, eyes blazing, flaunting that as South Korea's top hacker, knowing some secret information was nothing unusual, he thought inwardly. Prophecy? What? How naive. Stardust still looked skeptical and said, still weird. Kim Dane kept a sly smile, his eyes glowing red as he replied, what? What's still weird, Stardust? Stardust glared angrily at Kim Dane, demanding why he would prevent civilian casualties when he was supposed to be a villain. Kim Dane, panic on his face, explained that he hated having his spotlight stolen. He timed the monster's appearance and stopped it because if civilian casualties were too high, no one would pay attention to him. It was all to draw attention and serve his own performance. Kim Dane sweated, his eyes darting, forcing a smile, and said that as long as things didn't get completely out of control, he didn't care whether ordinary people lived or died because it had nothing to do with him. Stardust turned away without speaking. The room fell into silence. Kim Dane, looking a little flustered, tried to emphasize his point, asking Stardust if she understood, his heavy breathing still audible. Suddenly, Kim Dane held a sly smile, his eyes glowing red. Stardust sprang up, making him recoil instinctively. Kim Dane stared straight at Stardust, serious and thoughtful, unsure what she intended to do. Stardust glared at him for a long moment without speaking, leaving Kim Dane a bit anxious and sweating. Her face darkened, her blue eyes wide open. Kim Dane watched Stardust carefully, waiting to see her next move. Suddenly, she said sharply, move aside. Only then did he glance up at the countdown clock. When the clock hit 0, the cold steel door swung open. Stardust knelt, picked up a few small stones to add weight to her hand, then punched hard at the wall in front of her. Afterward, she signaled Ego's Tick. Let's go. Ego's Tick tested his power, lifting a few stones, then grunted and followed Stardust. They walked in silence for a stretch, one ahead and one behind. Suddenly, they discovered a machine with lights on, its screen displaying strange information. RKCB 1107, designated instantaneous teleporter. Note, capable of teleportation and escape. Maintain A-tier containment at all times. Tends to attack from behind. Exercise extreme caution. Ego's Tick read it and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They actually developed teleportation ability? Ego Tick and Stardust looked around warily. Ego's Tick and Stardust scanned their surroundings cautiously, seeing the massive shattered test tube before them. He said seriously, Behemoth Prototype number 0. That was the tube that had contained what was called the Calamity. It had broken the tube and escaped. Then he turned and gave a faint smile. Well, the adventure in this damned lab is over, right? Probably nothing left to see. Blood everywhere, but nothing usable. Stardust then spoke up analytically. Wait, if this is only a prototype, that means the real specimen is still somewhere. Ego Tick, who had been about to leave, froze at her words, inwardly half praising, half muttering, she's sharp. But he only awkwardly scratched his head and suggested to Stardust, Then let's try going over to the other side. Stardust turned abruptly in another direction and told him not to go that way. His step toward that direction halted. He couldn't help but mutter, "What a bother." They quickly reached another intact test tube. Stardust murmured hesitantly, "Here. This one is Behemoth." She then went to stand in front of the machine displaying that tube's data, then turned to move toward the row of machines beside it. Seeing this, Ego's tick kept complaining inwardly. "Where's she going? Oh my God, Miss Stardust, are you really leaving me alone next to that behemoth? Earlier we seemed like an alliance, but I kept insisting I'm a genuine villain. How could she be so carefree and turn her back so decisively? My pride as an excellent villain is a bit wounded." Noticing Stardust still absorbed in reading the info sheet, he suddenly had a crazy idea. Surely she wouldn't believe mere words, so he'll show her direct. At that moment, hearing glass shatter, Stardust panicked and turned to see Ego's tick using his bare hands to take a sample of the specimen. Stardust snapped angrily. "What the hell are you doing?" Ego's tick held out his hand, entangled by the specimen's tendrils, in front of her. He said nonchalantly, "What else?" Betrayal, of course. Stardust was so furious she was speechless and could only scream. Using his villainous mindset, he recalled that in the original story Dr. Kim Sunwoo used Behemoth to fight Stardust. So that meant his eyes had been blazing red, and his whole presence exuded a heavy, oppressive aura. Ego's tick beckoned provocatively at Stardust. With heroic momentum, Stardust didn't hesitate and lunged at him, shouting a challenge. "I'll beat you until you're nearly dead." Ego's tick swung his arm back to build momentum, then thrust it straight toward her. His arm grew enormous, and Stardust recklessly charged into it. His giant arm and her punch collided. Sensing something, she froze for a moment. Ego's tick grinned slyly. Stardust struggled and pummeled at the arm with all her might. Explosion after explosion erupted. The successive blasts never ceased. Stardust tried to hunt Ego's tick down and finish him. Ego's tick flicked his cloak and, half joking, half serious, said to Stardust as she fired a barrage of energy attacks at him, "Are you trying to smash this place, Stardust? Keep that up and this whole place will really collapse." Stardust, provoked beyond endurance, snarled and shouted in challenge, "Hey, fight me one-on-one properly. I'm about to go insane." But he kept taunting her back. "Have you ever seen a villain fight fair? You just betrayed me and expect me to play nice." Stardust cursed angrily, "Damn it," and immediately charged at him again. Their punches met, neither yielding. Ego's tick smiled dangerously and arrogantly said, "This is how villains fight, Miss Stardust. Understand?" All she needed was to let her guard drop, even a little. As he was lecturing her, he suddenly stopped and looked at the monster that had appeared behind Stardust. It was charging toward them. Ego's tick inwardly fretted. "Too fast. I can't teleport Stardust with me in time. We're fighting, and suddenly she's gone." While Stardust stood stunned and bewildered, a sharp claw stabbed straight toward her head. Ego's tick silently lamented, "It's too late." But he still appeared, intercepting the strike aimed at Stardust. Feeling his back against hers, Stardust cried out, "Ego's tick." Ego's tick punched the monster away, then clutched his stomach in pain. Stardust spun around and urgently asked, What are you doing? What was that just now?" Her eyes quickly landed on the bleeding wound on him, and she fell silent. Ego's tick tilted his head and said calmly, "I'll say just one thing. This time you owe me." Then he turned into a flash of light and disappeared in an instant, leaving Stardust staring after him in daze. At home, Hansen, Lee Hyun, and Soo Bin were anxiously worried about him. Han Seo-eun kept complaining, "He always disappears without contacting us. Do you know how worried everyone at home is? I think I'm getting a wrinkle between my brows." Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the door opened, drawing the three's attention. Han Seo-eun sprang up. "He must be home." She skipped outside, still scolding as she went. "Seriously, where have you been so long? Why did you disappear without telling us?" Suddenly, she saw him collapse to the ground. Han Seo-eun's face went stiff, and she screamed. Lee Hyun and Soo Bin inside the house heard and hurriedly ran outside, worried. Seeing Ego's tick lying motionless on the ground, Han Seo-eun sat beside him in a daze, red blood from his wounds soaking the floor. Soo Bin flustered, trembling as she muttered, "First aid kit. Call 119 like last time." Saying that, she hurriedly pulled out her phone and dialed. Having regained her composure, Hansen quickly helped Ego's tick up, shaking him and calling, "Hey, wake up!" Seeing him dazed and bleeding profusely, she panicked more and asked, "What should we do?" He He's losing so much blood. Lee Hyun, calmer than the other two, finally spoke up and suggested, "Let me take a look, okay?" You two step back. Han So-eun stared at her with tears and a runny nose. Lee Hyun used her wound-healing ability and placed her hand over Egostic's abdomen. A beam of light flashed across the room. Meanwhile, Stardust remained at the laboratory. She sat dazed, touching the dark red blood on the floor. Her mind was a mess, worried and puzzled, thinking, he seems to be bleeding a lot. Why did he save me? What the hell is that egoistic guy really? Looking at the bowl of porridge being brought to his mouth, Kim Dane said in a low voice, "Subin, please let me eat by myself, okay? Have some dignity for me." Although he was dissatisfied, his hands were cuffed, and he couldn't resist. Lee Subin just smiled and fed him a spoonful of porridge, still treating him like a child and cooing, "Good boy." At that moment, Lee Hyun arrived with her father Yun. "Hello, everyone. I'll be heading to school now, okay?" Seeing that, Kim Dane called out, "Hyun," and waved at her. Suddenly, Lee Hyun bowed her head, clutching her bag strap with tears welling up as she said remorsefully, "I'm sorry, I only told you the truth about my powers now. Please worry about me going back to school." Kim Dane smiled gently and reassured her. "What are you saying? I'm the one who should be grateful. This is your first day of high school. Do your best." Han Seon cheerfully added, "Be careful, okay?" The two waved goodbye to Lee Hyun and Father Yun once more. Lee Hyun beamed and replied, "I'm off." Subin also waved, not forgetting to wish Father Yun, "Have a good day at school." Father Yun then reminded again, "Be careful, you too." Han Seon, reminded by Lee Hyun's apology of what had just happened, flared up in anger, raised a fist, and in a deep, threatening voice half-jokingly warned him, "If you say you want to go out again, I'll deal with you, no joke." Then she quickly changed the subject, holding the strange ball of yarn and asking him, "By the way, what did you pick up? It's pretty heavy." Kim Dane interlaced his fingers and casually replied, "Seon, I told you it's for acupressure. Can you hand it back to me?" Han Seon examined the odd object and asked puzzled, "How do you use something so round for acupressure?" Without a word, Kim Dane used his power to retract the object into his hand, almost making her miss catching it. He held Behemoth's specimen in his hand and murmured, "Wake up, Behemoth." Hearing that, Han Seon and Subin both grew anxious and frightened, staring tensely at him. With a click, the handcuffs on Kim Dane's wrists fell off. Seeing the tendrils, the two instinctively took a step back. Kim Dane toyed with it like a plaything, swinging Han Seon and Subin around with one hand while spooning porridge with the other, then asked them, "You two know you were wrong, right? Dare you do that to me again?" Han Seon spun dizzy and cried out in surrender, "I'm sorry." Then he asked again, "Will you dare repeat it?" Han Seon, tearless, begged urgently, "I won't do it again. Please put me down." Outside, night fell and the full moon rose high. At a house, Shin Haru lay in bed, restless and unable to sleep. She dreamed of the scene in the lab when he intercepted a stabbing for her. The dream ended. Shin Haru let out a scream, jolting upright, moonlight faintly spilling into the room. Shin Haru sat curled up, her hands clenched tensely on her shirt as she tried to calm herself. In the quiet space, she whispered to herself, "Egoistic, you're still safe, right?" A month later, the sky was clear and the streets peaceful. Shin Haru sat in the quiet classroom, propping her head on her hand and gazing absent-mindedly at the sunlight outside the window. Kim Chae-hyun approached, concerned, asking, "Haru, you've been zoning out lately. Is something worrying you?" Shin Haru forced a casual smile and replied, "It's nothing." But Kim Chae-hyun didn't believe her, pounding her chest excitedly and insisting, "What do you mean nothing? Tell me. Come on, hurry up." At last Shin Haru hesitantly asked seriously, If a villain saved a superhero, what would that mean?" Kim Chae-hyun laughed and, puzzled, asked back, "Why are you asking something so random?" Shin Haru stubbornly explained, "I'm just hypothesizing. Suppose a villain and some hero." By then she realized Kim Chae-hyun wouldn't take the fanciful idea seriously and quickly brushed it off. "Never mind, it's probably because I'm too immersed in the novel I'm reading." Kim Chae-hyun sat beside her, rummaging in her bag, and excitedly said, "Oh, is that so? Actually, I'm hooked on a great novel too. Its plot is pretty similar to what you're describing." She pulled out her tablet and held it up to Shin Haru. "Here, what do you think?" The cover showed the title, The Star-Crossed Love Between the Villain Egoistic and the Heroine Stardust. Shin Haru slammed her forehead onto the desk. Seeing that, Kim Chae-hyun panicked. "Are you okay?" Hadu Shinharu lifted her face, but didn't answer, her mind in turmoil, wondering, is he really safe? Could he actually be dead? Despite Kim Chae-hyun's anxious prodding. Haru, do you have a headache? Shinharu kept staring out the window, her thoughts drifting. No way. That schemer, the man who once wreaked havoc across Korea, with that thick skin he'll surely live on. Even so, she couldn't stop sighing, a faint hope stirring. She just didn't know when his next attack would come. Meanwhile, Kim Dane seriously told everyone, for now, we won't do anything. Hearing that, Soo-bin, who was peeling an apple, had to stop. Han Seo-eun, with her mouth full of apple, froze. Both of them turned to look at him. Han Seo-eun suddenly asked, really? Kim Dane relaxed, basking in the sun, and answered nonchalantly, I'll rest for a while. Han Seo-eun, emboldened, jabbed and rambled. What do you mean for a while? Why don't we just quit altogether? Kim Dane then announced, while I rest, someone will take my place. Hearing this, Han Seo-eun was stunned and asked, what? Someone will replace you. Kim Dane said nothing, a toothpick between his lips, and brooded, I can't be the one always in the field. Right now, I'm still the strongest in the group, and that's the biggest problem. Just watching how easily Stardust stopped Behemoth. I need an ally strong enough for the coming challenge. For Stardust, I've already prepared someone. A new staff member at a cafe. At that time, a pretty female employee on shift, smiling mechanically, cheerfully said, welcome, customers. A young man, face flushed, came up to her holding a large bouquet. Eyes squeezed shut as he blurted out, I love you, Saint. This pure white bouquet represents my heart. Please accept it and my feelings. And at that very moment, Kim Dane, sitting in the cafe, sipping a drink, got front row entertainment. This scene exists in the original story too, and of course the pretty employee followed the script perfectly. Blazing with anger, she ground her teeth and snapped at the young man. Customer, get out right now. I'm already annoyed, and you dare mess around in someone's sacred workplace. Do I look that lenient to you? The young man, clutching the flowers, ran out crying and wounded, lamenting, you're too much. Kim Dane watched the show and chuckled to himself, thinking, it's much more fun live. Choi Se-hee, 23, slapped her forehead in frustration, one hand holding a half-made drink. Suddenly, her gaze met Kim Dane's, who was staring right at her. Choi Se, cheeks flushed, she turned away bashfully and whispered to herself, what's with that? Why is he staring at me like that? And true to the plot, in the original Choi Se-hee later operates under the alias Elektra, an A-rank villain. For now, she lives quietly like an ordinary person, but she still struggles with destructive impulses. Working extra shifts is how she temporarily keeps them in check. Frankly, she's basically a ticking time bomb. When night fell and the moon hung high, Choi Se-hee walked her usual route home, constantly complaining, damn, how long do I have to live like this? One shift ends and another begins, and then another. Suddenly on the quiet night road, she looked around anxiously, hands clenched together, half questioning, half asserting, there shouldn't be anyone here, right? She sat down in a dark corner by the road and activated her special ability. Seeing the brilliant power flowing in her hands, she couldn't help smiling with delight. As the power released and rose into the sky, Choi Se-hee watched in rapture, then grinned broadly. At that moment, a low voice murmured in admiration, it's beautiful. Startled, Choi Se-hee sprang up and looked at the man before her, calling out hesitantly, Ego's Tick. Ego's Tick walked slowly toward her and made an enticing offer. I've been looking for someone with your ability for a long time, Miss Choi Se. With your power, would you be interested in helping me with a few jobs? Choi Se no longer bothered to hide her power and even used it to guard against him. Then she shouted back angrily, what? Jobs? Are you crazy? Do you think every hero turns into a villain like you? Ego's Tick produced behemoth specimen, eyes blazing red as he stared at Choi Se, his tone dangerously challenging. Strike me, then, let's see how strong you are. Not wanting to disappoint, Choi Se poured all her power into it. Blue lightning around her intensified, signaling a devastating attack. She immediately unleashed a massive, blazing bolt of lightning straight at Dane, who stood there arrogant. However, her lightning was easily intercepted and completely neutralized by Kim Dane's red strands of energy. The two energies collided in a horrific explosion, destroying everything around them. When the smoke cleared, Kim Dane still stood in place and scathed. He grinned savagely and taunted Choi Se, is that all your power? Choi Se-hee gritted her teeth in fury, but deep down felt a strange release. It was the first time she had fought at full strength without holding back. Despite her anger, she had to admit the sensation was exhilarating. Before leaving, Kim Dane made an offer, saying it would be valid until next week and telling Choi Se-hee to think it over carefully. Choi Se-hee stood frozen. Before she could process what was happening, Kim Dane was already preparing to disappear. She hurriedly called after him. But it was too late. Kim Dane vanished before her eyes, leaving Choi Se-hee alone amid the wreckage. She looked down at her hands. Sparks still flickered after the fight. Exhausted and bewildered, she couldn't deny that the battle had truly satisfied her. The scene cut elsewhere. Kim Dane and his usual friends appeared to be in extreme pain and despair. Lee Soo-bin beside him, looking sad, apologized and suggested, "Maybe our relationship should end here." Kim Dane angrily turned to Seo-eun and shouted, "How can you treat me like this after everything I've done for you?" Seo-eun smiled slyly and replied with a pointed farewell. It turned out it was all just an act while they were playing Monopoly. Kim Dane screamed in bitter defeat, while Seo-eun laughed gleefully. It turned out Kim Dane had gone bankrupt in the game. Seo-eun kept ridiculing his pitiful state. As the loser, Kim Dane had to accept the punishment of washing a towering mountain of dishes for a family of 5 for 3 days. As Kim Dane trudged off to take his punishment, Seo-eun reminded him that 3 days had passed since they discussed recruiting a new member and asked why he was still idly playing, but he replied indifferently. Seo-eun looked at him with suspicion, not understanding what Kim Dane was plotting. Kim Dane put on his gloves, smiled smugly, confident that the trap he'd set long ago had finally been sprung. The scene shifted to Choi Se-hee's everyday life. She was working at the cafe, absent-mindedly taking orders with a blank expression. Fatigue was evident on her face, to the point she accidentally spilled coffee while working. It seemed daily life was draining her energy. The kind manager noticed Choi Se-hee's exhaustion and advised her to go outside and rest a bit. Choi Se-hee gratefully agreed and thanked her. She flopped down tiredly on the bench outside. During her break, Choi Se-hee took out her phone, hands trembling as she searched for information about someone. She was curious about Ego-tik, the name everyone mentioned. She hadn't expected him to be so formidable. The most influential crime boss in Korea, even with fan cafes and more fame than most heroes. But what shocked her most was that Ego-tik's terrorist attacks caused no civilian casualties, only property damage. The death toll was always 0. This made Choi Se-hee wonder whether he might actually be a good person. The story then returned to introduce her identity, a holder of electrical powers who had never truly used her full strength until she met Ego-tik. The reason was that her parents hated people with superpowers and had tightly controlled Se-hee's abilities since childhood. That suppression was like an overcharged battery. The pressure built over time had become a destructive impulse, Se-hee's signature. Amid the chaotic thoughts, Ego-tik's offer echoed in her head, urging her to think carefully. She returned to work. Many days had passed since Dane's proposal. She continued working day after day, day 5 then day 6. At that point, she suddenly froze. A name flashed through her mind, Ego-tik. Her face immediately shifted from bright to terror-stricken. Finally, on the 7th day, exactly 1 week since that meeting, Choi Se-hee stood alone in a dark alley that night, seemingly waiting for someone. She bowed her head, face set with determination, as if she'd made an important decision. Suddenly she heard a sound and looked up, happily calling, "Ego!" But it was only a stray cat. The cat flinched, puffed up its fur, hissed fiercely, and darted into the darkness. Choi Se-hee, embarrassed by the mistake, clenched her fists and whispered Ego-tik's name with a mix of irritation and anticipation. At that moment, Ego-tik actually appeared behind her and asked, "Have you thought carefully about my offer?" After a moment of silence, Choi Se-hee exhaled and replied decisively, "I'll do it." Ego-tik couldn't hide his delight. Choi Se-hee grasped his hand, reaffirming that she would do whatever he asked. Blushing with excitement, she begged, "Destroy anything. Let me smash something." "Hurry, Dane." Sweating a little in front of the girl, he awkwardly replied, Not keeping her waiting, Ego-tik immediately teleported them to a special place. The place they arrived at was Ego Base, the secret headquarters. Upon arrival, Ego-tik introduced Choi Se-hee to the team members and solemnly declared, "Choi Se-hee is a new member of our family." Surprised by the warm welcome, she shyly introduced herself. Everyone cheerfully reintroduced themselves. Soo-bin, in the center, waved, Hello. Nice to meet you. I am Lee Subin. Lee Hayol, polite in a school uniform, added, Hello. I'm Lee Hayol. Contrary to the warm atmosphere, Soon looked displeased and muttered, Another girl? Reluctantly, Dane introduced her instead. This girl's name is Seon. After introducing everyone, Ego's Tick turned to Sehee and said, And as for me, he slowly removed his mask. He smiled, revealing his true identity, Kim Dane. Choi Sehee was completely stunned. The image of a familiar young man sitting drinking coffee at the cafe where she worked flashed through her mind. She realized with shock that Ego's Tick was the handsome guy who had visited her cafe the week before. The unexpected truth plunged the room into silence. Kim Dane froze. Choi Sehee was embarrassed, and the other members fell silent. Too shocked and embarrassed, Choi Sehee lost control of her power. A massive surge of electricity suddenly erupted from her body, powerful enough to knock out all power in Agostic's high-tech base. Everything went dark. In the dark, the group panicked. Han Seoeun guessed Sehee's electricity caused the outage. Lee Soo-bin felt a numb tingle, while Lee Ha-yeol could only marvel at the terrifying power. As everyone stood stunned, a beam of light snapped on. The beam shone directly at Choi Sehee, forcing her to shield her eyes with her hand. Amid the chaos, Chae-yoon appeared in the doorway, holding a flashlight. The grumpy boy demanded to know what everyone was doing and asked them to turn the lights back on so he could do his homework. The scene outside showed the entire neighborhood plunged into darkness. Cut to Shin Haru reading something on her computer. She had just received a notification that she'd been promoted in Agostic's fan cafe membership ranks. She ruffled her hair and buried her face in her hands in helplessness, blushing as she remembered Ice's teasing. Shin Haru was automatically promoted in Mango Stick's fan cafe, truly an elite member. A genuine elite member. Shin Haru told herself to go to sleep. She jumped into bed and tossed and turned, thinking. She clenched her fists in anger, worried about Dane, and wondered whether that guy was okay. Dane's image returned to her mind along with the words, You owe me a favor. Her gaze dropped. She anxiously called Agostic's name, as if there were an invisible bond between them. After the chaotic incident, the warehouse door popped open. The group looked at the open box. Choi Sehee felt guilty and hurriedly apologized, but Seoeun brushed it off, saying it was fine. She was bored anyway. In that atmosphere, Kim Dane suddenly placed a hand on Choi Sehee's shoulder. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, inviting her to go somewhere private with him. Choi Sehee startled at the unexpected proposal. She quietly followed Kim Dane. The two separated from the group and moved into a quieter area. They approached a large, lavish mansion hidden in the silent darkness. Choi Sehee's face showed a flicker of worry and hesitation as she continued to follow him. Kim Dane led her out to a wide courtyard. He turned, spread his arms wide, and said, All right, there's no one else now. It's just the two of us. She looked at him and asked, And then, do it. Do whatever you want. You want it, don't you? With all that power of yours. She stared at him with determination, ready for what was about to happen. She let out a shout. Electricity began to surge violently around her. She looked him dead in the eye and said, Then you dodge everything yourself, Kim Dane. Even when called by his real name, Kim Dane remained completely calm and unflustered. Immediately, Choi Sehee released all the pin-up power while Dane slowly activated his ability, emitting a purple glow. Her eyes blazed, showing the terrifying power being unleashed. Facing the massive force, Kim Dane used only his teleportation to dodge the attacks. He laughed with pleasure, clearly impressed and delighted by the power she displayed. Choi Sehee's power created a spectacular sight, an electrical storm that devoured everything around. After expending all her energy, Choi Sehee collapsed to her knees on the shattered ground, panting. She was completely exhausted. Kim Dane approached. Choi looked up and asked, Your terrorist attacks don't hurt anyone, right? He replied indifferently, Of course. I'm a pacifist. She smirked, clearly skeptical. Nonsense. If no one gets hurt, then it's nonviolent. And she abruptly changed the subject and asked his age. Kim Dane pretended to count on his fingers. Let's see. I'm 22. No, I'm 23 this year. Choi Sehee puffed her cheeks in annoyance. What? Same age. Didn't you look me up before coming here? So why are you being so formal? She smiled, handed him a bottle of water, and suggested dropping the polite form of address. Kim Dane agreed and took her hand. A pact was made. Amid the rubble caused by her own power, Kim Dane officially welcomed her. Welcome to Team Ego. Choi Se-hee looked unimpressed with the name Kim Dane chose. Team Ego? What the heck? Your naming taste is awful. A month passed. Choi Se-hee, now a member of Team Ego, was in special training with Kim Dane. He instructed her how to channel electricity into the ground. That's it. Now, imagine wrapping the electricity around your feet and shooting it into the earth. She tried to follow, but the unstable current threw her off balance, and she tumbled. Kim Dane jumped aside in surprise as she fell right next to him. At that moment, Sohn stepped out of the house, yawned, and asked, "Ugh, so early. What are you two doing?" Kim Dane explained, "Special training. She's about to face Stardust in the next attack." Meanwhile, Choi Se-hee remained sprawled on the ground and asked skeptically, "Hey, are you sure this method works?" Kim Dane began to feel awkward too, muttering, "That's strange." But then he suddenly remembered something important. Right, he excitedly explained again, like wrapping the electricity around your legs and shooting it into the ground. Okay, I get it. But Choi Se-hee still looked puzzled. Around my legs? Huh, I'm not sure about that. After a moment of confusion, Choi Se-hee seemed to grasp the key point, and she succeeded. Behind them, Seo-eun cheered happily. After practice, Seo-eun cheerfully brought water to Choi Se-hee. "Here's some water." Choi Se-hee smiled, took it, and thanked her. The electricity stabilized around her legs, allowing her to hover in the air. Kim Dane announced with satisfaction, "All right, that's it for today." Behind them, Seo-eun cheered happily. After practice, Seo-eun cheerfully brought water to Choi Se-hee. "Here's some water." Choi Se-hee smiled, took it, and thanked her. She gulped down the whole bottle, sweat drenched after the intense training. Seeing Kim Dane looking at her, Choi Se-hee turned and asked, "What are you staring at?" Kim Dane pinched his nose and said, "Go take a shower. You smell awful from sweat." His words immediately angered Choi Se-hee. She yelled, "Of course I'm sweating. I'm training." The anger of an S-rank talent is not easy to handle. She threw the water bottle straight at Kim Dane's face. He panicked. A thought flashed through his mind. "Oh God, now she's telling me to deal with it myself?" Contrary to his worry, Choi Se-hee burst out laughing and teased, "Come on, dodge it." Watching the two of them banter, Soon could only sigh in exasperation. "Huh. I wish you two would act your age a little." The night before the operation, the team concentrated intensely on a game. Chaeyin shouted, "Sis, 9 o'clock direction. Go 9 o'clock." The atmosphere was extremely tense and chaotic. Someone told them to press A. Someone else shouted to fire now. Choi Se-hee held the controller bewildered, not knowing whose orders to follow amid the conflicting commands. Suddenly a noise made the three of them show clear signs of panic. The screen went black. Kim Dane shouted and dropped his controller while Seo-eun yelled for him to turn the lights on. Lee Soo-bin entered. She saw the three huddled under the dim light planning for the next day. No more noisy gaming. The mood had turned serious. Seeing the team still awake as dawn approached, she couldn't help but sigh. The terrorist event is today, and you guys stayed up all night. Probably everyone's excited because it's been a while since you were active. Hearing Lee Soo-bin's remark, the group broke into a sweat. She gently said, "You all have worked very hard." Tension reached its peak when Lee Soo-bin mentioned the name of this terrorist operation, Red Dead Redemption 2. She beamed and suggested, "Instead, why don't you all go to sleep right now?" That smile terrified the three others. Hearing that, the group hurried back to their rooms. Choi Se-hee awkwardly said goodnight, and Seo-eun said they had to sleep to prepare for tomorrow. As Kim Dane was about to leave, Lee Soo-bin called him back coldly. "Dane, stay here." In the distance, Choi Se-hee and Seo-eun whispered to each other. "Soo-bin's scary when she's mad." Kim Dane bowed his head and apologized. The next morning, emergency alarms blared everywhere. A criminal terrorist attack had occurred in Seoul City. Notably, all civilians within a 250-meter radius had been evacuated with no casualties. And the question arose, where is the hero Stardust? Stardust was on her way to the scene. She plunged from the sky at terrifying speed. At the center of the attacked area, amid the rubble, Choi Se-hee looked up to see Stardust flying in. Choi Se-hee, wearing her new criminal outfit, sat perched on the rubble and greeted with sarcasm. "Hello, Stardust." Her criminal name was Elektra. Stardust landed and looked at Elektra with a cold, wary gaze. Stardust ordered, "Criminal, cease your attack and surrender. If you refuse, I will subdue you by force." Hearing that, Electra only smirked as sparks began to dance on her hands. Surrender? No way. She then fired a powerful bolt of electricity at Stardust. Stardust was taken by surprise by the opening strike. With a confident smile and eyes blazing with power, Electra declared, "My name is Electra. I'm here because of him, to face you." The battle between the two officially began. A week before Electra's attack, Dane arranged to meet Choi Se-hee alone in a secluded corner. Se-hee asked, puzzled, "What's up? Didn't training end yesterday?" Sitting on a tree root, Dane said seriously, "Because I forgot to teach you something, a move called Thunder Fist." Hearing that, Choi Se-hee reflexively repeated the name, Thunder Fist. Dane, vainly taking her repetition as praise, quickly leapt in. "What? Just the name sounds cool, right? Doesn't it make you curious?" He was immediately slapped down by Choi Se-hee, who contemptuously said, "What kind of naming sense is that? It's awful." Dane grumbled silently, thinking, "That's just the name. What else do you want?" But putting that aside, he carefully guided her. "Don't think of firing out a stream of electricity. Think of coiling the electricity into your arm, clenching it into a fist, then releasing it." Se-hee seriously followed his instructions. Dane paused, then added, "Gradually push your mind to compress the electricity to the limit. Focus everything into the fist." Following that, Se-hee reported to him, "I'm doing it like you said." She then launched a test punch. The Thunder Fist punch truly had formidable power. Rock and earth affected by it flew in all directions, creating an earth-shaking tremor. When the dust cleared, a long crater had formed in the ground. Dane walked beside Choi Se-hee and asked, "See? This is Thunder Fist. Isn't it awesome?" Se-hee, still astonished, exclaimed, "This is insane." Dane looked at her and encouraged. "For the week before the attack, just practice this move. Save one for Stardust. Go for it." Se-hee smiled and shot a bland insult. "You lunatic. Why do you keep targeting that girl? You're vicious." Dane, shameless, confidently said, "I have a proper villain backstory too, you know." Se-hee, out of habit, retorted, "What the hell are you talking about? You idiot." And now, in this very battle, Choi Se-hee was using it against Stardust. She taunted, "An A-rank hero, and that's all you've got?" Stardust, unwilling to back down, charged and flew toward her. Through binoculars, Egostick watched the fight between the two. He happily enjoyed his spicy snack, constantly praising, "This spot is absolutely safe. The perfect place to watch. A free show just for me." Stardust glanced at the electricity emanating from Se-hee and clicked her tongue soft. She thought to herself, "To get close to her, I have to withstand this level of electricity and still be ready to dive into Se-hee." Seeing that, Se-hee couldn't help but remark, "Oh, you can pass through it?" Then Choi Se-hee swung a kicking strike and muttered, "How about this then?" Each of her kicks set off explosions across the city. Stardust was struck by her electric attacks and screamed in pain. Se-hee nimbly dropped to the ground and, looking towards Stardust, murmured confidently, "That one is easier to take down than I thought." At that moment, Stardust passed through Se-hee's electric arcs and slowly closed in on her. Stardust generated a blast of force that blew away the choking smoke and strode forward. Se-hee's confident mood was instantly snuffed out. She stared at Stardust in wide-eyed shock. As Stardust prepared to strike, Se-hee sprang up, stepping aside to another spot, staring at Stardust with a cold laugh. The two stood facing each other, neither making the first move. Se-hee tensely wondered to herself, "That girl's a monster, isn't she? Egostick has been toying with this monster all along." Stardust glared directly at Se-hee. It seemed she was gradually adapting to Electra's attacks. Egostick stood at a distance, watching every move and silently commenting to himself. "The reason I trained Se-hee so hard was to raise her tolerance for Stardust attacks. Compared to the original, who fared miserably, this is still nothing for Se-hee." Back in the fight, as Se-hee readied her move, Stardust coldly interrupted with a condition. "You're Electra, right? It's not too late to surrender. I'll capture you without leaving a scratch." Seemingly insulted by the remark, Se-hee angrily shouted, "What? Damn it." Stardust, radiating killing intent, replied tersely, "You brought this on yourself." Then she unleashed her full power and rocketed towards Se-hee. Se-hee immediately assumed a fighting stance. Their fists met, producing a deafening explosion. Dust and rubble flew everywhere, and Egostick's binoculars were swept up in the gust. He had to deploy a shield to stand safely in that spot. The whole city echoed with massive explosions. Unsure whether to be upset or pleased, Ego's tick opened up space and pulled out a camera to film the fierce clash. As the smoke cleared, Stardust stared expressionlessly at the person before her. A long gouge appeared on the ground. Behind her, the city lay submerged in a sea of dust and fire, while Stardust remained unscathed. Seihi was seriously injured. She clutched her bleeding arm in pain. Only then did Stardust speak coolly and ask her, "What did you say earlier? Who was the person you were talking about?" When they first clashed, Seihi casually said, "I came to face you on behalf of that person." Stardust, intrigued by the detail, now asked, "Is there someone behind this?" But despite her internal injuries and coughing blood, Seihi stubbornly retorted, "Get lost as if I'd tell you." Stardust was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Fine, I'll interrogate you slowly." She raised her hand to prepare another strike. At that moment, a hand appeared and grabbed Seihi's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Ego's tick made Seihi vanish, leaving Stardust alone, bewildered and suspiciously wondering. Could it be? A familiar voice rang out. "Hello, Stardust." Stardust turned toward the voice and called, "Egostic." Ego's tick held Seihi suspended in midair. Looking down at her, he greeted nonchalantly, "Yes, it's me. Long time no see." The camera was live. Ego Stream was about to start a live stream. Even just preparing, already 14,000 viewers were watching. Netizens flooded the chat with comments. "It's live. Charge up. Ego's tick just popped up out of nowhere, guys. Oh my god. Ego's tick is live. Oh my god. Ego's tick is live. I dropped everything I'm doing. Gotta watch now. I am dying, babe." The screen showed him holding Seihi in his arms. The comment section erupted in a lively frenzy. Who's that handsome lady right off the bat? Scandalous infidelity on live. Does he dare cheat right in front of Stardust? Stream just started, and he's already carrying another girl like a princess. My taste matches it so well, right? Stardust, still stunned, asked him, "You're alive?" Ego's tick thought, "What a strange question." Still, playing the villain, he smiled and replied, "Yes, of course. Too bad this isn't good news for you." But as soon as he finished, Stardust breathed with relief. "You're alive, thank goodness." He was thrown off and thought, Regaining his composure, Ego's tick teased, "You say thank goodness? Well, I didn't expect Stardust to care about me." Stardust couldn't argue and flushed at his hit. Ego's tick continued, "Next time I'll send my regards first, okay?" Say he couldn't hold back and scolded him, "Hey, why are you late, man?" Ego's tick gave a casual grin and replied, "Sorry, the show was just too captivating." Taking in the intimate image of the two of them, Stardust slightly frowned. Sensing something unusual, Ego's tick turned to look at her. Say he also noticed Stardust's darkening face. She glared at the two of them with murderous intent. She cried out in alarm, "Hey, what's wrong with that girl? Why did she flip so fast?" Ego's tick calmly and insightfully guessed, maybe she wants to rip apart the two villains in front of her. Has the wrath of a superhero been awake? After a brief silence, Stardust looked up and shouted, "Why are you here, Ego's tick?" Ego's tick, holding Choi Sei-hee, smiled and said, "Me? I came to rescue my associate." That statement made Stardust's face turn dark. Associate. Before she could process it, he continued speaking. "Let me formally introduce everyone. Ego Stream. That is the association of villains." Stardust couldn't believe her eyes. An alliance of evil? Ego's tick affirmed once more. Not wrong at all. With me now are comrades whose abilities are no less than the Electra I'm holding. That means from now on, I will no longer carry out terrorist acts alone. You should all brace yourselves and start to worry for Stardust. No, for the entire country. Attack. Electro. Unleash a million volt discharge. Choi Sei-hee shouted angrily. "I told you not to do that." But her hand still sent a surge of electricity toward Stardust. As she leapt back to evade, the two of them immediately vanished. Ego's tick mocked, "Hey Stardust, you're still too weak to catch us. Keep trying though." Stardust, furious to the point of madness, shouted, "Stop, you too, don't run." Her anger made her lose control and punch the nearby wall, shattering it to pieces. What is this sick, terrible feeling? Electra, Ego's tick. In her head, she pictured Ego's tick smiling and saying, "I have many lovely teammates, you know. Of course Electra is still my favorite." Choi Sei, embarrassed, nestled in his arms. "Oh, what a weird thing to say. I told you not to do that." But the truth was this incident had never been recorded as having happened. At this moment, Rage completely consumed Stardust. In our next rematch, I swear I will annihilate. Meanwhile, Ego's tick stood in front of a perfectly ordinary wall. Is this the place? Suddenly he shouted. Is anyone present here? Then he punched through the wall. Immediately, a hidden passage appeared. Location confirmed. The 30th floor belonged to the never-ending staircase area. To the right of the camouflaged wall was a passage with an ancient feel, blazing blue candles, and a massive gate made of black obsidian. As if anticipating his arrival, the gate opened and Ego's tick stepped in, greeting hello. The person inside puffed a cigar and asked, a rather unfamiliar young face, what brings you to this place? The vine which stood before him. Ego's tick bluntly made his request. I hope you can use magic to seal this item for me. He thought to himself. First is a journal that records every event in the world since ancient times. The other is a notebook that records things about to happen in the future. Seeing these new objects, the vine which was surprised. This stone looks wonderful. I accept. How long do you want the effect to last? He answered, for both items, seal them until my last breath. The vine which asked no further questions and immediately cast a sealing spell on them. After a round of incantations, she handed them back to him. Done. From now on, no one but the book's owner can sneak a peek. Ego's tick coldly left a line. Thank you, witch. He immediately turned his back and walked away, leaving the vine witch speechless. She couldn't help but warn him. You're choosing to step into a journey full of hardship. Aware of her concern, Ego's tick gratefully turned back and replied, because it's a path I must take. He teleported to the roof of a building and sat there, looking out toward the distant horizon. This place was also the starting point for his ideals in this world. Suddenly, he saw Stardust's image projected on a large building. Stardust. After thinking for a moment, he stood, stretched, and said, oh my, from this moment, dreadful disasters will begin to descend. Stardust, you must believe me. I will definitely. Suddenly his phone rang. As soon as he answered, Han Seo-eun's grating voice pierced his eardrum. Dinner is ready. Why are you still out? The whole family is waiting on you alone. Ego's tick replied helplessly. All right, I'm coming home now. Han Seo-eun barked. Be there within 3 seconds. He hung up and stood there sighing for a moment. And now the final milestone of the first leg. At last, that moment was near. On a highway, a truck was driving along, unaware that it had become the target of an agency. Suddenly, a drill attached to a mechanical arm rose up from the middle of the road. Following that, a full robot emerged from beneath the ground, causing the driver to cry out in fear. What the hell is that? The mad scientist grinned maniacally. All soldiers follow orders. For the Republic of Korea that once oppressed us, it's time we wipe it out. Inside a classroom, 2 students were giggling together. They watched the video of Choi Se-hee and praise her. Electra is truly stunningly beautiful. She must be dating Ego's tick already. The other immediately replied, look, it's obvious at a glance she's just his comrade. Shin Haru, seated behind them, smiled faintly. Meanwhile, they kept arguing. Ugh, what nonsense are you spouting? No idea. Didn't you see them whispering intimately to the camera? Besides, who carries a female friend like a princess? The other disagreed with that view. Huh. Is that the perspective of you single guys? His friend added. See, because there's no romantic feeling, they're comfortable hugging on camera. If it were someone you're secretly in love with, you'd never dare do that. The remaining guy began to be convinced. Sounds kind of convincing. All right, keep talking then. Then the other continued. My God, it's not just reasonable. All along, Egostic's attitude has always been the same. In his eyes, there's only Stardust. That's how I see it. The friend exclaimed. Oh, I see. Maybe that's why Stardust looks pitiful. I watched the live and almost cried. The other analyzed from her position. Even if Ego's tick is just another criminal among many, you can't help but notice that. Who could stand watching him embrace another woman right in front of you? His friend burst out laughing. Good heavens, this guy is way too deep in delusion. As for me, I'm all for the Ego-LX ship. They just seem more compatible. Before he could finish, he received a fiery glare from Shin Haru, sitting behind them. Huh? Did I say something wrong just now? His friend trembled too. Looks like he's a hardcore fan of Ego's tick and Stardust. The hair is the same shade of blonde too. Just then the lecturer entered the class. All right, let's begin the lesson. Today's theoretical topic is... While listening, Shin Haru's phone sounded an emergency alert, and she had to leave immediately. Running down the exit route, she asked, Headquarters, is this a villain? They informed her there was an unidentified giant weapon heading north from southeast Seoul's outskirts, ordering the team to prepare to deploy to the scene immediately. When she arrived, Stardust froze at the sight. What the hell is going on? The robot stalked along the highway, attacking passersby and destroying surrounding property. In its sights was a car with 3 people inside. Fortunately, Stardust dashed forward, grabbed the car, and hauled it to another spot. She set it down in a safe place and shouted to the driver, "Can you still drive? If so, get as far away from here as you can." They immediately responded, "Thank you so much. Go Stardust." With that handled, she immediately rushed to the other side. A voice came from inside the robot. "Pawns of the government and the association, Stardust, do you have the strength to extinguish the last remnants of this Han-Un conglomerate?" She rushed in and threw a punch at the robot, but was immediately thrown back. Stardust fought on until she couldn't bear it. Where's this tremendous pressure coming from? As she thought that, her body collided like a cannonball with a nearby mountain. But when she turned back, she heard strange sounds coming from inside the robot over there. "Doctor, is that you? What? Could you actually be Elektra? Get up." Following that, a burst of electricity discharged, causing the robot to short-circuit and collapse. The sound from inside the robot grew clearer. "Hey, make way, step aside. Can you hear me? Miss Stardust." Stardust immediately recognized him. Ego's tick. He had now subdued the mad doctor and answered her. "That's right. It's me. Ego's tick. My friends at the Hanilon Corporation created this magnificent giant machine. If a real villain like me, Ego's tick, doesn't put it to use, it'd be such a waste, wouldn't it?" Say he got goosebumps watching the scene and exclaimed, "Whenever he gets in a character, he truly looks like a real madman." Han Seo-eun found it all perfectly normal. "You'll get used to it soon." Through the earpiece, he continued his performance. "Hey Stardust, I'm in a mood to use this beautiful giant toy to flatten the city. Do you think you have what it takes to stop me?" Hearing him, Stardust laughed out loud. "I will definitely stop your destructive act. Ego's tick, you will pay." With that, she lunged straight toward the robot. After recalibrating the robot, Han Seo-eun reported, "The machine's power adjustment process is complete." Ego tick grabbed the lever and muttered to himself, "Haru, today let's try unleashing your power for real." He shouted excitedly, "Come on, get in here." Instantly, the robot rose, swinging its arm directly toward where Stardust was heading. The robot's arm was so solid that, even in defense, Stardust cried out in pain. Seeing that, Ego's tick burst into laughter. "Stardust, do you really think you can stop the giant Opass weapon with that little strength? Dream on. Seo-eun, crank up the machine's output a bit more. Then I'll finish this properly. Go." The robot's arms chased Stardust with relentless agility, forcing her to keep dodging and flying. While evading, she told herself she had to be faster. Suddenly, the 2 robot arms shot up simultaneously. Stardust detected the danger and quickly vaulted back to avoid them. Through the screen, Ego's tick saw her escape his grasp and rejoiced inwardly. "Yes, that's right. It should be like that. Today I can finally return home safe and intact." At the same time, in the National Assembly building, when an aide reported, "Sir, everything is ready." A bright red button was also revealed. The person sitting there was the president of South Korea, his face set with determination. "To destroy that giant weapon, we have only this one option left." Saying that, he decisively pressed the button, causing the entire parliament building to shake. On this side, Ego's tick quietly called, "Son." Immediately, the energy level and speed reached their maximum. But surprisingly, Stardust could still dodge every attack perfectly. Contrary to the frown she had worn when facing the mad scientist, she was now smiling as she flew. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted from somewhere. Ego's tick startled and ordered, "Seon, push the energy level even higher." Han Seo-eun hoted excitedly, acknowledged. Stardust lunged in to attack again. The mechanical arm struck her and sparks immediately flew. Seeing the scene before him, Ego's tick held onto the belief that, "I believe she can get through this." After holding on briefly, Stardust threw another punch that shattered that mechanical arm, the impact causing the people inside the robot to gasp and scream. Only Ego's tick was full of enthusiasm, shouting, "Don't even dream about it." He slammed the accelerator, and the robot immediately surged forward. He jabbed rapidly at the keyboard while taunting further. "Want me to show you superior control skills, like at the arcade? Come on then, Stardust." Stardust seemed as if she had taken a stimulant, feeling extremely exhilarated. I can feel the power inside my body slowly erupting. Bring it on, Ego's tick. She darted straight into the robot's pincers, then used its force to flip away from an attack, casually playing cat and mouse. Now, I have completely mastered the movements of this machine. You might as well prepare yourself to die, Ego's tick. However, that very confidence made her careless for a moment, and she paid the price by being knocked to the ground. Ego's tick laughed loudly. Do you really think you've adapted to this machine's movements? That's just arrogance. Stardust, furious, crawled out from the rubble. You talk too much, you're so loud I'm about to go crazy. Ego's tick continued babbling. Actually, the feature of this octopat is still. As he spoke, Stardust charged and pierced through the robot's right leg, seeing its damaged location on the display. Han Seon screamed angrily. What the hell are you doing? Ego's tick kept up the performance. That's right, this is how it gets exciting enough to fight. Stardust, I'll start going all out too. Octopat activated maximum power, but no matter how he pressed, it didn't move, so Ego's tick urged Han Seon. Increase the speed now. Han Seon was fed up, but still had to comply, and after he fixed the technical glitch, he resumed his role. Can you keep up with this terrifying speed of mine? Stardust couldn't find the robot's weak point yet, so she could only weave to avoid. Ego Tick sneered at her. Is that all your ability amounts to? Watching the two of them fight, some people began to whisper, is this level for real? Truly a clash of the planet's strongest. Could it be that Stardust held back before? Goosebumps. Others are wondering whether Stardust will break through to S rank this time. At that moment, chaos flooded Stardust's earpiece. And then, Big Brother, focus on controlling it properly. Don't slack off. Hearing the woman's voice from inside the robot, Stardust gained another target to attack. Now, I have another reason and motive to destroy that giant weapon. Those girls beside Ego's Tick are too annoying. If Ego's Tick hadn't been piloting the machine so erratically, taking down that giant would have been impossible. But right now I can do it. Thinking that, she lunged again and slammed her fist into the flailing mechanical arm. Inside, Ego's Tick gritted his teeth and commanded. Choi Say he clenched a chair and ground out. Why do I get the feeling she's even stronger than before? Han Seon hurriedly reported. The machine's energy is nearly depleted. Big Brother, we have to finish this within 10 minutes. Contrary to their worry, Ego's Tick cheerfully clapped and said, then we must enjoy this spectacle until the very last minute. Choi Sei-hee, furious, slapped him on the head. Enjoy what, you madman? At this rate, everything's going to explode. Ego's Tick still hyped. Charge. Seon felt sorry for Subin, who was sitting on the ground holding her mouth. I'm really nauseous. Outside, Stardust ran along the path of the arm, slowly approaching the control center. She ground her teeth and stared inside. He's still in that machine. As she was about to dash straight in, a voice came through her earpiece. Leave that spot immediately. Stardust. Stardust, shocked and disbelieving, hurriedly pulled back and asked, why are you suddenly telling me to leave? The person on the line replied, the president has ordered a small-range nuclear missile fired at the giant weapon. If you stay there, you'll die. Stardust couldn't help shouting. Has everyone gone mad? If that missile detonates here, won't civilians' lives be threatened? Besides, I can take it down. Why are you doing this? The operator answered her. They're afraid that if they just stand by, the government's image will suffer. You can't predict political scheming, Stardust. Stardust still couldn't believe it. Even so, the action was absurd. The operator tried to persuade her. Don't argue. Withdraw now. Stardust, how long do you intend to stand there? My octopus punch is itching to strike. Seeing the robot standing still and not actively attacking, she realized it had paused to wait for her. A villain showing consideration for his opponent? He seemed completely unaware of the incoming missile. If that's the case, she said one final sincere apology, then pulled out her earpiece, much to the astonishment of the operator. What? Stardust. She gritted her teeth and hurled herself in another direction. Headquarters erupted at the sight. She threw away her radio. What do we do now? Park Junho, chewing popcorn, tried to reassure them. It'll be fine. In any situation, we'll find a way to resolve it. So be patient and watch. Inside the robot, Ego's Tick was equally stunned. Hey, Stardust, where are you going? You're not going to run away now, are you? Stardust had found her own intention and shot through the sky. Ego's Tick. There were countless reasons this country wanted him destroyed. An A-class criminal known for terrorism and hijacking broadcast signals. Yet for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to hate him. This time she would save him. She continued plunging straight into the sky. Quickly she found the target she needed, which was the short-range nuclear missile the government had launched. The image of Ego's tick flashed involuntarily through her mind. Without hesitation, she dove into the small missile. The pain made Stardust grit her teeth and endure. Those inside Egostic's robot saw the scene and gaped, whispering, "Something's coming over there. What is that?" And Stardust, "Isn't that a missile?" Ego's tick stood stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Stardust, why? Up in the air, the tug-of-war reached its climax. Stardust shouted, applying extra force. Just then the energy in the missile's tail weakened. She quickly grabbed the missile's nose, changed its direction, and hauled it away. Inside the robot, Ego's tick screamed in urgency. "Seon, have you traced what that is?" Han Seon, sweating, shouted back, "I'm searching, stop rushing me." A moment later, the screen switched to footage from inside the National Assembly. She reported back, "Found it. It's been launched from the presidential residence. The disarm code is..." "There's no time. 10 seconds to detonation." Ego's tick gasped. "What? 9 seconds left?" The old president smiled cheerfully. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. Stardust had carried the missile to another location. 6, 5, 4. IC was still off shopping with the guard. 3 seconds, staring blankly at the screen. Stardust, 2 seconds. The missile had been successfully redirected upward by Stardust. 1 second. She threw it with all her strength into the sky. The moment the timer hit 0, a cataclysmic explosion occurred. The sky was dyed blazing red, making some students stare outside in bewilderment. The scene even made Old Park Junho stop eating his popcorn. The smile on the president of South Korea's face froze. Han Seon hesitated. "It exploded." Choi Se-hee sprang up, wondering, "Stardust, where is she?" Ego's tick rushed off, shouting at the top of his lungs. On this side, Stardust, unconscious, fell free. Immediately a hand shot out and grabbed her. He held her in his arms, baffled as to why. Suddenly Stardust weakly opened her eyes. Before she could speak, he demanded, "Who told you to block that missile? What if you died because of it?" But she didn't answer and closed her eyes again. Seeing this, Ego's tick felt a twinge of pain. She had unleashed such terrible power, and now her body was feeble like this. "She looks like she's going to be angry with me." While he was still thinking, Stardust opened her eyes again. The look she gave him unsettled him. "Why are you looking at me like that? Right now you're being held in the arms of a villain." Aware of this, he began to act. "Stardust, I thought you were only trying to run away. You can misdirect that quickly too? Stop a missile? It looks like you were aiming for something else, right?" As he said this, he realized, inside that giant weapon, they were right at the brink of detonation. If the missile fell on it, there'd be no saving it. If she hadn't noticed in time and rushed to intercept the missile at the last moment, both of them would have been destroyed together. So why on earth did she stop that missile? Sensing what he was thinking, Stardust murmured, "I just wanted to do it." She forced a smile again and fell asleep in his arms. Ego's tick stared at her, puzzled. What did that smile mean? Could it be she had realized already? "Stardust, that I am not a villain." He gently set her down and checked her over before feeling relieved. Luckily, it seems her life isn't in danger. She's always been very tough. Suddenly, someone called on the earpiece. Ego's tick pressed it. "Seon." On the other end, Han Seon reported, "I checked. It was launched by the president personally." He had guessed as much and simply nodded silently. Truly an unpredictable world. Clearly the whole world had seen Stardust stop the missile. Even now, people couldn't understand the connection between the two of them. This situation couldn't continue. With that in mind, he concluded, "Seon, start the broadcast." Han Seon, who had been waiting impatiently, said, "I've been waiting for you to say that." Egostic's live stream went on immediately. "Hello everyone, I'm Ego's Tick." Instantly 67,000 people joined and comments flooded in, going live out of nowhere. "Why are you live only now? The battle made my heart race, but I haven't watched it yet." "Where?" "I was watching Stardust fly up, and then you cut the stream." "What's that about? What's going on? Why did you go outside? Where's Stardust? Why did Stardust's blonde hair get darker just now?" "So curious," he casually said to the camera. "Stardust, where did she go?" Everyone's curious, right? The feed immediately showed Stardust lying unconscious. Viewers erupted. "What? Did Stardust lose? Ego's tick is despicable. Oh my god, insane." He countered at once. "I didn't make her like that. The presidential office said they would arrest me. They fired a nuclear missile into Seoul, the president of the Republic of Korea himself, just to wipe out a villain like me. To catch me, they abandoned the entire population of Seoul. Comments skyrocketed nonstop. Even the president of South Korea gaped in disbelief. A volley of gunfire then rained down on the building broadcasting his live stream. After the incident, countless news outlets began reporting. Since the new government took office, we are facing the worst crisis in history. Impeachment motions against the president are being raised. Another bulletin aired. Breaking news. At the International Heroes Association, foreign media report they are discussing promoting the hero Stardust to S-rank. COA, relaxing in her office, heard the report and remarked, "Our Haru is really something." The bulletin continued. Rumor has it villain Egostick is also being considered for promotion to S-rank. Unlike Stardust, whose promotion was only beginning to be discussed, Egostick's case had been under consideration for months. Association officials said an official announcement might come at the end of the month. At that moment, someone outside called, "Miss COA, may I come in?" She took the remote, turned off the TV, and replied, "Come in." She calmly continued stroking her pet. She was the heir to the Stardust conglomerate and the A-rank hero Icicle. The secretary entered and reported, "I've bribed the presidential candidates for the next term. They have pledged to follow the orders of the Stardust Corporation." She nodded with satisfaction. "Good. And the other matters?" The secretary replied, "The chairman has announced full delegation of authority to Miss COA." COA broke into a calculating smile. At last, then she returned to her usual composure. "You may leave now." The secretary bowed and turned to leave. The room suddenly became eerily quiet. COA then smiled with delight. "Thank you, Egostick, for giving me the chance to swallow Korea whole. I'll make good use of it." Cut to Dane's mansion, where he burst out in a panic. "Hey, everyone, something big happened." His words grabbed everyone's attention. He continued in a worried tone. "It seems Stardust is suspicious of you." Sion asked, "Suspicious about what?" He answered, "She thinks you're not a villain." Sei put on a skeptical face and exclaimed, "Are you stupid?" Sion continued, "No way. You still think you're a villain?" Sei, eating, thought to herself, "What a deranged lunatic." Hale watched him and assessed, "Uncle Dane is really something technical." Bombarded by the girl's attacks, he blurted in shock, What's wrong with me? When bored, you go terrorize people. The number of hostages you've taken lately is countless." Haru cut in. "You released them all, didn't you?" At this, he exclaimed in surprise, I also kidnapped people, and I killed many villains." Sei pouted. "You literally said many villains." Sion added, "Thanks a lot, a rank hero Egostick." He continued explaining, "Anyway, I've lived trying very hard. Whether as a villain or as an individual, it's the same." This made Sei wonder, what does you living hard have to do with anything? You really have issues. So all this time you try to look like a villain? He shouted, "Of course." Hearing this enraged Sei further. She yelled, "From the moment you try to look like a villain was a mistake. It's obvious at a glance. There's no way anyone could be fooled." She continued to question, "Why do you think I agreed to join you? Look at last time. If we'd let that giant machine charge straight into Seoul, what would you have done? If it attacked at full power from the start, could little Stardust have stopped it?" Sion shook her head and added, "She couldn't have stopped it. Not by a long shot." Lee Soo-bin, peeling an apple, asked, "But Dane stopped it for her. He even fought while adjusting the firepower. If Sion can't see that, she's an idiot." He was left speechless, but tried to explain, "Just over that trivial reason? Maybe you kids still don't get it. Stardust is the embodiment of justice. Based on a few circumstantial evidences to suspect a ruthless, inhumane S-rank terrorist like you is impossible." Sei slightly narrowed her eyes. "So what? Embodiment of justice, my ass. You think Stardust is stupid? No matter how you look at it, you're not a villain." Those words landed like a punch to Dane's face, leaving him dumbfounded. She then turned to Seo-eun and asked, "She's right, isn't she?" Seo-eun chimed in, "Of course. Didn't someone say it?" What a relief, he thought. If she knew that my evil acts weren't because I'm mad, but actually to protect her and the world. If Stardust truly learned that, she wouldn't be able to fight me with everything she has. Then, of course, she wouldn't be able to grow. In that state, there would be no way to stop the apocalypse. He clenched his fist and shouted, "That's not acceptable." His shout made little Soon startle. "Ah, you scared me." He then put on a confident expression. "All right. Stardust needs someone constantly reminding her that I'm an utterly wicked person." Having thought that, he immediately bolted off, calling back, You all stay here. I'm heading to Busan. Cut to Shin Haru, who was now standing in front of a high-rise building. She was delighted by the sights around her. As soon as she stepped in, a receptionist approached and bowed, greeting, "Welcome. Are you Shin Haru?" She nodded gently and replied, "Yes." The receptionist moved to take her backpack. "I'll bring your luggage up to your room." She cheerfully answered, "Thank you." She felt a flutter of anxiety and thought to herself, this might even be better. Then a gentle voice sounded in her ear, calling her name, Shin Haru. Recognizing the familiar voice, she turned around happily and exclaimed, "Coa." The two of them then came together and hugged warmly. Coa teased, "Look at you, you're even prettier now." She replied shyly, "You too." "Really, what's with that?" Coa suggested. "Come on, let's have a great time today." She took Shin Haru's hand and raised it in celebration. Congratulations on the birth of Korea's first S-rank female hero. After that, the two of them moved to Coa's villa. Looking out over the balcony view, Shin Haru let out an excited little cry. "The view in front of me is absolutely wonderful." Coa stepped up behind her and smiled, saying, "Amazing, right?" Shin Haru nodded in agreement. Coa pointed inside and invited, "Please come in." In the dining room, chefs were laying out a multitude of delicious dishes. Shin Haru's eyes fell on one item and she exclaimed, "Mango! Snow mint mango!" She immediately popped a piece of mango into her mouth and chewed with delight. Across from her, Coa teased, "You like mango that much? How cute." She added with some curiosity, "Mango reminds me of Ego's tick." Hearing that familiar name made Shin Haru flinch. "Huh, what?" Coa continued, "Actually, I want a dedicated villain like you. Everyone here gets special treatment. How will they ever reach S rank like that? So, maybe I'll move up to Seoul for this occasion. I also want to try facing Ego's tick once." Immediately, she exclaimed to stop her. "No way." She began to explain hurriedly. You know he's obsessed with me. If he called me out and someone else suddenly showed up to challenge him, who knows what impulsive act he'd commit. Remember the Seoul Bridge incident? He sometimes causes uncontrollable incidents. Coa thought, that's true. He has no reason to call me out either. Shin Haru added another important point. "If you go, who will protect Busan?" Suddenly Coa's watch buzzed with a red alert. Startled, she thought, someone has touched my desk in the office. She immediately stood up and turned to leave. "Haru, I have an emergency call and need to stop by the company. You keep playing." Haru replied, "Okay, go ahead." Coa felt worried. What's happening? She arrived at the company immediately. She surveyed the situation with some doubt. Is it just a system error? Then her little cat let out a soft cry that startled her. A familiar voice cut in, "It's not an error." Looking at the person who had appeared before her, Coa exclaimed in surprise, "You are." The other continued, "I activated the security protocol. It's to see you." "Hello, Coa. I am Ego's tick." She asked suspiciously, "Why are you here? Planning to surrender to the hero?" Kim Dane chuckled with amusement. "Ha ha ha. Surrender? As if that would happen. I came because I'm intrigued by the one pretending to be a hero while quietly swallowing Korea from behind. Coa, the true ruler of the Yuzeon Corporation." Coa smiled with interest. "Haha, I thought our friend Ego's tick, the one busy protecting Korea in the shadows and babysitting Stardust, had finally grown tired of being a villain and decided to go to prison." Hearing this, he could only laugh out loud. "Haha." Watching their exchange, the cat at their side sighed and yawned in boredom. He thought to himself, indeed, Coa, famed as the all-encompassing boss with principles. She's certainly not ordinary. But still, she's just an amateur. On her side, she had her own thoughts. What exactly is that unidentified man Ego's tick plot? The atmosphere fell silent. Then he spoke. "Ms. Coa, I want to make a proposal." This made her expression shift, and she asked, "What? A proposal?" He continued, "Join hands with me. Cooperate, that's what I mean. For the villain cluster, it's not about defeating them, but existing so that they make fools of themselves." Cut to Stardust. Suddenly a chill ran down her spine. She was nibbling her favorite snack and thought, what was that just now? It felt like something bad was about to happen. Outside the building, a large screen displayed images of Coa. She introduced herself. "I am Coa of the Yuzeon Corporation, Icicle. I will always stand with the people of Busan." Listening to the audio, he mocked. "A righteous hero, huh? I know it's all just a facade. Your goal is to swallow Korea whole, right?" so I'll help you. At his proposal, her face fell, and she was silent for a few seconds. Then she stood up to retort. Baseless nonsense. Typical of that level. I see no reason not to punish you right now. She spoke as she summoned her power, surrounding her body. Contrasting her hasty stance, he calmly produced a USB drive. Then he turned and left. You must be busy merging companies after Hanun Corporation's bankruptcy and greasing political palms with the new government being sworn in. Consider this a small token of goodwill. I'll be back in a week. With that said, he teleported away immediately. Right after he left, Coa angrily slammed her hand down on the table. Her whole body trembled with fear. I thought my heart was going to leap out of my chest. Remembering those eyes, the hypnotic gaze filled her with dread. She then looked at the USB on the table and muttered, Ego's tick, overwhelming capital and intelligence gathering capability, plus a massive fandom with absolute loyalty. A villainous figure is exerting terrifying influence over South Korea's entire politics and culture. No, actually he's more of an anti-hero than a pure villain. Someone like that saw through my ambitions and proposed a partnership. It turned out I've been spun around like a top in his palm all this time. And now, do I even have the room to refuse this? She then took the USB, plugged it into her computer, and began to check. The moment she opened one folder, the information needed for Lee Coa to seize control of Korea appeared. Looking at it, she wondered, what on earth is this? She opened the subfolders, her eyes growing more intent. Inside were countless smaller folders. She thought to herself, with this a year? No, before this year ends. She smiled with delight. South Korea will be firmly under my feet. Cut to Kim Dane, that is him, who is now at Busan Station. He gave a bitter laugh. Haha, do I have to do this stunt again? It's such a hassle. Cut to 1 week later, at Coa's office. He came to see her once more. Are you satisfied with my gift? She replied excitedly. Yes. I want to ask where you got it from. He returned to the main topic. So, what about the proposal? She answered. There's no reason not to cooperate. He replied. Good. His remark made her a little displeased. Why say that so curtly? He explained. We're forming an alliance, after all. She said likewise, and she produced a stack of papers. Quick, look at this contract. Receiving the contract, he thought to himself. All right. Basically a friendly cooperation. Then his eyes suddenly stopped on one line. We must meet once a week. He wondered, meet once a week? What is this about? She bashfully turned away and explained, I said allies. We have to meet regularly. We're on the same team now. He narrowed his eyes and replied, so you want me to go down to Busan once a week? Yuziang has too much free time lately. If you've got spare time, save some of it. She immediately relented. If you don't like it, I could come up to Seoul. He began to bargain. Once a week is impossible. Decide on once a month. She countered, make it every 10 days. He answered at once, 20 days. After some back and forth, she finalized half a month. He was extremely annoyed, muttering, every 2 weeks. While he was still thinking, Coa suddenly asked, why are you so tough on Haru? The unexpected question startled him. He stammered, eyeing me. She continued to press. Isn't it true you're doing that to help Haru grow? It's like giving levels to a character in a game. The villain's actions are part of that plan, right? Taking in those words, he thought, sharp tongue you have. Then she stood up and added, honestly, I'm jealous. You know it, right? Every time you cause a terror incident, Haru's reputation shoots up. That's why I want to ask you for a favor. Her face grew shy. Terrorize me too, okay? As she said it, she leaned in close to him, making both of them very embarrassed. Then a sharp cracking sound rang out. Coa clutched her head and angrily shouted, what are you doing? That hurts. Her proposal left him a bit displeased. What do you mean, what? And this crazy hero, go terrorize people. Is it the kind of thing you should be saying to a villain? She explained, I'm not a villain. Why do you only favor Stardust? Arriving here, he thought to himself, maybe it's because I eliminated the catastrophe too early, so the girl couldn't power up as in the original story. Thinking that, he helplessly replied, all right, I'll do it. She immediately asked, really? When? He answered, soon. But you have to do one thing for me first. She was a little suspicious. What is it? He replied, if you meet or call Stardust, that is, Shin Haru, make sure to insult me a lot. Regularly. On the other side, Stardust was still meticulously searching for information about him. Returning to the topic, he continued, I said, badmouth me behind my back to her often. This somewhat ridiculous request made Soa momentarily uneasy. She blurted, are you a pervert? He went on, saying it's to ensure Haru has no doubts about you. She couldn't quite believe it and repeated, insult him first? And make her clearly see him as a criminal. He nodded in affirmation. Exactly. Badmouth him as much as possible. Call him narcissistic, preachy, a trash criminal, insane, rebellious, something like that. Her eyes narrowed slightly in doubt. But narcissistic and preachy, I don't think that'll work. He sighed and replied, no, it will work. Do you know how many times I've farmed the Stardust storyline? Indeed. The only one who can truly understand Stardust's sense of justice is me. She nodded. All right. It seems the cooperation proposal was for that reason. I'll give it a try. Hearing that, he set the little cat down to go play, then turned and put his hand out toward her, making her a bit flustered. He smiled. Then I'm counting on you. Realizing his meaning, she reached out and took his hand. Yes, me too. Then a stream of purple energy began to emanate from his arm. In an instant, Kim Dane vanished, leaving no trace behind. Seoa, looking bewildered, suddenly grabbed her head and shouted, ouch, really? It's the first time I've seen a fish bite like this. I'm into you now. I'll definitely make him mine. Huh. The scene then shifts to evening at Stardust's private home. A voice called out, Havu. The moment Haru opened the door, she gasped at the sight of the person standing there. It was none other than Seoa. She greeted warmly, waving. She stood at Haru's door with a suitcase and a number of bodyguards surrounding her. Then she casually stepped inside. I miss Haru, so I ran up for a bit. I'll stay a little while then go, is that okay? This sudden request left Haru a bit surprised. Huh? What? It's fine that you came, but what about Busan? Seoa replied. It's fine. It's full of minnows there. B and C rank heroes are enough to handle it. As she spoke, she thought to herself, if I'm absent, they get a chance to show themselves. Good for both sides. Then a bodyguard politely bowed and said, please take care of the young lady. We'll take our leave then. She replied shyly, ah, yes. Everyone be careful. As soon as the guards left, Seoa immediately jumped straight onto Haru's beloved bed. She gleefully said, Kia, Haru smells like this. This odd action made Haru wonder. What are you saying? She sat up and suggested, let's drink. I brought some. Haha, this is so fun. Contrasting her excitement, Haru frowned slightly and put on an angry expression. Then she brought her shirt up to her nose and wondered, does it smell? From behind, Seoa approached with 2 bottles of alcohol. She offered, Haru, come here quickly. Let's drink. I brought it from home. She was also startled and turned around. Hey, okay. After that, the two sat and chatted with each other for a long while. By then, Seoa was tipsy. She began following her plan, criticizing Ego's tick. That guy is truly awful. I can't believe such a disgusting man even has a fan cafe. The people who joined it are really, as she said that, Haru's gaze suddenly froze for a few seconds. On the other side, Seoa didn't notice and continued. Constant harassment is a big problem. He probably gets more fired up when he sees attention. A stream of sarcastic remarks directed straight at Ego's tick spilled from Seoa. From habitual harassment to narcissism, from celebrity-complex crimes to seeking attention through terror. A criminal who acts as if he's above the law. That kind of bastard. I'd feel better tearing him apart. Outwardly it sounded like that, but inside Haru thought, I know, still, saying that is a bit. Seoa continued her story. From what I see, he's just an egotist with an inflated ego. Criminals are like that anyway. But he's extreme. He only thinks of himself. Haru denied it inwardly. That's not true. Ego's tick risked his life to save me. Seoa kept going. His obsession with you is suspicious too, Haru. She further reflected. I don't think that's the case. Seoa continued to sneer. Anyway, that guy's extremely wicked. Do you understand, Haru? Having said that, she reached her limit and fell asleep immediately. Haru remained reasonably alert and carried Seoa back to her room. She was still troubled by thoughts. Why did Seoa suddenly insult Ego's tick? And it didn't feel sincere at all. She took out her phone and started checking the information on Agostic's fan cafe. She thought to herself, when will the next attack be? Cut to the next day at Kim Dane's base. Chaeil happily enjoyed his breakfast. After eating, he jumped up excitedly. I'm off to school. Hale beside him also took her bag. I'm going too. The 3 Kim Dane family members waved goodbye. Take care on your way. Little Soon had just woken up, yawned, and said, be strong, Chaeil. Looking at her, he admonished, you're about to burst a lip, Soon. What were you doing all night to be so sleepy? She was still drowsy and almost said Stardust's name, but immediately regained her composure. She changed the subject. No, it's a secret. He then looked at everyone and began the main topic. All right. Anyway, everyone pay attention here. Soon, listen while you eat. The next attack will be next week in Busan. Subin asked in confusion. In Busan? He added, shouldn't Stardust be there? Soon, still eating, turned and teased. What breeze blew the leader of the Stardust gang here? He explained, there's a new partner company opening in Busan. They want us to stage a terror event there. His words surprised the three girls a bit. A partnership? A company? He analyzed. Which crazy partner company would outsource a terror attack like that? Cut to 1 week later in Busan. People were playing and enjoying themselves on the beach. Then suddenly they looked up at the sky in fear because a giant ship was moving through the air above. On the ship's deck, Kim Dane appeared and excitedly announced, ladies and gentlemen, Ego's tick has arrived in Busan. Come out, Icicle. No sooner had he finished speaking than countless cannon shells were fired from around the ship, beginning to fall downward. But immediately, Icicle appeared. She raised massive pillars of ice to stop the falling shells. She pointed at him and shouted, you bastard. Ego's tick, she thought to herself. Finally, I get to say this at least once. At the company's headquarters, someone shouted, Stardust. Busan is Icicle's turf. But she had no choice. She turned and said, I'm going. Then she moved at the speed of light. As she moved, she wondered herself, what was going on here? The vessel was the Alice ship of the Lapis crew. Inside, the Yellow Rabbit cleaned his gun and said, I still find this damn miraculous. Blue replied, what? Yellow explained that we managed to build something that looks so cool and even dare to carry out a terror attack with. Blue confidently answered, oh, that? Don't make a big deal. I'm actually kind of excited too. Red above continued. Brothers, we've finally become pirates like we dreamed. Are you ready to plunder Busan? The other two replied in unison. Aye, Captain. Red ordered. Pillage and extort, that is. But as he spoke, Egostic's people suddenly appeared from behind. Seeing this, the two companions rushed up. Captain, he immediately got to the point. All right, from now on this ship belongs to me. His two crew members behind him were a bit helpless at this move. Red shouted angrily, who gave you the right to claim it? But just seconds later, their attitude changed. And the one responsible for this was none other than Seihi. He calmly sat before the three of them and ordered, relax. Loosen up a bit. For now on, you will be allies of our ego stream. How about it? Feel great. Red was deeply resentful, but didn't dare say a word. Upon seeing the power radiating from Seihi's arm, they cried out in fear. Amazing. It's amazing. Ho-ho, it's truly fantastic. This made him somewhat pleased. Okay, Red go to the rear, Yellow and Blue take the ship's sides. We're about to start the terror attack. Get to your positions. They obeyed helplessly, crying inside, Ho-ho, you monsters. He looked at Subin and instructed, you take charge of piloting the ship. She nodded in confirmation. This surprised Seihi beside them. Huh? You can fly a ship? She pointed at herself. Hey, wait. What am I supposed to do then? He reminded her, just go to the cabin to rest, or you can stand and watch. He spoke into the phone. Okay, we're ready here. Let's go. The vessel appeared over Houndy Beach. Seeing herself sidelined, Seihi angrily blurted, what? Wait, hey, who exactly hired us to do this terror attack? When they saw who had come to stop them, it was Icicle. Seihi shouted angrily. Really? Isn't that Li Sioa, the heir to Yuziong? No. That's A-rank hero Icicle. His terror stunt was being live-streamed. Ladies and gentlemen, Ego's tick has arrived in Busan. Let me introduce the precious acquaintances I've met here, the villainous allies of Ego Stream. The moment the live stream went live, countless viewers joined, flooding the chat with up to 30,000 messages per second. Members of the Lapis crew appeared on screen. Viewers started gossiping. Huh? These guys look so weak. Haha, is that a Super Gao kid? Haha. Isn't that their ship? Feels like they got beaten by Apple Mango before the attack. Right, totally roasted haha. On the opposite side, Icicle's voice rang out. Ego's tick, stop right now. If you don't surrender, I'll freeze everything. He played it up, looking at her. Haha, isn't this Busan's pride? Icicle? Then try taking this hit. As he spoke, he blew up buildings in the stadium below. As the shells fell, Icicle reached out her hand. Her power slowed the speed of the falling shells. She then used her power to neutralize them, causing the shells to drop harmlessly to the ground. This thrilled the viewers. Is that Icicle? Miss, freeze me. From today, I'm Ice Mango. Haha. More joining already. Without hesitation, she swung her arm forward. Numerous pillars of ice rose from the ground into the air. She used them as springboards to launch herself high into the sky. She shouted, "Ego's tick. I won't let you escape." Impressed by her performance, he marveled, wow, Lee Seoa is quite the actress. Meanwhile, Stardust was still pushing at full speed. A voice came over the earpiece. Icicle is handling Egostic's attack right now. Stardust, can you return to headquarters? The manager was a bit startled by the message. She confirmed firmly, I'll go. She then increased her speed and shot straight forward. Back in the battle, Yellow kept firing volleys at Icicle. He shouted, die, but the attacks caused no harm because she had formed a layer of magical protection. She then casually snapped her fingers. An attack struck Yellow, freezing him for a moment. This sent the audience into a frenzy. He's a good Yellow, haha. Freezing beam fired. Icicle's fight is spectacular. Watching from the ship, he thought to himself, not bad. I didn't expect her to control her power this well. She then leaped high again, streaking past red and blue. They looked up at her in fear. Ugh, don't come over here. She didn't hesitate and prepared to launch another attack. But as she prepared to strike, countless guns formed above her head by Egostic aimed straight at her. His voice rang out, I won't hand over my subordinates that easily. Seeing him act, the viewers were delighted. Allies? Ha ha ha. They're already his subordinates. Rip Yellow. She formed a layer of magical protection with one hand while the other shaped another attack. The attack hurtled straight toward the ship's stern. The powerful impact made the surrounding space tremble violently. He was extremely surprised by her decisive move. Icicle's expression was triumphant. With a single strike, she easily froze the ship's stern, disabling the engines. The ship now hung motionless in the air. This thrilled him. I didn't expect you to attack the ship directly. Gotcha, Icicle. She looked at him suspiciously. Humph. What are you planning? This ship's about to fall. He replied. What else? Run away, of course. Enraged, she thrust her hands forward, unleashing numerous attacks and shouting, damn you. I won't let you escape. Faced with the fierce assault, he could only hide behind a wall and lament. Ouch. Terrorizing Busan isn't easy. How embarrassing. He immediately ended the live stream for the day. Upon hearing the news, Seoa approached him, sighing, phew, that was hard. He turned to praise her. You too. Nice acting. So now that the stern's defrosted, unfreeze this guy too, he said as he tapped the frozen Yellow beside him. Icicle gave an embarrassed chuckle. Sorry, Yellow. Then he suddenly seemed to notice something and warned, hey, wait a moment. He looked up at the sky, puzzled. If that, could it be, is this a joke? Icicle was equally surprised. Why is this suddenly? What surprised them was none other than Stardust, because she had arrived on the scene. They all shouted in unison, what? Stardust! Seola stood and took a deep breath, trying to keep her mind clear after what had just happened. She told herself to stay professional and absolutely not show any sign of fluster. Suddenly, a blinding streak of light shot down from the horizon toward Busan Beach. Shin Haru appeared with a radiant halo, but her face was dark and terrifying. She looked up, staring at the sky where Egoistic's ship was gradually disappearing behind the clouds. Seola hurried over to ask, wondering why her friend had come all the way here. But the only answer was a sullen face, full of killing intent hidden beneath blonde hair. Haru quietly moved towards Seola, ignoring the explanation that she could handle this herself. In an unfriendly tone, she pressed to know what the two of them had been talking about. Seola forced a smile, saying she'd only scolded that villain a few words, and it was nothing. Haru immediately contradicted her, insisting she had seen them laughing together very happily. That remark made Seola break out in a cold sweat, clearly feeling possessiveness flare from her friend. She hurriedly explained it had only been a war of words, that she hadn't enjoyed it at all. Haru didn't bother to listen further, and turned away with a very displeased look. Seeing Haru suddenly take a stance as if about to rush off, Seola was startled and terrified. She rushed to grab Haru's arm, asking if she was foolishly planning to chase Egoistic alone. But Haru only replied with a sharp glare and a cold demand to let go. Seola shivered. She knew that if Haru was allowed to go on, something serious would surely happen. She braced herself to stop her, thinking she couldn't let her friend pursue him now. Seola hurriedly used the excuse that Egoistic would flatten Busan if chased to persuade Haru to stop. Mentioning the safety of the citizens made Haru pause, though she remained full of anger inside. In the end, she gave up, muttering that there was no other choice in that case. Haru strolled along the sand, and the atmosphere suddenly grew unusually heavy. Before leaving, she left a single announcement that she would return to Seoul immediately. Seola waved goodbye and told her to call back once she arrived safe. After Haru disappeared from view, she collapsed to the ground, feeling as if she had lost 10 years of her life. But then she paused, reflecting on Haru's jealous attitude just now. She looked up at Egoistic's ship as it receded into the windy sky. In the opposite direction, Haru had become a dazzling streak of light, racing away at incredible speed. Seola smiled enigmatically, thinking to herself that she hadn't expected her friend to be so adorable. Meanwhile, Haru was flying recklessly over the sea in a state of extreme turmoil. Images of Egoistic and Seola laughing intimately kept replaying in her head, driving her crazy. She gritted her teeth and told herself that Egoistic could only be her own villain. Back with Handane, the guys sat there stunned at home, while little Unha nonchalantly ate ice cream. On TV, news flooded the screens about Egoistic suddenly redirecting his attack toward Ice. Experts even spun all sorts of theories, suggesting their relationship had entered a new phase. C sat watching, furious, railing at the TV for broadcasting nonsense. Dane sat in the middle, only able to stay silent and endure the bullet-like stares from every direction. Little CEO seeing the tension, ran off and told everyone to eat mangoes to calm down. Dane stared blankly at the piece of chilled mango being brought right to his mouth. Subin wore an extremely friendly but deadly smile, forcing him to eat it. So the poor guy was stuffed helplessly, ending a long day full of troubles. Dane invited Subin to come with him to a special place. It was the Excal auction floor, a gathering place for the wealthy from around the world. But behind that glamour, it was also where tragedies begin, where a villain could be born. Dane sat in the auditorium, waiting for the next item to go on the block. The item was a ring once worn by the B-rank hero Sortier while he was alive, collected from his final moments. The ring emitted a mysterious purple aura, containing power enough to create an S-rank villain. The starting price was $10,000, and a rich man immediately raised it to $25,000. Dane didn't even blink. He decisively raised his paddle to $100,000. He sneered inwardly at those who treated him as an anonymous nobody at this auction. The rich man began to sweat, trying to keep up with a bid of $105,000. But Dane gave his rival no chance, closing the bid at $150,000. The gavel fell. The ring officially belonged to Dane, to everyone's astonishment. Back home, Subin and CEO rushed out to question where the two of them had just been. Ce screamed in chaos when he saw a huge sum of money had just vanished from the account in an instant. Dane showed no remorse. He cheerfully boasted about the trophy he had just acquired. Ce picked up the ring to inspect it, criticizing it as ugly and like an old lady's antique. Dane grinned with satisfaction, insisting it was no ordinary ring, and slipped it onto his finger. Upon activation, the ring flashed a brilliant purple light that enveloped the entire room. Both Sihi and CEO were stunned by the strange energy bursting from Dane's hand. A purple void vortex appeared, as if it wanted to swallow everything around. From the darkness, a cold set of iron armor began to materialize with eyes blazing. A mighty knight of darkness emerged, radiating an awe that stunned everyone. CEO stammered speechless, while Sihi gaped in surprise at the summoned entity. The spirit within the armor spoke, asking who had awakened him from his long slumber. He called himself Saint, but Dane immediately brushed it off, saying the name didn't suit him at all. Dane smiled slyly and decided to rename him D-Sick to sound cooler. The ring flashed once more, marking the bond between Dane and his new subordinate. D-Sick stretched contentedly, remarking that the air and sunlight out here were wonderful. Dane lay back on the chaise in the yard, savoring his victory. But he cut that enjoyment short, reminding D-Sick that they had important business to attend to. D-Sick kept muttering about his title, seeming still not quite used to the new name. Dane lazily glanced at the ring on his hand, paying no mind to his subordinate's grumbling. C stood on the balcony, frowning as she asked what scheme Dane was plotting with that bizarre entity. D-Sick frantically begged Dane never to trap him back inside that cramped ring again. He complained that it was dark and narrow in there, enough to terrify even a powerful spirit like him. Dane sneered, promising to find him a worthy opponent so he could range freely. He bluntly said D-Sick would have to shoulder the heaviest tasks in the upcoming plan. C froze, unable to believe Dane would send that suit of armor to fight Stardust. She worried that Stardust was terrifyingly strong and wondered if that heap of scrap could withstand a few moves. Dane showed no concern and encouraged D-Sick to prove his strength to everyone. D-Sick immediately took a ready stance, radiating murderous intent as if he wanted to devour his enemies. The armored hand clenched the spear shaft, readying for the upcoming battle in Seoul. D-Sick swung his weapon, producing brilliant purple energy streams during training. The power of his swings was astonishing, blasting everything around. The greenery in the home's garden was destroyed in an instant by the shockwaves. C stood frozen, speechless at the devastation of her beloved garden. Dane nonchalantly explained that D-Sick was an S-rank villain, so this level of destruction was normal. Subin screamed in horror, seeing all the care she'd put in suddenly go to waste. Dane and he stood looking at the battlefield while an angry figure approached from behind. Subin shouted in fury, asking if they knew how hard she'd worked to replant those trees. Dane immediately pinned all the blame on D-Sick, while the foolish knight thought everyone was praising him. D-Sick looked dazed and hollow-faced, not understanding what he had done wrong to deserve the scold. Subin continued her endless lecture, while Dane could only cover his ears and endure helplessly. Birdsong chirped outside the apartment, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere inside. On forums, netizens were buzzing about leaked images of Egoistic. Many began shipping Egoistic with Blizzard because of their unexpectedly good chemistry recently. A crazed Stardust fan was furiously typing to oppose this new alliance. She was determined to defend the Egoistic X Stardust pairing against the invasion by Blizzard fans. Cut to the Hero Association headquarters, where the atmosphere was always solemn and busy. Resounding, firm footsteps echoed down the halls as heroes prepared for their shifts. A female association staff member grew excited when she happened to bump into Stardust in the lobby. Haru forced a smile in response, saying she was ready to take on missions at any time. But inwardly, she felt uneasy because Egoistic had been committing crimes mainly in the Busan area lately. Haru bit her lip, feeling a little disappointed that her fated rival had suddenly changed their area of operation. Suddenly, alarm bells blared relentlessly, shattering the building's silence. Hearing reports of a terrorist attack in central Seoul, Haru couldn't hide the excitement on her face. Haru immediately activated her energy and streaked off like a golden bolt toward the scene. At an old apartment complex slated for demolition, successive explosions rocked the ground. Thick dust and smoke engulfed buildings, collapsing under the attackers' destructive force. Haru landed at the scene with a sharp gaze, but froze when she realized the figure before her was not Egoist. D-Sick stood amid the rubble, boldly declaring himself the Dark Knight loyal to the Ego Stream organization. Meanwhile, at home, Dane lounged on the sofa eating popcorn and watching the spectacle on screen. D-Sick realized Stardust was the target Dane had mentioned and prepared to enter the confrontation. Haru focused intently, sensing an enormous pressure emanating from the mysterious knight. They faced each other above Seoul's skyline, creating a tense atmosphere before the showdown. D-Sick ignited the battle with a powerful spear swing aimed straight at Stardust. Haru calmly dodged the strike, though she couldn't help wondering about Egoistic's whereabouts. A blinding explosion of energy erupted as the two opposing forces collided violently. The shockwave from the clash shook an entire region of space, scattering the clouds. Brilliant purple light and golden hues interwove, creating an intensely spectacular combat scene. D-Sick laughed aloud with exhilaration, admitting Stardust was indeed a formidable opponent as rumored. Online, live streams of the battle attracted millions of views and fiery comments. Many felt something missing without Egoistic's snarky commentary. Haru was the same. She fought while constantly hoping the real villain would appear. Haru pondered sadly whether Egoistic would now operate only in Busan and never return to Seoul. A massive collision detonated in midair, instantly shattering the heroine's wandering thoughts. D-Sick unleashed a potent, deep purple blast towards Stardust hovering among the city's skyscrapers. Amid the smoke, D-Sick acknowledged that Egoistic had been right to judge her as an extremely powerful adversary. The Phantom Knight, D-Sick mused that it had been centuries since he had met such a worthy foe. Across from him, Haru shouted in fury, demanding egoistic reveal himself instead of lurking and watching. On forums, fans buzzed excitedly, some thrilled to witness a spectacular battle. D-Sick laughed mockingly, asserting that egoistic certainly wouldn't show up. He added a stinging remark. His master said he alone was more than enough to deal with someone like her. Haru dropped her gaze, clenching her fists in frustration. Being belittled left her deeply offended. D-Sick began gathering power, a swirl of purple energy coiling around his hand. He swung his weapon, declaring he would end the fight right here. Haru lifted her face with blazing intent. She was furious he had sent a mere lackey to deal with her. She scorned the knight's declaration. Abandoned by egoistic, a fierce power within her began to rise. At the mansion, Dane was leisurely eating popcorn and nearly choked when he saw Haru suddenly exhibit awakening effect. A flame of power enveloped Haru. She vowed to show the knight what a real gap in strength looked like. Rewinding time a bit, Dane was sitting on the ground training the newly recruited knight spirit. He told him to restrain his power, stall for a while, then find a way to pretend to lose and retreat smoothly. D-Sick felt his pride deeply wounded at the idea that a noble knight would have to fake a loss before a human. But faced with Dane's firmness, he reluctantly accepted to follow the prearranged script. Back in the present, Haru hovered in the air, looking down at D-Sick with a deathly gaze. D-Sick realized she intended to go all out, and he also assumed a ready stance to take the blow. He loudly challenged Stardust to come at him, so they could settle the outcome once and for all. Dane at home began to worry, sweat pouring as the situation seemed to be escalating out of control. Haru plummeted like a blazing meteor, channeling all her power into her fist. A thunderous punch struck downwards at the target from above. The ground shattered, a horrific explosion forming a deep crater that obscured the view. Haru landed amid the rubble, her face cold and expressionless after the destructive blow. D-Sick collapsed among the bricks, the knight's body beginning to disintegrate into fragments of purple smoke. Before vanishing, he still managed to leave a few cool words, asserting that he was immortal. He told her to brace herself for his return, then vanished completely. D-Sick's spirit escaped and silently asked Dane whether his pretend loss had just earned him an Oscar. Haru stood motionless amid the wreckage, the wind blowing her fiery blonde hair under the blue sky. Night had fallen, yet lights in Dane's mansion still burned brightly in the tranquil space. Dane had just finished uploading the battle highlight video to Stardust's official fan cafe. He stretched contentedly, planning to read the comments to see how people reacted to his script. However, his smile faded when he saw the ridiculous comments on the screen. Netizens were loudly speculating that Stardust's awakening was due to jealousy because egoistic hadn't bothered to meet her. Dane snapped, typing angrily at those spreading nonsense and threatening to ban them immediately. He sighed in frustration, wondering why she had suddenly awakened so powerfully at such an inconvenient time. Just then, the phone rang, making Dane start and turn around. The caller was Siola. She, too, seemed to be following the incident closely. Over the phone, Siola reproached him for sending someone else instead of appearing himself to confront Stardust. Comments kept popping up, claiming egoistic had indeed transferred residence over to Isaac. Siola smiled enigmatically, reminding Dane not to forget their important appointment tomorrow. Having said that, she hung up, leaving an air of mystery over the events to come. Siola propped her chin, looking at the computer screen with a satisfied smile. What she saw didn't look bad at all. Night had fallen, yet the Yuzion Corporation headquarters in Seoul still glowed bright. She collapsed onto the bed, tired but still intently staring at her phone. At the Yuzion Corporation office in Seoul, another secret meeting began. Dane sat perched on the sofa, opposite Siola working at her desk. He adjusted his hat and mask, looking relaxed and at ease as if he were at home. Siola excitedly raised her hands to the sky after completing an important task. Dane produced a USB and said this was the final file she needed. She nodded and told him to leave it there. She would handle the rest herself. Siola smiled smugly as everything was unfolding according to plan. She curiously asked Dane how he obtained classified information that even a large corporation like hers couldn't find. Dane remained silent, which only heightened Siola's curiosity. She called his name affectionately. Siola leaned in close, her eyes shining as she asked if she could drop by his place sometimes. Dane looked at her blankly and flatly refused, leaving Siola extremely annoyed. Unable to sway him, she switched tactics and demanded he at least reveal his real name. Dane maintained his indifferent stance and refused that request as well. Siola squinted at him suspiciously, remarking that the mask looked really bothersome. Dane silently watched her for a long moment, as if considering something very important. Siola loudly demanded whether he truly thought she was the sort of person who would betray him. Dane thought to himself that she was extremely loyal, but too close to Stardust, so he had to be careful. Seeing him still silent, she clicked her tongue and let it go, taking that as an answer. She asked what his next move would be, but Dane honestly replied that he didn't know either. He planned to lie low until that event took place at the end of the year. Siola gaped in surprise. She couldn't believe he intended to stay hidden that long. As Dane prepared to leave, he reminded her to visit Stardust more often. Siola was about to say more, but was cut off by an unexpected action from him. Dane suddenly removed his mask and revealed his real name. Siola froze in shock. She repeated the name Dane in stunned disbelief, as if she still couldn't believe her ears. Dane vanished in a swirl of purple smoke, leaving Siola standing dazed alone in the office. She walked across the wooden floor, her mind still lingering on the secret that had just been revealed. Back at her desk, Siola began to carry out her own plan. A mysterious smile appeared on her face as she thought about the recent meeting. She glanced at the phone on the desk, as if waiting for the right opportunity. Her fingers skimmed the phone screen quickly to make a call. Shin Haru was busy working when her phone suddenly buzzed loudly on the desk. She picked up and was startled when Siola invited her to meet. Siola chuckled triumphantly, announcing the shocking news that she was currently in Seoul. Haru frowned suspiciously, her instincts warning that something bad was about to happen. The moment Haru arrived home, Siola rushed out to greet her warmly, hearts fluttering everywhere. She hugged Haru tightly, as if they had been apart for a very long time. Knowing her younger sister liked sweets, Siola ran to the fridge and took out a special mango shaved ice to treat her. Seeing the overflowing bowl of shaved ice in Siola's hands, Haru suddenly lowered her head and apologized. She still felt guilty about the unpleasant things that had happened in Busan. Haru recalled how she had been cold and short with Siola. Siola gently placed her hand on Haru's to comfort her sister. She smiled and said anyone would react that way in that situation, so she shouldn't worry about it. Haru looked up in surprise, not expecting Siola to be so forgiving. Late at night, Siola sat alone with a glass of wine, her eyes gazing thoughtfully out the window. She watched Haru sleeping soundly, but her mind drifted elsewhere. The image of Egoistic's eyes that day kept lingering in her head, impossible to forget. Han Dane wore a grave expression as he considered the upheavals expected next year. Siola realized he seemed to know in advance that a great danger was approaching, and that danger was the Moonlight Cult, an evil force plotting a rise. On the old wall was a haunting painting of the cult's moon-faced goddess. Below, hooded worshippers knelt reverently, cloaks drawn tight. Footsteps echoed steadily on the stone steps. The old high priest stood on the raised dais and loudly proclaimed that a purification was about to begin. He raised a scepter set with a purple gem, heralding the day the moon-faced goddess would descend. The crowd below erupted in excited cheers that reverberated through the dark chamber. The high priest raised his hand to signal everyone to be silent. From a distance, a figure slowly advanced between the rows of kneeling worshippers. The presence of this person made the surrounding worshippers tremble with fear. A devotee kept his head bowed low, not daring to look up even for a second. The mysterious rosy figure walked straight toward the high priest's dais. She was a girl with long, silky black hair, exuding an overwhelming aura. The high priest smiled triumphantly as his trump card revealed herself. The girl half closed her eyes, preparing to receive the dark power. The moon priestess opened her eyes wide and red, ready to unleash punishment upon the world. The next morning, Dane shivered, clutching himself as he stepped outside because of the sudden cold. At the Lapis Squad dining table, Seo Eunha was still half asleep, letting out small yawns. Everyone began a hot breakfast, but the atmosphere felt a bit tense. Subin loudly reminded Seo Eunha not to put extra beans on her plate because they're very good for health. Choi Si-hee was scolded in turn for resting her elbow on the dining table. Dane looked at the bowl of rice with beans before him and felt a strangely familiar sensation rising inside. Seeing Dane eat heartily, Subin smiled in satisfaction, making him feel as if he were being mothered. Still, Dane quietly admired how truly dependable his teammates were. Seo Eunha grimaced in misery as she tried to swallow the pile of black beans to finish the meal. Lee Hale sat beside them, eating very slowly. She was the group's sole healer. Meanwhile, Choi Si-hee was sulking and tearing at her hair for being scolded so much. Out back, Death Knight, the famed S-class warrior, was now diligently sweeping the yard with remarkable flair. Han Dane looked at his teammates with swelling pride. Lee Hale stood up to ask permission to go to school first, leaving her meal unfinished. Seo Eunha watched Hale's retreating back, marveling at her friend's diligence. Behind them, Choi Si-hee continued training energetically. Eunha cheered enthusiastically for Hale before she left. After Hale left, Eunha turned to ask Dane what they'd do next. Si-hee, standing nearby, was ready to go. Subin watched thoughtfully, wondering what secret scheme those two had been plotting lately. Dane thought to himself that since the two spent all day in the basement, they should come upstairs occasionally to breathe fresh air and catch some sunlight. Looking out the window, Dane knew the first snow of the season was coming, and with it the cult's large-scale terrorist attack would begin. Dane called Subin over to brief her on several important tasks for the upcoming plan. He smiled cryptically. Instead of sunlight, he'd let the cult enjoy plenty of moonlight. Subin stared after him, puzzled by Dane's rambling about moonlight. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the quiet night. That night, Dane led the team out into the cold. Seon shivered violently from the bone-deep chill despite being warned to dress warmly. Si-hee grumbled, asking Dane why he dragged them out in the middle of the night just to look at the city's streetlights. Dane asked sternly if the two had ever heard of the Moonlight Cult. He explained that it was a perverse fanatic cult plotting to destroy this country in the near future. And right now, there was no one in this nation who could stop them. Dane glanced at the two girls and asserted confidently that apart from himself, there was no one else who could. Dane smiled with confidence and began to launch the first step of the plan. He instructed Seon to take the special protective goggles out of her backpack. The high-tech goggles were quickly produced, ready for the search mission. Dane asked everyone to put the goggles on to begin searching for the magic circles the cult had secretly hidden everywhere. He explained that through these lenses, those circles would emit an extremely blinding light. All three put on the goggles and stared into the space ahead with hopeful anticipation. But instead of circles, they only saw the city ablaze with lights as usual, making Dane look like a fool. Si began to tremble from standing out in the cold too long, without seeing anything but streetlights. Dane hurriedly told Seon to try widening the goggles' field of view. He believed the magic circles had to be far larger than they imagined. Seon concentrated intensely, narrowing her eyes to adjust the goggles' focus. Suddenly, a strange point of light appeared in her sight. Si hurriedly asked where it was. Seon pointed toward the edge of the city, where a faint glow had just appeared. Overjoyed, Dane rushed over and scooped Seon up to celebrate because she had done so well. Startled by being lifted suddenly, Seon screamed in terror at her boss's overexcited action. She frantically demanded Dane put her down immediately. Behind them, Dane was also startled by her reaction. A surge of energy suddenly swept past, making them both turn around in shock. Si snapped at Dane, calling him an idiot. Seon flushed crimson, her heart pounding from Dane's unexpected hug. Looking closely at the wall before her, Si gasped in astonishment at the strange characters scrawled all over it. Dane explained this was part of a massive magic circle covering all of Seoul that the Moonlight Cult had spent years preparing. Anyone who touched those characters would lose their memory or have their power diminished. That's why the heroes in the original tale could never prevail. Below, it was a bustling soul hiding a menace. Dane recalled that in the old story, Stardust had been utterly powerless and fell before this terrible force. A tragic scene for the heroine. Seon asked if they should erase the characters, but Dane had a far bolder idea. As they spoke, a purple energy appeared behind Si. Seon blinked, wondering where the mysterious woman had gone. Si and Seon jumped when a mysterious entity suddenly materialized behind them in the dark alley. Han Dane smiled with calculated intent, declaring he would turn the magic circle into a tool for his purposes. Si and Seon were still bewildered, wondering who this witch-like woman really was. Si privately admired the witch's bewitching appearance, a mysterious type she'd never encountered before. The vine witch began chanting, her hand lightly touching the wall covered in glowing magical script. A brilliant green light radiated from her hand, enveloping the cult's entire magic circle. Under the witch's control, The structure of the ancient characters began to break down and reconfigure according to Dane's wishes. The vine which concentrated all her magic, strands of blue-green energy coiling around her body. Sea screamed in terror as a powerful beam of energy suddenly shot toward Dane. Dane stood motionless, feeling a strange power seeping into and merging with his body. After the light subsided, he quietly asked if everything had been completed. The witch affirmed that he would now be completely free when entering the activation range of the circle. Dane smiled triumphantly, knowing he'd just obtained a key to change the upcoming situation. "Yes, I already knew that," the vine witch said, looking at him with deep, expectant eyes. She glanced at Sihi and Sion, curiously asking whether these two girls were his loyal teammates. Dane clapped happily, announcing the mission had gone well and a major threat had been quietly eliminated. Sihi and Sion, exhausted, demanded Dane treat them to a lavish meal tomorrow to make up for the night's work. Dane promised to take the group out for a good meal. Meanwhile, Sion silently mocked Dane's and Sihi's disheveled appearances. Suddenly, the vine witch bent down and lightly kissed Dane's cheek, leaving him stunned while the two girls froze completely. What the hell just happened? Dane touched his cheek, still trying to process her bold action. With a knowing smile, the vine witch dissolved into smoke, leaving a message that she would always support him. What just happened? Sihi and Sion shouted in unison, furious under the silent night sky. Cut to another location, where a criminal was showing off his strength by crushing a large boulder with his bare hands. He boasted about his bulging muscles, a terrifying result of illegal human enhancement experiments. The A-rank criminal laughed with delight, pleased that his power augmentation had gone so smoothly. He arrogantly declared he would crush anyone who dared appear and irritated him. Back at Dane's mansion, the atmosphere seemed peaceful, but questions about the future lingered. Dane was lounging on the sofa with popcorn and a soda when Sion brought him her phone to show the news. On the screen was footage of a villain being defeated easily with a single blow. Dane sighed softly. This was the issue that had been troubling and worrying him most in recent days. He reclined in his chair, thinking that Stardust was becoming excessively powerful and dispatching opponents far too quickly. The image of Shin Haru, with resolute blue eyes, came to mind. She was gradually becoming a hero with overwhelming power. Dane drank water while musing about the first snowfall, the time when important plans would begin. Sion sat beside him, muttering calculations about reinforcing the durability of the combat suit's gloves to withstand greater force. The genius hacker scrolled through her phone with a very serious expression, as if plotting something grand. Dane glanced at Sion's screen, curious and asking what she was doing that seemed so secretive and great. Sion proudly showed off an official fan cafe for egoistic called Mango Squad, which she managed as an admin. She squealed with excitement and ran off to finish her tasks, leaving Dane standing there looking bewildered. Sihi, in her gym clothes, suddenly appeared and teased Dane with a mischievous expression. Dane returned to his desk, telling himself that Sion was probably doing something useful for the organization. He began drafting an anonymous letter to the chairman of the Hero Association, warning of a large-scale terrorist attack about to occur. Siola carried over a tray of tea, teasing him when she saw him pensively writing, asking if he was feeling melodramatic in autumn. A restaurant in Seoul rang with laughter as everyone celebrated Hale for acing her exams. Hale, the schoolgirl with bright orange hair, smiled shyly and returned everyone's sincere thanks. In the cheerful atmosphere of the party, Dane suddenly asked about her grades, startling Hale and prompting a fierce reaction. Sion curiously asked which department Hale planned to apply to, while Dane remained puzzled, having never heard her mention it. With a flushed, embarrassed face, Hale quietly revealed that her biggest goal was to apply to medical school. Both Sihi and Dane were astonished. They couldn't understand why someone with innate healing abilities would want to study medicine. Annoyed, Hale shoved a piece of food into Dane's mouth to shut him up, forcing him to be quiet and focus on eating. Dane could only accept this rough care reluctantly, while Sion calmly requested a clean spoon amid the small chaos. Just then, Icicle, the heroine with icy blue hair, called Dane to report that snow had begun falling in Seoul. Dane's eyes widened in horror at the news of the first snow, a sign that the disaster he feared had begun. Outside the window, pink streams of magical energy began to swirl violently, tearing through the city's quiet night sky. Dane's gaze hardened and turned deadly serious as he murmured to himself, "It has truly begun." Amid the first snowfall, the priestess of the moon, Wulwa, appeared, radiating immense power and a bleak, threatening beauty. Her face was icy, her blazing red eyes issuing a terrifying pressure that seemed to suffocate the surrounding air. Intense pink gusts blew everything in their path away, tossing debris and repelling anyone who dared block her. From beneath the ground, columns of black energy erupted like dark dragon spouts, spreading terror everywhere. Shadow Walker tried to hold his ground, but his face showed shock and helplessness before that immeasurable power. Icicle rushed to the scene in panic, calling out her teammate's name when she saw Shadow Walker screaming in despair amid the storm. Shadow Walker, trembling, confessed to Icicle that all of his superpowers had completely vanished and been nullified. Jets of black liquid continued shooting up from the earth, blocking any rescue attempts by the other heroes. A high-rise was heavily damaged, collapsing under the tremendous pressure of the pink energy surrounding Wulwa. Shadow Walker was flung into the air like a leaf amid the dazzling yet deadly pink magic storm. Icicle stood frozen, watching the dark pillars encircle her, an unprecedented fear swelling in her chest. Shadow Walker screamed in agony as he was drawn into the heart of the catastrophe, unable to fathom why this horror had occurred. Seola stood amid the rubble, her face reflecting utter shock at the sight before her. A bizarre pink vortex of energy was ravaging the city, sweeping away everything in its path. In the distance, a brilliant shaft of golden light shot straight up into the sky from the rubble. The building shuddered violently, bricks and stones flying after a massive explosion. Seola shouted Stardust's name, worried for her comrade trapped at the explosion's epicenter. Shin Haru was straining to endure, sweat pouring under the tremendous pressure of the attack. She gritted her teeth and endured, refusing to be overcome. Meanwhile, Hondane's group sat around the table watching the battle on TV. Netizens were going wild, saying Korea was doomed. Soon yelled for the group to mobilize and rescue people, but Dane calmly slurped his noodles. The room was filled with a strange atmosphere, as the tense news of war contrasted sharply with Dane's peaceful meal. He smiled and told everyone to keep eating, saying it wasn't their turn to act yet. In truth, Dane was planning to recruit the priestess of the moon after this terrorist attack ended, but first he intended to put her in his debt. Watching Stardust being overwhelmed on TV, he scoffed that this was a necessary trial to make her strong. Waving his chopsticks, Dane philosophized that a hero who is overprotected becomes lazy. They must taste hardship to improve. The women around him looked at the man in disbelief, silently thinking he was a certified pervert. Back at the battle, Seola created an ice slide and shot forward through the hail of pink energy bolts. She focused her power into her hands, which radiated a vivid cold blue aura. Seola shouted the summon for ice missiles, conjuring a forest of sharp spikes to strike directly at the pink energy. The ice spikes slammed into the energy shield and shattered into fragments. Inside the pink vortex, a mysterious figure began to emerge, leaving Seola stunned. She realized someone was actually standing at the very center of the explosion. The counterstrike from the vortex tore everything apart, blasting away even her hardest blocks of ice. Seola was flung far away, screaming in pain. She forced herself up on a slab of ice, panting from exhaustion after the attack. Seeing the scene before her, she realized the situation was slipping beyond her control. At that moment, Shin Haru streaked in like a golden bolt to rescue them. A powerful punch collided with the pink energy, producing a blinding explosion of light. Haru soared through the sky amid shimmering trails of light. She accelerated straight toward the center of the mysterious energy source. A dazzling blast erupted directly ahead, forcing her to squint to block the shockwave. Standing within the pink energy, Haru wondered what these monstrous things actually were. Immediately, golden beams chased her as if guided by instinct. She rolled to evade, realizing they functioned like heat-seeking missiles. Those beams tore through the surrounding skyscrapers in an instant, filling the air with choking dust. Haru felt her body grow heavy. Her strength seemed to drain the deeper she went in. Through the smoke and dust, she saw the silhouette of a child standing at the vortex's center. The pink light enveloped Haru, locking down all her movements. Her legs buckled to the ground, with nothing left to continue resisting. She staggered unsteady, her vision blurring from sheer exhaustion. Haru's eyes widened in stunned disbelief as she realized the gulf in power. A powerful downward force slammed her into the ground, burying her under a scream of pain. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust, completely obscuring the devastated scene. Haru collapsed amid the rubble, exhausted and hurting. Seola and another rushed over to shield her. Seola anxiously checked on her comrade, but Haru seemed utterly spent after the strike. Behind them, the pink light continued its frenzied sweep across the city, creating an intensely tense spectacle. Haru looked up with eyes full of confusion and remorse over her own helplessness. The energy vortex was strong enough to lift cars into the air like toys. Watching citizens flee in desperation, Haru bitterly realized that the villain egoistic had been holding back against her all along. She sank to her knees, utterly shaken by the horrific scale of this true terrorist attack. Debris from the high-rises was swept into the swirling, deadly pink maelstrom. The heroine Stardust blamed herself for being overconfident and negligent, which led to this disaster. Her gaze trembled. Fear and regret were evident on her sweat-drenched face. Seola clenched her fists, helplessly wondering how to stop the terrible catastrophe unfolding before her. A close-up of Seola's eyes as she looked toward Haru and called her friend's name in anxious tones. On TV, images of Haru in tears moved viewers to pity. Shouts of outraged fury rose from the diner as people watched their hero driven into a corner. At the base, Dane, the guy who was nonchalant earlier, was now wailing Haru's name and demanding to rush out to save her immediately. The Lapis squad had to swarm around and hold the fanatical man down. His sisters beside him could only exclaim in embarrassment at their brother's behavior. Dane kept struggling to break free, whining that he had to go rescue his idol no matter what. Unable to tolerate the noise, Sion used her electrical power to knock Dane out, leaving him twitching like an electrified skeleton in a comical sight. The two girls in the group bowed awkwardly and apologized to those around them for the chaos Dane had caused. After being drugged with electricity, Dane slumped over mumbling Haru's name before passing out in a half-crying, half-laughing state. Back on TV, Stardust was still suffering as she faced bitter defeat, tears streaming down her cheeks. Footage of Seoul in ruins ran on the news. Smoke and flames rose everywhere. Everything had collapsed after the attack. On screen, Shin Haru was sobbing. The rare display of weakness from the top heroine was sending the public into an uproar. Kim Dane and Seo Eunha were strolling through the wreckage. Dane looked around, remarking that this was truly a terrible disaster. Eunha reminded him that the villain had declared he would return. Dane simply nodded in agreement. Seeing his boss so indifferent, Eunha anxiously asked why he wasn't going to do anything, warning that Shin Haru would get beaten again at this rate. Eunha muttered in annoyance, but Dane firmly asserted that she would never fall. He smiled proudly and dropped a cheesy line. Because she is my hero. Eunha wore a face of speechless exasperation at her hero-worshipping boss's display of affection. Dane casually wondered what Shin Haru might be doing right now, while Eunha could only scoff. Eunha imagined the heroine sitting somewhere crying. Dane heard it and couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat. But in reality, Shin Haru was furiously training, straining to lift weights of over 12 tons in the gym. At that moment, a gigantic pink dragon spout appeared again over Seoul. This was already the third terrorist attack. Behind this was a mysterious cult calling itself the Moonlit Night Sect. Figures in black robes were conducting strange rituals. Silla tried to stop the dragon spout, but was blown back by the pressure of the energy. Her teammates had already fallen on the ground. Seola panted, feeling her strength drained just from standing near that pink energy stream. Suddenly, a blinding light flared up right at the center of the vortex. Seola shouted Stardust's name when she saw the familiar figure charging in. Despite still being wounded, Shin Haru plunged into the battle with a determined expression. Seola yelled for her to stop, knowing Haru had reached her limit and couldn't endure much more. But Shin Haru didn't stop. She poured all her strength into creating a brilliant golden aura around her body. The heroine shot forward like an arrow, piercing straight into the heart of the pink vortex. Her gaze burned with resolve, though her breathing had begun to falter. The moment she touched this strange energy, she was blasted back by an immense repulsive force. Shin Haru landed with difficulty. She dropped to her knees, trying to steady her breathing. She gritted her teeth and told herself that she was everyone's only hope right now. A brilliant radiance began to emanate from her body. Shinharu vowed to protect the people of Seoul at all costs. She bowed her head, gathering all her will to trigger a new source of power. With a steely gaze, she was determined to overcome this trial no matter what. A burst of golden energy exploded, hurling aside the surrounding rubble. At Dane's apartment, he was jumping up and down in celebration, seeing Stardust wake up again. Ego could only sigh at the odd logic of power. The orange-haired girl asked what would happen if Stardust defeated the priestess. Eunha was startled by the question. Eunha went blank upon hearing there was a new member, and that it was another girl. She turned to scold Dane for not notifying them in advance about such an important matter. Eunha squeezed her boss's shoulder threateningly, making Dane tremble as he stammered apologies, blaming being so busy late. The orange-haired girl pointed at the screen, calling everyone to look. Stardust had already closed in on the vortex's core. Amid shattered stones and pink energy, Shinharu stood observing her opponent. Before her floated a mysterious long-haired girl, the priestess of the moon. Eunha screamed in panic on the sofa, fearing the priestess might be taken. Dane was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He smiled with joy that his hero's opponent could not be weak. The priestess of the moon closed her eyes, emanating a strange sadness. A giant magic circle appeared beneath the two of them. Shinharu realized the girl's pressure was overwhelmingly powerful. The heroine broke out in a cold sweat, stunned by the vast gap in strength. The priestess of the moon murmured an apology. Her tone carried an odd melancholy. Shinharu was still in shock, panting under the immense pressure from her opponent. The priestess repeated her apology, believing that the terrible events unfolding were her fault. The mysterious girl reached out her hand, and pink energy beams began to converge, full of power. Orbs of light surrounded the priestess of the moon, preparing for a decisive strike. Shinharu's eyes widened in shock. She sensed a terrible threat closing in right before her. A brilliant pink beam shot from the priestess's palm at incredible speed. A colossal column of energy descended straight from the magic circle in the sky, aiming directly at the heroine. Shinharu was utterly helpless. Her body was completely swallowed by the blinding pink light. The strike's force made the surrounding space tremble, flinging away any obstacles. The heroine fell in freefall, passing through the dense layers of the vortex's energy. Shinharu plummeted to the ground, creating a massive explosion and a choking cloud of dust. Seola hastily used her bandaging technique to glide to where her teammate lay motionless amid the rubble. Seola's expression showed extreme worry when she saw Stardust's dire condition. She hurriedly supported Shinharu's limp body, who had now completely lost consciousness. The priestess of the moon hovered in midair, gradually dissolving into the night along with the radiant pink lights. One final flash of light flared before the dragon's spout, and the priestess completely vanished from the city center. Shinharu lay motionless in Seola's arms, her breathing extremely weak after the heavy defeat. At the apartment, Ego, the sole persona, stared at the TV with a look of exasperation at the battle's outcome. The group had gathered in the living room. The atmosphere was tense and silent. Suddenly, Han Dane sprang to his feet decisively, his hands clenched, projecting a completely different intensity than usual. He declared loudly that the moment had come, then began calling the team's names with a very serious look. Dane summoned with all his strength, shouting the rallying cry, "EGO Squad, assemble!" to the extreme embarrassment of the other members. Shinharu strode down the hero headquarters corridor, ignoring the greetings around her. Her face showed clear exhaustion after endless, non-stop battles. An employee chased after her to check in, but she waved him off, signaling she was fine and needed some quiet. Haru stood dazed, wondering where the madman egoistic was now and what the hell he planned to do next. She stood frozen in the empty corridor as a feeling of unease began to stir. Suddenly, alarms blared relentlessly. Announcements about a terrorist attack flooded everywhere. Haru gritted her teeth when she heard a pink dragon spout had just appeared, ravaging Yunnan district. Without hesitation, she activated her energy and shot off like a beam of light tearing through the sky. The scene at the site was horrific. The entire block swept away in the strange pink storm. Haru knew he wouldn't come to save her. She had to end this herself at all costs. In the heart of the storm, a gigantic pirate ship suddenly appeared, looming and blotting out the sky. Han Dane, wearing the egoistic costume, stood at the ship's prow as masked rabbit-clad subordinates greeted their captain in unison. He turned to check on CEO Eunha's preparations and the little healer Hayul. A shy figure stepped out from behind the deck door, looking flustered. It was Hayul, wearing a pure white dress, her face betraying obvious tension. Dane smirked faintly, pleased by the impressive debut of a new teammate. The Lapis squad ship changed course and charged boldly into the heart of the pink vortex. CEO Eunha pouted and muttered that she hadn't expected even a gentle soul like Hayul to play the villain. The little hacker got her cheek pinched by another member for speaking without regard for volume. Dane reassured Hayul that she should rest and leave the cleanup of this mess to him. Hayul gripped the hem of her dress, afraid of being forced into wrongdoing despite not wanting to. Dane's sharp eyes surveyed the battlefield through his familiar mask. Below, cars were hurled into the air as the pink vortex's power began tearing everything apart. He placed a hand on Hayul's head, saying the team would help her, the one struggling down there. The little healer blushed, her heart racing at Dane's unexpected show of concern. On the screen, they saw the priestess of the moon being mercilessly struck down by the storm. Dane squinted, realizing the situation was worse than he had anticipated. Stardust was no better. She was surrounded and continuously assaulted by streams of pink energy. Dane shouted orders for the ship to move as close to the vortex as possible, regardless of the danger. The pirate ship roared, tearing through the pink mist as it charged straight into the disaster's center. The wind was so strong that even Dane had to grip the ship's railing to avoid being blown away. He told himself to push a little harder. The target was right ahead. Haru was enveloped by a shaft of golden light. Her body was fading from complete exhaustion. From above, Dane saw his heroine lying motionless on the ground. His face grew stern, his eyes flashing with iron resolve to save her no matter what. A horrific explosion occurred, dust billowing to obscure the entire battlefield. Haru knelt on the ground, coughing violently to expel the ash and dust from her lungs. Her legs trembled, lacking any strength to rise and continue fighting. Sweat and blood soaked her face. She could only gasp for breath in utter despair. On the ship, CEO Eunha and the others anxiously watched the magic circle blazing unusually bright. Hayul panicked and looked around the deck, realizing Dane had disappeared without her noticing. On the ground, Haru was shocked to see a figure approaching her through the choking dust. Shin Haru collapsed on the ground, her breath ragged in despair. She bitterly realized she couldn't stop this enemy, and perhaps Soul would fall. Waves of pink energy swept by, tossing her body like a torn rag doll. Just as her will began to crumble, a hand suddenly reached out through the haze. Haru whispered in pain, wondering if everything would end so tragically. A shadow loomed over her, carrying a sense both familiar and threatening. It was egoistic. He stood there, looking at her with cold yet respectful eyes, and softly said she had suffered enough. Haru looked up, her tired eyes full of astonishment at seeing her fated enemy. He curled his lip in a proud smirk, saying that when his hero was in danger, how could a rival like him be absent? She let out a bitter laugh, feeling the irony but also a strange relief from this villain. Egoistic studied her for a moment, then remarked that it was good she still had enough strength to laugh. He gently touched her head, an astonishingly tender gesture amid the ruined battlefield. He affirmed she had done well in her duties so far, but that she should leave what comes next to him. With absolute confidence, Egoistic declared that from this moment on, the battlefield would be under his control. He turned his back and walked away, his tall silhouette advancing into the roaring pink maelstrom. Watching that figure retreat, Haru suddenly felt her chest pound, a strange, unprecedented sensation. She clutched her chest in shock, her face flushing, uncertain whether from exhaustion or from a stirring feeling. News of Egoistic's appearance exploded across all media. The world watched his every step. Field reporters screamed in amazement, seeing the notorious villain facing the deadly vortex alone. High-ranking officials broke into a sweat, unsure whether this madman's arrival was salvation or a new disaster. Amid the ruins and flying debris, Egoistic calmly advanced as if the storm were merely a breeze. His eyes behind the mask sharpened, containing an overwhelming power ready to erupt. A flashback appeared, the secret meeting between Han Dane and the witch as the magic circle had just been completed. The witch explained that once this circle activated, he would have absolute freedom within. Dane listened with a grave expression, He knew the price for this power would not be small. She smiled knowingly, asserting that he already understood the limits of the power he was about to touch. Back in the present, a blazing blue-gold energy enveloped Egoistic's body, radiating an incredible pressure. He spread his arms to receive the power, and the entire surrounding space began to tremble violently. With a single casual snap of his fingers, Egoistic made the waves of pink energy vanish instantly. The witch's words echoed in his mind. Inside this circle, you are a god. Egoistic's eyes flared with a deadly red. He smiled with contempt, regarding those energies as annoying flies. Egoistic stood in the center of the energy vortex, silently thanking the Divine Witch for her guidance. Everything was going exactly according to plan. Before this, the Divine Witch had explained this reverse magic circle in detail. Simply by stepping inside, everything would completely flip. The principle was actually quite simple. It would drain the enemy's power entirely. Then, that massive surge of energy would flow backward into his own body. Dane stood firm even as the swirling pink vapors surged all around him. Green sparks of electricity began to crackle violently. A terrifying surge of power erupted, leaving even him astonished. He looked at his glowing hands, feeling the abundant source of energy. This feeling, it was as if he possessed Electra's own energy. A confident smirk played on his lips. Chibi Dane was overjoyed, his heart pounding over this unexpected windfall. He regained his composure, adjusting his gloves to prepare for the next step. All right, let's move. It was time to go meet the Moon Priestess. Dane shot off as fast as a ghost, leaving trails of light in his wake. Down on the ground, Shinharu looked up, feebly calling his name in total shock. The pink energy cyclone was still howling maniacally in the sky. Haru lay flattened under the debris, her strength completely spent. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she saw Egoistic's silhouette shining brilliantly right in the eye of the storm. How could this be happening? At the control room, experts were scrambling over the data. The disaster's energy was being sucked dry by Egoistic. While the staff panicked, the chairman sat unbothered, munching on popcorn and nodding with satisfaction. So that's how it is. The staff called out to the chairman in worry because of his strange reaction. But the old man was laughing delightedly. He knew all along that kid could pull it off. Inside the heart of the storm, Beck Ellen Wool knelt amidst the rubble, her mouth never ceasing its apologies. Her gaze was hollow as she desperately begged for someone to just kill her. She tormented herself for how many people she had hurt. I don't deserve to keep living. Tears streamed down the young girl's pain-stricken face. Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching. It wasn't the hero from before. This person moved at a much higher speed. Steady footsteps echoed through the silent ruins. Who's that? A figure emerged from the blinding light. Ellen Wool was certain it was an incredibly powerful hero. Finally, this nightmare is about to end. She bowed her head, ready to accept death to set her soul free. Dane walked up, casually remarking that the eye of the storm was surprisingly peaceful. Ellen Wool looked up in a daze, her pale red eyes still brimming with tears. Hey there. A greeting so casual it was hard to believe given the situation. He approached the girl with an extremely polite demeanor. Pleasure to meet you. Dane tipped his hat, introducing himself as Egoistic and announcing he was there to stop her. Ellen Wool stared speechlessly at the man before her. She had already guessed his identity. I'm sorry, she muttered again in hopelessness. Dane held out his hand, ready to face the next attack. A pink lightning bolt shot toward him, but was instantly and easily swallowed by Dane's green energy. Ellen Wool was completely stunned by the overwhelming power of the man standing in front of her. Egoistic stepped into the eye of the storm, where the energy was still chaotic. He moved calmly, as if taking a stroll. Standing before him was the Moon Priestess, who was submerged in her own magical light. Dane didn't flinch at the surging power. He stood there, majestic and mysterious. In his egoistic persona, he smiled meaningfully under his mask. It's all over now. He called her by her real name, Beck Ellen Wool. The girl was stunned, not understanding how this stranger knew her secret. Dane continued to reveal what he knew about her true identity within the Moonlight Order. He knew she was raised by the High Priest and gifted magic by the Moon God. But he also knew she hated these terrorist acts and was only being forced by a curse. Ellen Wool was shaken, and tears began to fall. Dane's understanding touched the very depths of her pain. Why don't you stop doing the thing you've always hated? Dane's question rang out with heavy weight. He reached out his hand, an irresistible invitation accompanied by a rare, warm smile. Leave the Moonlight Order. Dane decisively offered her salvation. Come with me. I will be the one to take down your high priest. Ellen Wool's emotions overflowed, her eyes filled with hope mixed with inner torment. She collapsed to her knees, sobbing and asking if a monster like her deserved to be helped. Dane gently placed his hand on her head, a sincere gesture of comfort. The fact that you're still resisting proves you aren't a monster. So stop crying. Those words felt like they shattered the psychological chains that had bound the young girl for so long. A soft light surrounded the two of them, signaling that the disaster was gradually fading. Ellen Wool was still sobbing, unable to believe she was actually allowed to keep living. Dane beamed, deciding to change the mood. All right, let's borrow this spot for a bit. A teleportation circle appeared under Ellen Wool's feet, leaving her dazed and confused. Chibi Ellen Wool looked around in surprise, sensing that something was about to happen. She looked around for Dane's silhouette, but the blinding light obscured her vision. The summoning magic was reaching its brilliant peak. Ellen Wool clenched her fists, her heart racing at the sudden appearance of someone else. The young girl trembled, tears welling up again at this sudden turn of events. Just as he finished speaking, Seo Eunhai appeared from the teleportation circle, sighing in relief that she had arrived safely. Dane introduced Ellen Wool to his teammate, the one who would assist with the relocation. Eunhai was ready for the mission the moment she stepped foot there, but the scene before her left her stunned. Ellen Wool suddenly lunged forward and hugged Dane tightly, sobbing like a child who had found someone to lean on. Dane froze at the sheer suddenness of the act. The emotional scene unfolding right before Seo Eunhai's eyes made her cry out in shock. In her chibi form, Eunhai looked at her boss with a judging gaze, demanding to know what he did to make the poor girl cry like that. Dane could only stand there awkwardly. Dane comforted the girl, crying on his shoulder, wondering to himself, did I do something wrong? The disaster had passed, leaving behind a bittersweet and slightly comical situation. A reporter stood right at the scene of the mysterious cyclone in Seoul, the wind blowing their hair everywhere. Breaking news: Stardust had just been found unconscious. The rescue team rushed to put Shin Haru on a stretcher. She looked totally wrecked after the recent battle. Meanwhile, a massive airship loomed into view, hovering right near the eye of the storm. Reporters were in a frenzy because Egoistic hadn't shown himself yet, and his livestream channel remained dark. The pink cyclone was still tearing through everything with no sign of stop. On the other side, a pair of hands held a trembling young girl tight. It turned out to be Egoistic, who was comforting Baek Eunwool as she sobbed. Eunwool's eyes were red from crying, her whole body shaking with fear. Han Dane firmly assured her that he wasn't going anywhere, so she should stay calm. He looked at the girl with empathy, placing a hand on her shoulder to encourage her. Tears rolled down Eunwool's cheeks. The poor girl looked absolutely pitiful. Dane introduced Seo Eunhai as the one who would help Eunwool break the curse, and the saintess could only scratch her head as she said hello. Eunhai looked a bit flustered by this sudden responsibility. Eunwool looked up, her heart still full of anxiety and chaos. Suddenly, the image of the evil high priest flashed through her mind, questioning where she thought she was running to. Eunwool clutched her head in pain as his voice echoed, forcing her to answer. Dane urged Eunhai to just do what she normally does, and the saintess nodded immediately. A green light flashed, and Eunwool screamed in pain during the purification process. Eunhai poured all her strength into her palms to shatter the darkness clinging to the girl. When the light faded, Eunwool realized in a daze that the terrifying voices in her head had completely vanished. Dane hurriedly asked if everything was settled. The girl burst into tears, but this time they were tears of gratitude for the two people who saved her life. Immediately, Egoistic started his stream, flashing his trademark smile to welcome the audience back. On the ground, Haru slowly woke up, her eyes still a bit groggy. She squinted her eyes, her gaze still showing exhaustion after being knocked out. Medical staff quickly stopped Haru, telling her to stay still and avoid any strenuous move. But the first thing she thought about was where that villain Egoistic had gone. Everyone looked up at the sky in awe as the deadly cyclone began to dissipate. Seeing that, Haru let out a faint smile, even though she wasn't the one who saved the city. She whispered to herself that he had finally pulled it off. The name Egoistic once again weighed on Haru's mind. On the phone screen, Dane's livestream officially began with an enthusiastic greeting. He appeared with two beauties by his side, holding his hat with a roguish air amidst the rubble. Seeing this, Haru was fuming with rage, gritting her teeth. Egoistic began to complain about the unbearable things that happened while he was away. The chat exploded with all sorts of comments, with diehard fans constantly calling out their idol's name. He straight up insulted the person who just carried out this cheap terrorist attack, showing blatant contempt. The public scrambled to ask about the identity of the strange, trembling girl standing next to him. Dane grandly introduced her as the Moon Priestess, the one who created the cyclone earlier. But he was also quick to clear her name, stating she was just a pawn controlled by the High Priest. Egoistic made a bold declaration to the camera, challenging the world's definition of what a true villain really is. Egoistic kept up that arrogant persona for the camera, claiming to be the worst villain of this era. Behind the scenes, Seo-eun and Eunwoo could only sigh. Seo-eun figured this guy was just overexcited because he hadn't been on air for a while. After finishing his dramatic performance, Dane gave a light cough to regain his composure. He placed his hand on Eunwoo's head, loudly declaring that from now on, she would be the newest member of the group. Dane turned to her and asked smoothly, "Right, Lady Priestess?" Eunwoo blushed shyly and gave a tiny, obedient yes. And so, the ego stream ended in grand success. The scene shifted to a modern house in the middle of a snowy landscape where everyone was gathered. Eunwoo took a big spoonful of rice, starting to enjoy her first warm meal. She choked up, confessing that she had never been able to eat this much meat since she was a child. The more she ate, the more tears of emotion streamed down. Seeing this, Eunhye comforted her and told her to eat as much as she wanted, while Dane stood there clueless as to why she was crying just from eating. The Saintess then gave Dane a legendary smack, calling him heartless and emotionally stunted. Dane clutched his stinging arm, thinking that at least the disaster was stopped and he'd recruited a new teammate. Eunwoo continued to eat happily, ignoring the noise around her. However, Dane suddenly felt restless, like he'd forgotten something very important, right as Soon yelled out that he had a phone call. Seo-eun picked up the phone and announced a terrifying number: 67 missed calls. Looking at the screen, every single one was from Lee Seola. Dane froze for a few seconds because he knew he was dead meat this time. He scratched his head in a panic, not knowing how to face the queen. Immediately, he had to rush to the Yusung building in the middle of the night. The moment she saw his face, Seola started scolding him, asking how long he intended to keep her in the dark. Still in his egoistic outfit, Dane apologized profusely, explaining that the situation forced him to do it so Stardust wouldn't get suspicious. Seola buried her face in her hands and sighed, disappointment clear on her beautiful face. She grumbled that she was probably just a tool he used in his plan to trick Haru. After pouting for a while, she peeked at him through her fingers, making a deal that if he took off his mask for her, she'd stop being mad. Dane let out a sigh. He figured he'd have to take the risk, so he reached up to remove the mask. The mask hit the table with a dry thud. Egoistic's true face was finally revealed, and Dane awkwardly asked if she was satisfied. Seeing the villain's real looks, Seola blushed and flashed a very contented smile. Dane still felt a bit shy, while Seola was secretly smug because her pouting plan had worked perfect. She felt incredibly special because she was the very first person to see his true face before anyone else. A smile of total contentment and happiness from Seola ended the long day. The sound of clicking footsteps echoed through the dim hallways of the base. Seo-eun walked with high energy, while Zoe looked around sneakily with a slightly timid expression. Zoe's eyes went wide as she took everything in. She clearly wasn't used to the modern space here. In another corner, Eunwoo was focused on chopping carrots for a meal, looking remarkably peaceful. This everyday scene made one forget that this was the lair of a villainous organization. Eunwoo demonstrated her superpower, creating a massive purple energy phantom in the middle of the training yard. Zoe smiled faintly, admitting that this place had its gentle moments too. But then she jumped as Seo-eun led her deeper into the secret area in the back. Standing before a large door, Zoe curiously asked where they were going. Seo-eun turned back with a mischievous grin, telling her to just trust her and follow along. Seo-eun started bragging, asking Zoe if she knew who the very first founding member of Ego Stream was. She proudly pointed to herself, firmly stating it was this lady and no one else. Both of them stood before a glowing space portal, radiating a deep blue energy. Zoe was surprised. She sensed that this was a form of power completely different from regular man. Seo-eun climbed onto a machine platform, asking Zoe if this child, of hers had enough power to crush that woman. In front of Zoe was Starbuster, a massive and powerful robot waiting for the order to join the fray. Zoe was stunned, still not understanding who the woman Seoeun was talking about was. Seoeun laughed triumphantly, her mind already set on the group's greatest enemy. The name Stardust rang out, and immediately the image of the female hero appeared in all her pride. The scene shifted to a tree-lined park where the atmosphere was supposed to be very peaceful. A couple was arguing heatedly right in the middle of the green grass. The guy was trying hard to explain that he overslept and didn't hear his phone, but the girl didn't believe a word. The girl was radiating a murderous aura, thinking his apologies were just empty words. The young man fell to his knees, begging her to believe him one last time. Suddenly, he let out a terrified scream as he realized he had been locked inside a massive iron cage. Both of them froze for a few seconds, looking around in confusion to figure out what was happening. The cage began to soar into the air, carrying the young man's desperate cries with it. The iron bars glowed under the sun, trapping the poor souls inside. Dozens of cages like bird cages hovered all across the city park sky. The girl screamed for help in a panic, and just then, a hand in a polite black glove offered her a handkerchief. The stranger advised her that it would be best for her to start looking for a new boyfriend. He used his power to make the handkerchief float right in front of the sobbing girl's face. Egoistic appeared looking sharp, standing right next to the iron cage. He smirked, saying that if she didn't want to find someone new, she could just go in there and reunite with the other guy. The girl's jaw dropped in terror as she realized the famous villain was standing right in front of her. Egoistic raised his hand in a formal greeting toward the fleet of flying camera drones that were broadcasting live. He confidently announced his name, followed by a bow perfectly in the style of a villainous aristocrat. He even bragged that he had just topped the list of most beloved villains. Egoistic mocked the crowd, saying that the fact they liked a villain like him proved they had all lost their minds. Images of the citizens trapped in bird cages were clearly visible on the large advertising screens. He stood with his arms wide open under a sky full of iron cages, declaring that today would be a day of disaster. Egoistic coldly dropped his final threat. Every one of you will die. Egoistic stood in the middle of the park, laughing delightedly before the witness of numerous flying cameras. At the base, Zoe worriedly asked Eunwoo if she was okay, since maintaining telekinesis on such a large scale usually makes people cough up blood instantly. Eunwoo suddenly looked up at the sky with a face full of amazement. A brilliant beam of golden light struck the ground from above, signaling the arrival of a high-profile character. Stardust landed with an incredibly impressive superhero landing, shaking the entire park area. Dane silently admired the view. It had been a long time since he'd seen such a textbook superhero entrance. Stardust shouted, demanding Egoistic stop these insane actions immediately. The female hero's eyes flared with rage, ready to punish the villain before her. Egoistic smirked, saying the interrupter had finally decided to show up. Stardust demanded in a low voice that he release the trapped citizens immediately. Egoistic challenged her back, asking what she would do if he flat out refused. The atmosphere around Stardust exploded with energy. She no longer had the patience for further negotiations. Instantly, Stardust lunged forward with terrifying speed, aiming straight for the black-clad villain. Her eyes were full of determination, swearing she wouldn't let Egoistic run wild for another second. A blinding explosion of energy occurred as her attack was blocked. Egoistic laughed as he stepped back, announcing that today, his opponent wasn't him. He began to introduce a living weapon specially crafted just for her. The name, Starbuster, echoed through the air, signaling the arrival of a new enemy. A massive combat machine loomed behind Stardust, emitting a heavy, suffocating pressure. Dane encouraged Seoeun over the radio, telling her that this was the villainous debut she had been waiting for. He ordered her to show the female hero her full power. Inside the cockpit, Seoeun was hyper-focused, even though she was still a little nervous. The girl stuttered out Stardust's name, trying to regain her composure before the big fight. The Starbuster robot officially declared war, emitting a cold mechanical sound toward Stardust. At the base, Eunwoo and Zoe were screaming their hearts out, cheering enthusiastically for their friend. Stardust narrowed her eyes as she observed the new enemy. She sensed that this was no ordinary threat. The heroine realized the opponent's voice sounded very young, and it was definitely a girl. Seoeun shouted with determination, pushing the control sticks forward to make the robot charge. Starbuster swung its arm, creating a powerful gust of wind that forced Stardust into a defensive position. Blazing energy surged into the massive fist of the combat machine. A powerful punch was unleashed, tearing through the air and heading straight for the Heroine. Stardust raised her hand to intercept the attack, creating a fiery collision that shook the very ground. Stardust was enveloped in a brilliant golden aura, ready for battle in the middle of the field. She was focused to the extreme. The reason was that Egoistic had just carried out yet another brutal attack. In the sky, massive iron cages trapping civilians hovered, surrounded by guarding drones. Seoun's pitch-black Starbuster robot appeared, accompanied by an arrogant laugh echoing everywhere. A shocking explosion erupted right under her feet, with thick smoke rising as the robot attacked. Stardust leapt into the air to dodge. Inside, Seoun mocked her incessantly, asking if dodging was all she was capable of. Haru began to lose her patience. She wondered who this girl piloting the robot actually was, and why she was so persistent. Without a word, Stardust dove straight down, delivering a powerful kick that made the robot stagger, causing Seoun to scream inside. Stardust hovered amidst the violent whirlwinds she had created herself. In an earth-shattering collision, the giant robot was sent flying, plowing through the ground. Stardust was slightly surprised. She hadn't even used her full strength, yet the robot already looked battered. Inside the cockpit, Seoun gnashed her teeth in fury, calling Stardust a brainless muscle lady who played dirty. Hearing that, Haru's face darkened, and veins popped on her forehead. "That's enough," she declared coldly, the atmosphere around her starting to vibrate. Haru was determined to capture this criminal today, no matter what. Her body glowed brilliantly as a massive amount of energy gathered, preparing for the finishing blow. Seoun began to truly panic, her hands fumbling with the controls. But it was too late. A part of the robot was crushed under the terrifying pressure. The robot tried to scramble through the wreckage, but Stardust had already closed the distance. She lunged high into the air, preparing to strike a fatal blow as her opponent watched in shock. Seoun frowned, feeling extremely annoyed. On the screen, comments from the livestream audience were jumping nonstop. A large burst of fire erupted from the robot's engine, attempting to push back the incoming superhero. The robot swung its arm to attack, but Stardust was too fast, dodging it with ease. A streak of golden light tore through the sky, slamming into the side of the massive machine. Haru maneuvered skillfully through the hail of bullets and smoke. From inside, Seoun muttered jealously, wondering why Big Brother Dane cared so much about Stardust. Hearing that question, Haru suddenly paused for a second, a look of confusion on her face. She asked herself, "Egoistic cares about me?" The image of the villain in the top had appeared in her mind. Haru suddenly realized that there was no way this random brat would know such a thing unless she was someone extremely close to him. She thought to herself that if she captured this kid, she would surely squeeze a lot of information about Egoistic out of her. Haru began to use psychological tactics, asking if Egoistic had hired a miner to do his dirty work. The words hit a nerve, and Seoun screamed in anger, refusing to be seen as just a hireling. The girl proudly declared she was the first teammate, standing by Big Brother Dane since the early days. Haru smirked. The fish had taken the bait. She continued to provoke her to get more information. The robot shook violently as Seoun lost her composure, energy venting uncontrollably. Seoun yelled out in frustration, revealing that she was the one who had hacked the television broadcasts and carried out every system intrusion until now. Haru kept a cold expression, saying it was hard to believe a mere brat could do all those things. Seoun shouted, about to say something about them sharing a room, but suddenly went silent. It seemed Dane had contacted her via radio to tell her to shut up. Seoun pouted, sulking because she was being stopped. Stardust didn't give her opponent a chance to breathe, lunging forward to demand Seoun's surrender and confess everything properly. She clicked her tongue in regret because she had almost caught her opponent, but then her gaze became sharp as a blade. The fun ends here. Stardust unleashed her energy, ready to enter the danger zone to finish the match. Stardust growled, telling her opponent to just sit still and wait a moment. She swore she would personally drag the person inside out of this tin, no matter what. The superhero's fist glowed, accumulating a massive amount of energy. A direct hit. The powerful shockwave created a terrifying explosion, blowing away everything in the vicinity. The giant robot shattered into pieces, with sparks of electricity flickering through the smoky wreckage. Seo-eun was trapped in the damaged cockpit, moaning in pain from the heavy impact. Haru landed on the ground amidst the smoke, her powerful aura still surrounding her. Seo-eun screamed in terror, begging for someone to get this scary old lady off of her right now. Hearing the word old lady, Stardust flew into a rage, veins bulging on her forehead at being teased about her age by a kid. Not giving her opponent a moment's rest, she charged at wind-splitting speed. Haru performed a graceful mid-air somersault to close in on her prey. Suddenly, a strange girl appeared from the smoke and dust, blocking the superhero's path. Stardust skidded to a halt, her blue eyes narrowing warily as she faced the new obstacle. The strange girl, Seo-eun, calmly apologized but announced that Stardust's journey would end here. A burst of brilliant pink energy erupted from Seo-eun's hand, blasting the superhero backward. Haru gnashed her teeth in fury, determined to catch all of them in one go. She stared at the energy barrier blocking her path, searching for a weakness. A massive pink light enveloped the wreckage area, creating a sturdy wall. Stardust was beyond livid when the stranger claimed that protecting teammates was only natural. Right then, Egoistic appeared next to a Seo-eun who was crying piteously out of fear. Seo-eun wailed, demanding the man in the top hat get her out of this hellhole immediately. Egoistic looked around the ruined battlefield and casually remarked that it was quite a successful attack. He turned to reproach Stardust in a provocative tone for having the heart to be so heavy-handed with one of his people. Those words were like a thunderbolt to Haru, leaving her frozen in shock. One of his people, Egoistic, declared boldly that they were a family, and he couldn't stand by and watch the person who had been with him the longest fall. The word family echoed, making Haru's heart feel like it was being squeezed. She felt an intense surge of jealousy and bitterness. The villain said his goodbyes and vanished in an instant, despite Stardust screaming for him to stop. Haru lunged forward, but only the remnants of pink energy remained in the park. She clenched her fists, teeth gritted in helplessness at letting him escape once again. Suddenly, the dozens of cages holding hostages began to free fall toward the ground. Having no choice, Haru had to turn her back on her target to fulfill her duty to save people. She reached out, using every ounce of her strength to grab onto the heavy iron structures falling rapidly. Stardust strained to support a massive stack of iron cages, preventing them from causing an accident for the civilians. Her face was drenched in sweat, her eyes showing clear fatigue but steady resolve before the responsibility on her shoulders. The giant cages were slowly lowered to safety before the eyes of the onlookers. Inside, the civilians were still in shock after experiencing a near-death moment. A little girl stood on the ground with her hands clasped in admiration, her eyes sparkling as she watched her hero save everyone. Despite saving everyone, Haru felt no joy as she heard the crowd excitedly discussing Egoistic. She sighed wearily, ignoring the inquiries of those around her, her mind completely elsewhere. In another location, Seo-eun's furious scream echoed through the space, tearing through the silence. The hacker girl was in a towering rage over her humiliating defeat in front of her teammates. "I'm so mad," Seo-eun cried and swore she would kill Stardust no matter what, while Egoistic had to work hard to comfort the frantic girl. The scene shifted to the evening, with the whole group sitting down to enjoy dinner together. Sitting next to Son, she suddenly giggled, making him turn to look at her in confusion. "You like it that much?" The girl nodded in confirmation. What she liked most were the comments on social media. It was hilarious to see Stardust being called a keyboard, while Egoistic was Appa. Haha, Stardust is a keyboard? That comment above is so salty. Haha, to kids, she really is just an old lady. Reading more just made Seo more excited. Then she suddenly stood up and let out a thrilled shout that made both him and Hale jump out of their skins. Then she hurriedly ran off. "Well then, we need to create something new with this fresh energy source right now." Subin sighed with a bit of helplessness and reminded her, "So, you're still recovering, don't run." There were posts written as sincere confessions about Egoistic. Honestly, there were no casualties. Haha, or maybe he's a hero playing villain for the passion. Haha, to be real, is there anyone here who doesn't know Egoistic is a villain? Haha. He stroked his chin in thought. Even if he caused a terror attack, the public opinion was still too good. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to maintain his villainous identity. This channel was the same, and that channel too. All these channels were nothing but praise for him. He suddenly had an idea and search for criticisms of egoist. The information that appeared made him a bit excited. One post read, "Exposing egoistic. He is truly a righteous villain." He relaxed on his bed and listened to a video talking about him. To be honest with everyone, Kim Dane just does everything his way. And it's clear he's trampling over the social rules we've set, right? In this terror attack, he didn't ask anyone's permission either. Didn't he lock everyone in cages and take them hostage at a height of over 10 meters? Then she posed a question. He paid compensation? No. Does having money solve everything? How is he not just playing with people? That pragmatic habit of wanting to solve everything with money is also a problem. Hearing this, he wavered a bit. If there is no public opinion criticizing me, then I'll just create it myself. Moving to a certain room, a frantic apology rang out. "I'm sorry, everyone." I said I'm sorry. It turned out this was the room of the journalist girl who was broadcasting the video, bad-mouthing egoistic. "I'm not giving up," she said, stepping back to her computer to check again. 2,500 dislikes and one single like. Damn it. The post didn't even attract anyone's attention. Then she looked up at the ceiling in helplessness and screamed, "What the hell? Is egoistic some kind of god? Even if he were a god, so what? Gods make mistakes too." This is the channel I made while working 2 part-time jobs at a convenience store after being fired by my company. Right now, when there's almost no one, absolutely no one criticizing egoistic, is the perfect time for me to post a video bad-mouthing him. I was certain this time I'd attract all of egoistic's anti-fans. Yet not a single soul liked this post. Her spirit felt like it was about to collapse. This is my only hope. What am I going to do about the rent? The rent. Then suddenly her phone vibrated with a voice message. "Hello? I've always liked your videos." Then suddenly her phone vibrated with a voice message. "Hello? I've always liked your videos." She read the message aloud. "Don't lose your faith in the future. I hope you keep making videos like these. Especially this one. I really like it. Please persist in attacking egoist." The girl pondered. I should keep criticizing him? And something appeared on the screen that made her jump so hard she dropped her phone. Because at that moment, 10 million won had been added to her bank account. And the sender was an anonymous person with the nickname DH who left a message. "I hope you will persist in criticizing that guy egoistic even more." The girl couldn't believe her eyes. This isn't a dream, right? Moving to a few days later at Haru's apartment. After a tiring day at work, she was finally able to relax at her small home. After finishing her shower, she headed to her beloved computer and started searching for information on egoistic. Reading the posts on the screen made her eyes darken. Appearing before her eyes was a video criticizing egoistic titled, "Let's analyze the dark side of this ruthless, psychopathic villain." This video had 23 million views and was currently top 1 trending in real time. And all of this was done by the kid Sion. In the video, the journalist girl continued to analyze the villain who received so much love from the public. Egoist. Despite causing countless terror attacks, the casualty count is still 0. But can we call him a good villain just because no one was hurt in the attacks? This ruthless, psychopathic villain must be isolated from society immediately. Dear citizens, please do not be fooled by him. If the death penalty were reinstated immediately in South Korea, the first person on the chopping block would be the worst villain in history, egoistic. Haru immediately scrolled down to the comments below. But it's true, isn't it? He's just a troublemaker who likes to show off his money. This guy's image is so good, I thought I was the only one feeling dissatisfied. No matter how much a villain tries to act good, he's still a villain. The only solution for that kind of trash is the death penalty. Haru then continued to read the comments and watch the rest of the video. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Kim Dane, who was extremely satisfied with what he had done. "Now you will truly realize how evil I am. Stardust." Right, this level of attack power should be enough, shouldn't it? Then, consecutive comments appeared on the screen. "It's not that egoistic isn't a bad person, but isn't this too much? It feels like they're intentionally forcing criticisms on him. Your bias against him is too heavy. Your logic is too cold, and the arguments seem very forced." Kim Dane's face remained satisfied. "Well then, shall we try the next step?" Then he appeared again on the top floor of a skyscraper. In South Korea currently, there are 3 A-rank heroes, including Stardust of Seoul, Icicle of Busan, Shadow Walker of the Dark Knight. Shadow Walker. He is an A-rank hero who possesses absolute power, but is limited to the shadows of the night. But even he cannot escape the touch of this dark story. The reason is, moving to another location, A girl on her way home from work was moving through a small alleyway. Observing through the screen for a long time made Seo-eun bored to the point of sleepiness. Observing through the screen for a long time made Seo-eun bored to the point of sleepiness. Seo-eun wondered, are they really going to kidnap her? Right after, something appeared on the screen that made Seo-eun jump. They were actually kidnapping her. Everything was going according to plan, making Kim Dane satisfied. Very good. Well, then, right after, he teleported to a certain apartment. He stood outside the window and knocked on the door according to his signaling code. Inside, a person came out wondering, who is it? This person was Shadow Walker. As soon as he opened the window, he was extremely surprised by the person who appeared. He cheerfully introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Shadow Walker. If you have some time, could we chat for a bit? This sudden midnight visit made Shadow Walker's expression turn dark and suspicious.